Chapter 1. This is the worst class I have ever led. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Military Academy, Chief Instructor's Office. Late at night. The crackling sound of rain outside echoed in the empty office. The dim lights danced like silent will-o'-the-wisp, swaying tenaciously. A huge desk was placed in the center of the office, with piles of documents and papers on the desk. The sound of rain was loud, but it made the dim office seem particularly quiet. The swaying lights gradually dispelled the darkness and illuminated a figure. He is a burly man with a broad chest, short purple hair, and black sunglasses. He has only one arm. The other arm has been broken, replaced by a huge mechanical arm. This is the last session. Zephyr slowly put down the document in his hand, and his wrinkled old face was full of fatigue that could not be concealed, and he sighed softly. 20 years ago, in the 1500th year of the Sea Circle calendar, Pirate King Roger was publicly executed in Rogue Town. Originally, he wanted to spread the politically meaningful event of public execution of Pirate King Roger to completely end the Navy in the chaotic era, but he did not expect to usher in the most absurd farce in history. The words that Pirate King Roger said before the execution completely ignited the sea and led the sins of this world to a more terrifying and chaotic climax. Want my treasure? Go find it. I put everything there. Pirate King Roger said so. Since that day, the waves that later generations called the Great Pirate Era officially entered the stage of history. Every day, thousands of young people, holding high the banner of so-called freedom and dreams, set out to sea in pursuit of the great treasure left by the Pirate King and headed for the Great Channel. Their goal may be just to find the great secret treasure of the Pirate King, and their original intention may not be to be a pirate. But greed and ambition eventually made these ignorant teenagers fall into the abyss and embark on the road of sin. Pirates do not produce. If you want to pursue dreams and freedom, where do you get funds and supplies if you don't steal or rob? The Great Pirate Era is destined to be full of bloody and cruel tragedies, causing countless families to be broken up. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr retired from the front line early because of the tragedy many years ago. It was after he retired from the front line of fighting pirates and eradicating crimes that he slowly realized that fighting was not the only way to practice justice. Killing cannot save the world. But cultivating the heirs of justice and teaching the next generation of the Navy may be possible. And the list of military academy students in his hand is the last batch of students in his career as the chief instructor of the military academy. Unfortunately, he could not find any dazzling enough names on this list. To be more precise, since Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino, he has not found a good enough seedling for a long time. In silence, Zephyr listened to the sound of rain outside the window, frowned and lit a cigar. Damn Roger, you said you would die, so you said so much nonsense, and you brought us so much trouble after your death. More trouble. Zephyr exhaled a mouthful of snow-white smoke, and suddenly couldn't help cursing. The opening of the Great Pirate Era symbolizes more than just a surge in the number of pirates. There is a deeper problem in this. A problem that makes Zephyr very troubled and even unable to sleep. Before the opening of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy had a very good reputation in this sea. The three monsters Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino, and even the Golden Generation represented by Vice Admirals such as Ghost Spider, all joined the Navy and grew up in this era. And they did not disappoint Zephyr's expectations. After graduating from the military academy, they embarked on a military career and became the mainstay of justice. But since the opening of the Great Pirate Era, after the opening, everything changed. Young people all wanted to go out to sea as pirates and find the great treasure left by the Pirate King Roger. Who would be willing to work hard as a Navy officer? Without the supply of fresh blood, it became increasingly difficult for justice to expand its power and defeat the numerous pirate forces that emerged in this long era of great pirates. Now, he is 73 years old. He is about to retire. This will be the last class of students he will lead. But he could not find hope. Thinking of this, the light in Zifa's eyes, which were full of the frost of time, gradually dimmed. A feeling of annoyance arose in his heart. He dedicated his life to justice, righteous cause, and he is very serious in everything he does. Even because of the tragedy that year, even if he lost an arm, he did not complain about the world, but just quietly hid all the pain in his heart and took his responsibilities seriously. This is what he wants to do. This is the path he wants to take. Zifa shook his head. He stood up from his seat, dragged the extremely heavy sea stone mechanical arm, and came to the window. The window was full of mist, and it made a crisp sound when it was hit by rain. Zifa bit his cigar, raised his hand and opened the window, wanting to get some air. Then he was stunned. He blinked hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. In the dark night of the storm, under the blurred rain curtain, there was a young figure in military uniform, running laps on the training ground wantonly. He gritted his teeth, stepped on the rain. The steaming sweat and heat formed a thin layer of mist on the surface of his body. The light and dark lightning in the sky flashed, reflecting his angular face incomparably tough, forming a picture full of youthful blood. That kid! Still training so late? Is he crazy? This thought immediately surged into Zifa's mind. He stared blankly at the young figure in the distance training in the storm, and the expression on his face suddenly became complicated. The old eyes were dazed for a moment, as if he remembered something. Chapter 2 Show Off, Young Man. On the military school ground. The heavy rain was pouring down, and it hurt my cheeks. The biting cold wind blew in his face, like a sharp knife, making Ron squint his eyes involuntarily. Ron was running around the playground with gritted teeth. He felt that his feet were as heavy as if they were filled with water. This was his 321st lap. His body was almost at its limit. Every step he took seemed to have exhausted all his life's strength, and every breath, his chest made a hoarse sound like a bellows. The cold air passed through his throat, causing great pain. But he stared at a piece of void in front of him with bloodshot eyes, as if he was crazy. Why haven't you completed the task yet? If you keep running like this, I'm going to run to death. Ron, with a pale face, couldn't help cursing in his heart. In front of his retina, there was a task on the system panel. Task: start training hard in the training ground at 2300 hours tonight, and attract the attention and recognition of the former Navy Admiral Blackarm Zifa. Reward: 1000 points. Yes, Ron is a time traveler. Like all other time travelers, he also has his own golden finger, that is, the system. However, unlike many other systems, his system is a show-off system. Only by doing shocking events and showing off in the eyes of others, you can get system points, and the system points can be used to draw lots and get rich rewards. Looking at the primary lottery on the system lottery ticket, which consumes 1000 points and can be executed once, there are 6 Navy styles Giant Physique Merkiman Physique Genin Level Chakra. A series of rewards that make Ron envious. No matter in which world, one's own strength is the most important thing. On this sea, the strong are respected, and the most important thing is combat power. Without strength, it would be useless even if he was a trainee in the military academy known as the cradle of future generals. Ron knew very well that he was not a monster genius like Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. For example, one of the rewards in this system lottery is 6 styles of the Navy. In the training class of the military academy, teacher Zifa once taught and demonstrated it. 6 styles of the Navy: shave, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, storm kick, finger gun are 6 moves that surpass the physical limits of human beings and are extremely powerful. Generally speaking, the Navy 6 styles requires rigorous, non-human training to barely learn 1 or 2 of them, but there are also geniuses who can master the tricks just by watching once. And the 3 monsters like Sakaski are such monsters. Ron is unfortunately not one of them. He has tried hard and tried, but he still can't master it. This is enough to show that Ron's talent is not that good. So he can only focus on completing the system's tasks. Otherwise, without sufficient strength, he might be killed by pirates when he goes out to sea to perform a mission one day. The Navy is a high-risk profession. Not to mention that according to the advancement of the original plot, the largest war on the top since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era will break out in the near future. At that time, Roy will also graduate from the military academy and step onto the chaotic and cruel battlefield. Strength. Only with strong enough strength can he survive in the future war. Thinking of this, Ron stopped running, stepped on the rain, put on his weighted bag, and started doing push-ups in the cold rain. 101, 102, 103. Under the dark night sky. The flashing thunder between the thick clouds illuminated the young figure. The hot sweat slowly seeped out of his thin body, covered with a layer of hot steam. The body has reached its limit. The arms are also trembling slightly. But his eyes are still bright. As if they are glowing. Illuminating the road ahead. Time continues to pass by minute. Ron's movements are getting slower and slower, and the muscles of his body are shaking under the heavy load. 361, 362, 363. His eyes are full of bloodshot. He is cursing madly in his heart. Why hasn't this broken task been completed yet? Is it possible that the old bastard Zifa has fallen asleep? The body was mechanically repeating the movements, the strong pain numbed his nerves, and Ron's thoughts became disordered. It had been several days since he traveled to the world of pirates, and he was forced to join the army soon after he arrived. Because of his clean background, he was lucky to be drafted into the military academy for training. As for the reason for this so-called clean background, Ron himself felt speechless. What the hell is a clean background, a clean life experience? To put it bluntly, as a traveler, both parents are dead, there are no messy relationships, and there are no black files left, and he can't be associated with pirates in his 8 lifetimes. And it can also be seen that since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy's recruitment standards for new recruits have really been lowered a lot. The Military Academy of the Navy Headquarters Marineford, headed by the former Navy Admiral Blackarm Zifa as the chief instructor, has cultivated generations of justice mainstays, and even has the reputation of the Cradle of Justice stars. What a bullshit cradle of generals! A weak chicken like me can pass the selection of the military. To put it bluntly, no one wants to be a Navy now. Roy said secretly. Every muscle in his body was filled with fatigue and pain, which made him see stars. Since Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, the number and quality of Navy recruitment have been declining at an extremely alarming rate in recent years. The students in the past 2 or 3 classes are all like crooked melons and cracked dates. Not to mention compared with the first generation of Navy heroes such as Sengoku, Zephyr and Garp, even the golden generation of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and others are not even related. This is the fucking Great Pirate Era. It's not the Great Navy Era. Young people in every household have become pirates. There are too many pirates, and the Navy can't catch them at all. The 4 emperors of the New World have already divided up the second half of the Grand Line. The Navy can only take advantage of the Sabayati archipelago symbolically from time to time, slightly hindering each generation of supernovas from entering the New World. What's so good about the Navy? Being a pirate is free, eating, drinking, gambling, and having a fulfilling life. You don't have to work. It's impossible to work. You can only rob to make a living. That's why Ron, who just crossed over and didn't have time to become a pirate, was caught and sent here to suffer. A mess of thoughts flew in Ron's head, and his eyelids kept trembling. Until a certain moment. His eyes went black, and the whole person finally lost strength. He fell to the muddy ground with a snap, and fell to the ground. At this moment before he fainted, a burly figure with purple hair suddenly appeared in front of him. The system's voice also sounded in my mind. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have attracted the attention of former Navy Admiral Zifa and have obtained his initial recognition. Points plus 1000. Damn, it's finally completed. Then Ron completely lost consciousness. Chapter 3 Young people don't have martial ethics, sneak attack? The rain is getting heavier. The sound of rain came from outside the window, slowly echoing in the dim office, and it seemed that everything was silent. The lights were swaying. Zafar, who was smoking a cigar, blew out smoke rings from his mouth, and his old eyes looked calmly at the young navy lying on the sofa. Overtraining made his body enter a self-protection state mode. In human terms, it was too tired, the brain crashed and fainted. Zeph checked Ron's condition and found that he was fine. He was no longer anxious and opened the list of military academy students again. He quickly scanned the list and finally found the name Ron. Name, Ron. Age, 20. Birthplace, Donghai. Family background, both parents are dead. Talent evaluation, medium. Physical fitness test evaluation, medium. Family political background evaluation, ordinary. As the chief instructor of the military academy, Zifa believes that he treats all students equally and does not treat them differently based on their talents. Even if he doesn't like monster geniuses like Sakaski, Borsellino, and Kuzan, he will still criticize them without any mercy. And for some seedlings with poor talents, he will not hide his knowledge, but teach them with all his heart. It is this kind of strictness and seriousness that makes Zifa win the respect of all students and even countless people in the Navy. But even so, when Zifa saw the word medium on Ron's talent evaluation, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. What a pity! He whispered softly. Zifa is not a talent-only theory, but he does not think that talent is useless. On the contrary, this sea is extremely cruel. Which of the strong men who can stand at the top of the sea is of ordinary origin? Not to mention those brats like Sakaski in the Navy. Among the 4 emperors of the New World, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin is known as the natural destroyer and destroyed a giant village at the age of 8. Red-haired Shanks was valued by Pirate King Roger when he was young and served as an intern on the Pirate King's ship. Kaido, the beast, is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. His physique in his youth was so strong that he was simply inhuman. These pirates who now stand at the top of the world's combat power are all extremely talented. An ordinary person with mediocre talent, even if he has Zephyr's teaching in this military academy, even if he works tirelessly and even desperately like just now, the final achievement is at most the combat power of a vice-admiral of the headquarters. Zephyr admires the will and efforts of the young boy who is sleeping soundly in front of him. Not everyone can brave such wind and rain, endure the pain of a body close to collapse, and train late at night. This requires a strong will like steel and a deep obsession to become stronger. This kid named Ron did it. He gritted his teeth and persevered. But it was precisely because Zifa admired and recognized Ron that he felt even more regretful. Many things cannot be achieved by hard work alone. But just when Zifa was thinking this in his heart, he seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly stared at the Navy boy in front of him. In his observation-hacky perception, he could clearly perceive that Ron in front of him suddenly glowed with a tenacious and tough vitality. This vitality constantly nourishes Ron's body, muscles, blood vessels, and organs, making his breath become stronger. Although this degree of strengthening is nothing for a general-level strongman like Zifa, this amazing change has aroused Zifa's curiosity. Could it be that this kid's physique is a bit weird? There are thousands of races on this sea, with all kinds of weird and magical races. The giants, the kings of the land, who are huge and can attack cities and capture strongholds. The fishmen, who are called the darlings of the sea and can burst out stronger power in the sea. The long-legged people, who have well-developed leg muscles and are good at kicking. The fur people, who have animal fur and can transform on moonlit nights. Even a Navy strongman like Zifa, who is knowledgeable and has been riding the sea for decades, dare not guarantee that he has seen all the races on this sea with his own eyes. Just when Zifa was confused, Ron, who fell into a coma, was conscious in his heart. Congratulations, you have completed the task and obtained 1000 points. Do you want to use 1000 points for a lottery? Ron chose yes without hesitation. What a joke, he was so desperate to act that he almost lost his life, just to get points for the lottery and become stronger. As he made his choice, a huge roulette wheel emerged in his mind, flashing with colorful sacred light, vast and magnificent. On the fast-spinning wheel, Ron could vaguely see the rewards he coveted, such as 6 navy styles and giant physique. After just a few seconds, the fast-spinning wheel stopped. The pointer slowly stopped at the column Genin level Chakra combat power. This is just the early transition, the rest is all about physical skills and haki, there won't be any Sharingan or anything else. Congratulations on getting Genin level Chakra. You have successfully mastered the method of extracting Chakra. Your Chakra amount is comparable to Genin. You have successfully mastered the 3-body technique, Shuriken throwing technique, basic ninjutsu. As strands of Chakra energy like a thin trickle flowed out from every cell in the body, infused into the body's meridians, and continuously nourished the damaged muscles, Ron only felt that his consciousness had regained control of his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a face. Under the flickering light, the face was wrinkled and wearing sunglasses. The expression was strange. From a close distance, it looked a little scary and gloomy. Damn it! Ron was immediately startled. Ghost! Ron, who didn't react for a while, was startled and screamed. He subconsciously punched the face. Bang! The fist hit the man's sunglasses heavily. Snap! The sunglasses shattered. The next moment, Zeph's angry voice shook the huge office. You little brat actually attacked me. Written in anime style. Garp was chopped by Axe Monk even when he was sleeping. Chapter 4 Favor Ability plus 10, Capture the Admiral. In the Marshal's office. The lights were bright. Ron sat on the sofa with a well-behaved look, his hands on his knees, his body straight, not daring to move. He looked innocently at Zifa, who was gritting his teeth and applying medicinal wine to his eyes with a murderous look, and his heart was throbbing. Mr. Zifa, do you want me to help you apply the medicine? Ron said cautiously. Looking at Zifa's dark eye sockets, which were swollen like a giant panda, Ron's mouth twitched uncontrollably and his shoulders shook. What are you laughing at? Do you think you are humorous? Zafar keenly saw Ron's little action, and was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Ron sat up straight and said seriously. Teacher Zifa, I'm not laughing. I'm a Marine who has received strict training. I don't laugh normally. Zafar resisted the urge to beat up this bastard kid. He rolled his eyes, took out a pair of brand new sunglasses from the drawer next to him, and put them on. But because the dark blue fist mark on his eye socket was too big, he touched the wound when he put on the sunglasses, and he grimaced in pain again. You're laughing again. Zafar suddenly turned his head and stared at Ron fiercely. This bastard kid, who has no martial ethics, actually attacked. I was careless for a moment and didn't dodge. But how could Zifa know that Ron, this stinky boy, would punch him for no reason? Ron said seriously. Teacher Zifa, I really didn't laugh. His face was very tense. Zifa said something from between his teeth. You obviously laughed. Don't think I can't see it because I'm wearing sunglasses. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Ron's face, but it quickly disappeared. He coughed lightly and said seriously. Teacher Zifa, I'm not laughing at you. I just remembered something funny. Zafar snorted coldly and took out a cigar from his desk. He couldn't help it. He couldn't really beat this brat. He didn't mean it. Zafar was about to light the cigar, but he saw Ron had walked over quickly, and he picked up the lighter with a smile like a lackey, and opened it with a click. He glanced at Ron, brought the cigar over, lit it, and took a deep puff. The thick white smoke came out of his mouth, and Zifa felt the pain in his eye sockets become much lighter as he felt the heat and stimulation of the cigar tobacco surging in his throat. He opened his eyes, but saw the Navy kid in front of him looking at him eagerly. Zifa said unhappily. "If you want to smoke, take it yourself." "Okay." Ron laughed and quickly took out a cigar from the cigar box in front of Zifa. He placed the cigar horizontally under his nose, sniffed it gently, and showed an expression of enjoyment on his face, and praised. "Good stuff." He cut the cigar, bit it in his mouth, and lit it. The skillful action made Zifa, an old smoker, dazed. Enjoying the top cigar on this Ron squinted his eyes comfortably. He was an old smoker before crossing over, and he had bought a lot of cigars, but he didn't have money to buy such high-end goods. Mr. Zifa, do you have any wine here?" Because he was familiar with the plot, Ron was quite familiar with Zifa's personality. Zifa doesn't have too many rules. Although he has no bottom line when torturing students in class, it can be described as inhumane. And he even calls it for you to avoid injuries in the future. However, as long as they don't touch the bottom line, this old man is always careless. Ron is not polite either. Cigars are different from cigarettes. Cigars are not only good for the lungs, but also for the taste of cigar smoke in the throat. Therefore, it is generally better to pair them with wine or salty ham. "Why do you want wine?" Zifa glanced at him. Ron chuckled. "Teacher Zifa, you don't understand this. Cigars need wine to be strong." Zifa looked at Ron suspiciously. "There is such a thing?" He, an old smoker for many years, doesn't know it. He initially suspected that the brat was greedy for his wine, but he didn't think too much about it. He pointed in a direction and said, "It's over there." Ron immediately stood up, walked to the coffee table next to him, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, added a few ice cubes, and brought them over. "Come, Mr. Zifa, take a puff of the cigar, hold it in your mouth for 3 seconds, and then gently exhale." Zafel did it doubtfully. A stream of smoke like a dragon slowly exhaled. Bursts of spicy and hot surged in the mouth. At this time, Ron handed over a glass of iced whiskey at the right time. "Then take a small sip." Zafel took the glass and took a sip gently. The cool liquor diluted the spicy feeling of the cigar tobacco at once, and a unique and long fragrance and stimulation echoed in the throat. Zafel's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but scolded with a smile. "You stinky boy, you haven't learned other things well, but you are quite good at enjoying this." Ron puffed happily and said with a smile, "If there is salty ham, cut a little more, and add iced mountain spring water, it will be very good too." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Because he actually saw a string of words favorability +10 suddenly appear above Zifa's head. "Ron? Is this possible? I just taught this old man to smoke and drink better, and this can increase his favorability?" And Ron also found that this favorability can be naturally converted into points on the system. At this time, 40 points have been accumulated on the system interface. Thinking of this, Ron's eyes turned. It seems that this way of gaining recognition really doesn't have too many restrictions. As long as you can do something that the target person recognizes, it will appear. "What's the matter? I just traveled to Pirates, how did this become a strategy game?" "Who cares, as long as there are points?" So Ron looked at Zifa eagerly, and poured wine and handed Zifa cigarettes in a more familiar manner. And in his sight, the words favorability +3 kept appearing above Zifa's head. For a moment, the scene of the old and the young in the office was extremely harmonious, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Cigarettes and alcohol are originally the mediators of relationships between men from 80 to 18. As for the bad habit of this brat in front of him who smokes and drinks at a young age, Zifa doesn't care. What a joke, if the Navy doesn't smoke, is it still the Navy? The slightly famous Navy bosses all smoke and drink, and they have to cross their legs when fighting, looking like military ruffians. This is the sense of oppression. Tell me, Ron boy, you said that you didn't sleep in the middle of the night and trained in the storm, what's going on? After enjoying a meal of cigarettes and alcohol, Zifa narrowed his eyes and stared at the young Navy in front of him, seemingly nonchalantly. Ron heard this and thought that this was just the master's, no, the system's task. Chapter 5 The most fearful thing is to live a mediocre life. But Ron couldn't say that. Since he knew that this system had the function of brushing favorability and recognition to gain points, he naturally couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't say that the system issued this task and asked me to play a trick to attract your attention, right? Quickly recalling every bit about Zifa, the former Navy admiral, in his mind, Ron's face gradually became serious. Black-armed Zifa, because he insisted on benevolent justice, he had made great contributions to justice in the army for decades, but he never killed any pirates in his military career, so he was also called the non-killing admiral. This approach Ron was not qualified to judge, after all. Everyone has his own inner persistence. But there was no doubt that it was this kind of benevolent justice that made the old man with a panda eye in front of him have a lofty reputation in the army that no one could match. Yes, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zephyr is the most prestigious veteran in the Navy. He grew up in the same era as the Navy hero Garp and the wise General Marshal Sengoku, and was one of the first generation of veterans in the Navy system. It was a glorious era when the stars of the Navy shone. He was personally involved in everything and led by example. He won the title of hero at a young age and became a Navy admiral's reputation. If it weren't for the incident that year, which caused Zifa to suffer an extremely serious blow and trauma to his mind, the old man who liked to play with goats, Sengoku, would never have been the Navy admiral. Even so, after resigning from the position of Navy admiral, Zifa's reputation in the military has not diminished at all. The 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, who are now ranked as the highest combat power of the world government, are students cultivated by him. In the entire Navy system, more than 70% to 80% of the officers above the school level are his students. Even a proud and cold guy like Sakazuki has to respectfully call Zifa Teacher Zifa when he sees him. This honor is a gift to all the students in the world. The Navy's current prosperity is inseparable from Zifa's teaching at the military academy. Of course, the Admiral of the Navy is the leader of the world's justice forces. It is not enough to have a high reputation. Political art and skills are also important, and the world government must also look up to him. However, this is already a game among the top political leaders, and it has little to do with Ron now. Ron thought about it, and said with a righteous face. If I can work harder and sweat more during training, maybe I can shed less blood on the battlefield, and one less comrade will die. As soon as the voice fell, a slap hit Ron's head, making him dizzy. Ron looked at the purple-haired old man who attacked him out of nowhere, and it seemed as if 10,000 grass-mud horses were running through his heart. Revenge. This bastard old man is taking revenge. Who are you kidding, brat? Zephyr retracted his big hand and rolled his eyes. He has lived for so many years, how can he still not distinguish between truth and lies? Ron, this bastard boy, spoke in a high-sounding manner, and his expression was quite appropriate, but could you not bite the cigar while talking? Zephyr thought so, looking at Ron who was confused in front of him, he felt secretly happy in his heart. You just punched me, and now I slap you back, isn't it too much? He just wanted to laugh, but the movement of his face pulled the wound on his eye, and he twitched in pain. Damn it, he was pecked in the eye by the eagle all day long. It was dark just now and I didn't see clearly. I didn't expect that the unconscious boy would suddenly wake up. He was hit by a punch. Ron was a little angry when he saw Zifa's expression of wanting to laugh but stopping. This old man is quite vindictive. But what's the matter with the favor ability +5 popping up above your head? Did you enjoy the fight? Tell the truth. Zifa snorted coldly. Ron thought to himself, how could I tell the truth, so he had to say. Actually, I think I'm too weak. He sighed as he said that, and his expression was as sincere as it could be. Zifa stared at Ron for a long time, then suddenly said angrily. You will die if you work so hard. If you want to improve your combat power, it is not something that can be achieved by working hard overnight. It requires years of accumulation. Random training will only leave hidden injuries on your body and overdraw your physical potential in advance. Without sufficient recovery and scientific training plan, no matter how much you train, it is meaningless. After hearing Zifa's words, Ron couldn't spit out a lot of complaints in his heart. He thought to himself that I don't have any physical potential. People know their own business. This talent is at best a major general level, and it is estimated that it can't even touch the edge of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, when he saw the favor ability +10 above Zifa's head after he said this, he knew that he had made the right bet. It seems that his efforts and persistence are still very much to Zifa's taste. Although this arrogant old man is still scolding on the surface. Teacher Zifa, actually, I know everything you said. After a moment of silence, Ron lowered his head as if thinking of something and whispered. Seeing Ron's depressed look in front of him, Zifa flashed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Has he been hit just like that? Did he see wrongly? But I won't give up. At this time, Ron suddenly said. Zafar was stunned. In his eyes, he saw Ron raise his slightly tired and pale face again, and the latter's eyes exuded a kind of dim but extremely hot light. I won't give up. I don't have the monster-like talent and physique of General Sakaski, and I don't have a good background and inheritance. I'm just an ordinary civilian kid from the East China Sea. A hint of bitterness appeared on Ron's face. What he said was in his heart. If it weren't for the system, no matter how hard he tried, the highest point of his life would have been doomed. If he was lucky, he might be able to survive the upcoming war on the top. But that's all. He will never be able to reach the highest and most magnificent stage in this sea in his life. Those great figures who made him excited and fascinated in the animation in the past will have nothing to do with him. It was not easy to travel through time once, and he came to his favorite pirate world. If he can't reach the top and compete with those familiar and unfamiliar names in his mind, Ron will never be willing in his life. Since he has traveled through time to the dream world of pirates. Who doesn't want to personally see the strength of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard? Who doesn't want to challenge Kaido, the beast, and slash the dragon in the sky? Who doesn't want to see the endless scenery and beautiful scenery of this sea? Who doesn't want to experience the black knife of the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk? Who doesn't want to reach the end of the world, Raftel, and see the secrets of Pirate King Roger? Who doesn't want Nami, Robin Hood, Cook, Dust, Kaidana, Peach Rabbit, White Star, Light Moon, Day, and Khalifa? These are the dreams of every pirate who travels through time. Ron naturally wants to do it too. It's not that he hasn't tried and worked hard. He tried, but it didn't work. So he really didn't reconcile. Before traveling through time, he was just an ordinary person. After traveling through time, can he only be an ordinary person? He couldn't accept it. No matter how humble and weak a knight is, he will yearn to ride a white horse and a silver spear one day, guard the girl of his hometown, and then die heroically. No matter how ordinary a person is, he will pray to be able to stand at the top, hold great power, and compete with the most unruly heroes in the world. What is the most feared thing in a person's life? The most feared thing is to be mediocre all his life, and still comfort himself that being ordinary is precious. Chapter 6 Live Happily. Live thoroughly. Teacher Zifa, I know better than anyone what level my talent is. Ron raised his head slightly, because a touch of maturity and stubbornness that was not in line with his age slowly emerged on his pale face due to cold and fatigue. He looked at the purple-haired old man in front of him. Perhaps because he was familiar with the plot, he knew Zifa's personality and character very well, so he naturally had a unique trust in this old admiral. Since the time he crossed over, he couldn't help but want to pour out some words that had been suppressed in his heart. His eyes became calm, like an ancient well without waves, but a free and easy smile gradually rose at the corner of his mouth. But I'm not willing to give up. No one in this sea stipulates that mediocre people can't play, right? Some things, if I don't work hard and try hard, I guess I will fall into deep regret for the rest of my life. I don't want to regret it. Yes. Ron doesn't want to regret it. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary college student, from an ordinary, not rich but not poor, happy family. He was not smart, and did not have the talent to become a top student easily. He was also an ordinary student. Maybe after graduating from college, he would go to an ordinary class, work from 9 to 5 every day if he was lucky, and 996 every day if he was unlucky, and then get married and have children in a plain way, and spend his life simply. Maybe that was what he wanted, or maybe not, because in that world, Ron did not have much choice. But now it is different. He crossed over. This is a brand new world. This is a brand new beginning. Maybe he did not have amazing talents like before. But he had a system. It was a rare crossing, and he finally came to this pirate world that accommodated his youth and passion. He wanted to live happily. Live thoroughly. Who doesn't want to wear a general's cape and charge into battle? Who doesn't want to take up a gun and fight? If you live again, you must leave no regrets. Zephyr stared at Ron, who was smiling calmly and with a determined face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word of persuasion. Ron saw several favorability +10 symbols popping up on Zifa's head. Well, the bet was right again. Sure enough, this arrogant old man just likes this positive energy. So that's it. Zephyr shook his head, and suddenly smiled meaningfully. But you can't do this. Smelly boy, do you want to become stronger? He stared at Ron with burning eyes. Ron thought to himself that he wanted Nazi, but nodded resolutely on his face. Zephyr smiled and said, "Then go back and have a good rest." He waved his hand as if to drive away flies. Ron? This plot is not right. Logically speaking, after I said such touching and exciting words, you should be moved and wave your hand and say, "Be my apprentice." Then there will be a mutual recognition between master and apprentice. Why did you just let me go back to bed? This old man doesn't play by the rules. Looking at the favorability +5 that kept popping up on Zifa's head, Ron was a little overwhelmed. But since the boss has spoken, he can't refuse and continue to stay here. In desperation, Ron had to support himself and stand up from the sofa, limping to the door of the office. "Take an umbrella." Zifa's voice came from behind, and then the sound of wind sounded behind him. Ron subconsciously turned around and took the umbrella thrown by Zifa. He looked at the old man who was sitting in the office chair again, smoking silently as if hidden in the darkness, and suddenly bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zifa." Zifa, who was hiding in the shadows, smiled and said, "Don't catch a cold, brat." Click. The door was pushed open. Ron was stunned when he heard the words, and his heart was warmed. He nodded and opened the black umbrella. He plunged into the wind and rain. Looking at the young figure going away, Zifa sat in the office chair without saying a word, smoking one cigarette after another, as if he fell into a long silence. The door of the office slowly closed. After a long time, he seemed to have made some kind of decision and opened the military academy freshman file on the desk again. Name, Ron. Age, 20. Origin, Donghai. Family background, both parents are dead. Talent evaluation, medium. Physical fitness test evaluation, medium. Family political background evaluation. Ordinary. Dense smoke filled the figure of Zifa, making him squint his eyes. It is hard to imagine that a series of extremely brief evaluations on this file actually encompass the first half of a person's life. Under this form, there are a few words written by the person in charge of the review of freshmen in the military academy. Comprehensive evaluation. It is not recommended to train according to the combat power sequence. It is recommended to train in the direction of intelligence officers and staff officers. The admission evaluation of freshmen in the military academy is a very important consideration in the training program of the military academy. If nothing unexpected happens, this comprehensive evaluation will determine the rest of Ron's life. After all, not everyone has the qualifications and standards to be trained in the combat power system sequence. For those who do not have good talents and combat literacy for freshmen, being a staff officer or intelligence officer is another way out. But this is obviously not the way out that Brat Ron wants. Are you unwilling? Zephyr narrowed his eyes and stared at the sentence of comprehensive evaluation, whispering softly with a meaningful tone. At a certain moment, a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. He extinguished the cigar and picked up the pen. A straight black line directly crossed the sentence of evaluation. Zephyr's tightly knitted eyebrows slowly loosened. He picked up the pen and wrote a new sentence on it. This student has great ambitions and a firm will. Although his talent is weak, it can be compensated by hard work. He will be cultivated according to the combat power sequence. After writing, Zifa took a deep look at the file, and then slowly closed it. He exhaled a long breath, lit another cigar, and turned to look out the window. On the road to the military academy, he saw a thin figure holding a black umbrella limping forward in the heavy rain, heading towards the military academy dormitory in the distance. The wind was strong and the rain was heavy. Every step he took was extremely difficult. Zeph's mouth gradually outlined a mellow smile like strong liquor, and he murmured to himself. Smelly boy, facing this storm, it's not easy for you to walk this road. Chapter 7: A Stroke That Rewrites Your Life. In the empty and lonely chief instructor's office, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zifa, smoked a cigarette, quietly watching the thin figure being completely swallowed up by the wind and rain that enveloped everything. The smoke filled his weather-beaten face, and the light from the ceiling made the wrinkles on his face like ravines appear more and more intense and clear. Listening to the sound of rain outside, Zifa fell into deep thought. He is a master of using haki. At a young age, he fought in the sea with his powerful armament haki and earned the reputation of Black Arm. Similarly, Zephyr's observation haki is just as strong as his armament haki, and is not weaker at all. He may not be able to achieve the legendary realm of being able to listen to other people's voices and predicting the future, but he can easily judge whether others' words are from the heart through their breath, emotions, and physical signs. So when Ron said, "If I can work harder and sweat more during training, maybe I can shed less blood on the battlefield, and one less comrade will die," he will directly sneer and slap the stinky boy in a hot temper. This is naturally very good, but it is not the real idea of Ron, the cunning boy. But Zephyr can sense that the stinky boy is serious about what he said later. He is indeed unwilling. Zephyr can sense this. It was an impulse to become stronger even at the cost of one's life. This made Zifa very curious. What kind of past could make an ordinary kid from the East China Sea have such a mentality and will? He knew clearly that with his talent, it was impossible for him to have the achievements of Sakazuki and others. But he was still unwilling. He said he didn't want to regret it. So Zifa decided to give him a chance and changed Ron's training direction with a stroke of his pen on the military academy file. Zifa, who was in a high position, knew very well that his light stroke could easily change Ron's life. So under normal circumstances, he would not make such a decision easily. But he did see Ron's will. It's just that he knew a deep truth very clearly. The fact is far more cruel than Ron thought. When he tried his best but still couldn't catch up with those geniuses, when he gritted his teeth and moved forward, training day after day, he couldn't match others one day's effort. In the end, will he continue to fall into disappointment, confusion, and then become desperate? When he recognizes the truth of reality, will he face it calmly and move forward as he said today, or will he give up his dream? Zifa is very curious about Ron's final choice. Although the probability is very low, almost zero. If that cunning brat can really stick to his original intention and go to the end, even if he hits a wall and doesn't turn back. Zifa suddenly laughed and clenched his fists. Although the military academy admission file clearly marked Ron's terrible talent, Zifa didn't think that the scene he just saw was an illusion. That force, although weak, is full of vigorous vitality like a trickle. It was because he sensed the power generated in Ron's body that the stunned Zifa was careless for a moment and was attacked by a sneak punch. Is there a problem with the test process for conscription? Zifa couldn't help but think of this. But the moment this thought came up, he shook his head and killed the idea. Impossible. The admission, screening and testing process of the military academy for freshmen is very cumbersome and detailed, and the degree of strictness makes the probability of error extremely low. If it's not a problem with the test, then there is only one answer. Zifa held a cigar in his hand and murmured softly. He has never experienced systematic training before, so the true potential of his body has not been well developed. If that's the case. He looked at the new student file again. This is the last class, Ron, don't let me down. Outside the window, the thunder was still deafening. The wind was strong. The rain was pouring. Zeph leaned back in his office chair and slowly closed his eyes. That night, somehow, he slept soundly. The wind and rain dissipated overnight. On the distant sea of Marine Headquarters Marineford, the bright sunlight slowly emerged from behind the clouds like a giant's fingertips, shining on the world. The cold sea breeze blew across the vast land, passing through the Navy headquarters lined with military fortresses unimpeded. The white seagull flags roared and fluttered in the sky. A sunny day. Military school, dormitory. The darkness in the room gradually faded, and a touch of golden warm light seeped in from the window. In the last shadowy corner of the room, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air arose. Several black shadows like flowing light left traces in the air at an astonishing speed, like sharp arrows piercing the heart, shooting through the flickering lights in the room one after another. Ding ding ding! 3 crisp buzzing sounds rang out. The sunlight outside the window finally completely dispelled all the darkness in the dormitory room. Under the warm light, 3 daggers with spikes, round hooks at the tails, and sharp heads have been firmly embedded in the wall, and the tails are shaking constantly. Kunao. This is a weapon that has never appeared in this sea. 3 black kunao are embedded in the wall in a triangular shape, full of a unique beauty. The light gradually bloomed, reflecting a figure in the room. What is extremely strange is that a thin figure was not standing on the ground. He was hanging upside down on the ceiling, with blue energy flowing around his feet, as if he was tightly stuck to the ceiling wall like Spider-Man with suction cups. The 3 kunao that shot through the lights with incredible precision just now were thrown by this guy standing upside down. Ron released the chakra control on his feet, and his figure turned in the air like a flexible monkey and landed steadily. He slowly opened his eyes, with a sharp light flashing in his eyes. You mastered it quickly, it's really a gift from the system. A smile appeared on his lips. The ability he showed was naturally the Genin level chakra combat power he got from the first lottery with 1000 points. Originally, he felt a little regretful that he didn't get the 6 styles of the Navy, a non-human combat skill, nor did he get the giant physique or murloc physique, which were strange things. But after a whole night of mastering, he was satisfied to find that he was able to draw the Genin level chakra combat power. He was really lucky to have found a treasure. Chapter 8 Maybe I'm not that useless? 6 styles of the Navy, Razor, iron block, paper drawing, moon step, storm kick, finger gun are 6 physical skills that exceed the physical limits of humans. They are extremely powerful. If you learn all of them, you can even fight against devil fruit users. Giant physique, transform the physique at the level of blood, greatly improve the body strength, and gain terrifying power comparable to that of the giants to a certain extent. Merseman physique, transform the physique at the level of blood, gain the ability to survive in the water of the Merseman to a certain extent, be able to breathe freely in the sea water, and gain some of the water control abilities of the Merseman. Although the above 3 lottery rewards are indeed good choices, this is not the most urgent need of Ron. The Navy 6 styles requires a strong physique as a basic support, otherwise it is impossible to exert the original power of the Navy 6 styles. The most important thing is that this item is also taught in the Military Academy curriculum, and it is only a matter of time for Ron to master it. The Giant Physique and the Fishman Physique are indeed weapons that can enhance the body, but Ron has not yet mastered the most basic fighting level and combat skills, and is still in the stage of strengthening his body. Rashly obtaining the enhancement of these 2 physiques is equivalent to a child obtaining a powerful weapon, which cannot be transformed into real combat power in a short time. But this Genin level chakra combat power is different. The chakra training system comes from the Naruto world, and it is the only training system in that world. And this Genin level chakra combat power system reward, please note that this is not a chakra training method, nor is it as simple as the system infusing your body with Genin level chakra. It is a one-stop service. From the chakra training method, chakra infusion, basic 3 body techniques, transformation technique, clone technique, and substitute technique, shuriken and kunai throwing techniques and basic ninjutsu of various systems, etc. Perhaps this seems to be compared to this vast land. The monsters in the sea are still extremely far away, but Ron knows that as long as he can understand all of them, he will have a certain degree of self-protection. Transformation, clone, and substitute, these 3 techniques are the basis of many ninjutsu. This may not be a big deal in the world of Naruto, but if it is in the world of One Piece, as long as Ron can use it flexibly in the battle of physical skills, he will have an irreplaceable advantage in close combat. Think about it for a moment. In close combat, you use the substitute technique to avoid the opponent's attack, and the clone technique is used as a cover. Even if some opponents who are far stronger than Ron, it is also very likely to be hit when caught off guard. After all, this sea has never seen such a trick, and the unknown often means unexpected results. Adding the control of chakra, even if it is only the level of Genin, it can give Ron the terrifying ability to fly over eaves and walls, and even walk freely on the sea. At that time, even if he eats the devil fruit and becomes a devil fruit ability user and becomes a landlubber, he will no longer be afraid of falling into the sea and drowning. All of the above abilities will be the basis for Ron's rise in this sea. In addition, this Genin level chakra combat power reward also brings a very important benefit. That is, Ron has successfully mastered the practice and extraction method of chakra. This also means that in the future he will no longer need to continue to spend precious points to extract chakra at the Chunin level or even the Jonin level, but can achieve this goal through his own practice. He can use the extremely precious points in other places. Because he has already checked that in addition to the lottery, the system's rewards can also be obtained directly through the exchange of them all. He even saw the powerful abilities such as Sharingan, Flying Thunder God Technique, 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, that made him covetous. It's just that compared to direct exchange, the system lottery is relatively cheaper, but there is a probability problem. After all, it is equivalent to drawing a blind box, and you can't draw the one you want every time. Thinking of this, Ron sat on his bed, slowly closed his eyes, posed a posture, and tried to extract chakra by himself again. His mind gradually immersed, and his expression became calm. Strands of light blue chakra energy slowly rose around his body, like a faint flame. In just 1 minute, his face became a little strange, and suddenly he opened his eyes. It's not that he didn't extract chakra. It's that the speed at which he extracted chakra was too fast. This is simply not in line with his understanding of the world of Naruto. He thought about it carefully, and a guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Is it because the people in the pirate world are naturally stronger than those in the Naruto world? Chakra is the training system of ninjas, and it is the energy generated by the perfect fusion of various component energies mastered by humans. According to the combat power setting of the Naruto world, the extraction and cultivation of chakra comes from 130 trillion cells in the human body, and energy is extracted from cells through the cultivation of chakra. On the other hand, another source of chakra can also be the spiritual energy of the soul. In general, in addition to fairy arts, the main sources of chakra cultivation are body and soul. The combat power setting of the two worlds of Naruto and pirates is comparable to each other when it develops to the peak, and there is no obvious difference in high and low, and each has its own strengths. But if it is just about physique and physical strength, there is no doubt that people in the pirate world are much higher than those in the Naruto world. The strong physique will allow Ron to obtain faster speed when extracting chakra. In addition, as a time traveler, Ron's soul is extremely powerful, and the chakra extracted through spiritual energy is also quite good. Under these two factors, perhaps Ron will be able to obtain the training speed of those geniuses in the Naruto world. Maybe. I am far less useless than I thought. Ron groped his chin with one hand, muttered with a wry smile. Of course, this is just a guess of Ron, without any evidence, but it doesn't matter anymore. What he has to do now is to master what he can master and take every step forward down to earth. What he said to Zifa was what he really thought. There is no chance to say it again. But now, a broad road is in front of him. He must fight for it. Talent is not as good as those monsters? So what? Too humble, then try to tiptoe. Thinking like this, Ron's eyes gradually filled with firm determination. The so-called glorious years are not the shining days after making a name for yourself. It is the struggle against fate and the persistence of dreams when no one cares. At this time, ding dong ding dong. A series of long and distant bells came from afar, interrupting Ron's meditation. It's time for class. Chapter 9 The Beautiful Swordsman Instructor, Dao Tu Jun. The familiar bell sounded from afar, echoing in his ears, making Ron startled slightly. He used to be a person who hated class. Even when he was in college, he was an active truant. A university without truant is not perfect. But somehow, in this world full of dangers, when he heard the familiar bell sound, he felt a different emotion in his heart. He is no longer the ignorant college student who can fish in the water. This sea is cruel. Maybe he will go to the battlefield in the next moment and die in the artillery. In the days when one's future is uncertain. Hearing this calming ringtone, I feel a different kind of happiness. Maybe like many people in the real world. When they were in school, many people did not know how to cherish their time. After graduation and work, they were beaten by the society and smoothed by the rules, and then they realized the preciousness of that time. They always recall the happy life in school. Too late to regret. Ron, who had traveled through time, had experienced more, so he knew more clearly than others how precious and hard-won this period of time was. He did not reject classes. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. After all, he still had to show off. The sun was shining brightly, filling the earth. Marineford, Military Academy. The soft and warm sea breeze blew in from the window, and the bright sunshine covered the young faces in the classroom with a thin layer of golden sand. On the podium, a beautiful figure was holding a pointer, carefully explaining the content of today's cultural class. She was tall and wore a pink tight skirt, which highlighted her perfect body curves. Her slender legs were straight and white, and she wore a pair of stiletto high heels. Her black and beautiful wavy long hair was casually combed into a bun behind her head, but her peach eyes revealed a hint of serious coldness and alienation. A large cloak of justice is draped over her shoulders, and the printed patterns on the shoulders of the cloak represent her authority as a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A long sword with dazzling golden light hangs around her waist, and there is a spider-shaped tattoo on her thigh, which makes her temperament look cold, dangerous, and mysterious. Jun, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and candidate for Admiral, codenamed Momo Rabbit in the Navy. The vast red soil continent divides the Grand Line into the front and back halves, of which the front half is called Paradise. There are several main routes in the Paradise Sea. Because the sea area and climate of the Grand Line are very different from those of the Four Seas, ships that enter the Grand Line must generally sail according to fixed routes and use magnetic pointers to record the magnetic field and determine the direction of navigation. The entrance to the Grand Line is called Upside Down Mountain. The current of Upside Down Mountain is very unique and shows an upward trend. According to the analysis of our naval scientists, the formation of this unique upside-down current has a lot to do with the magnetic field of Upside Down Mountain itself. Jun pointed at a huge nautical chart meticulously on the podium with a pointer. The content of today's cultural class is military geography. The training mechanism of the Navy Headquarters Military Academy is not limited to the training of combat power and the improvement of strength. The Military Academy is also known as the Officer Training Camp and is called the Cradle of Righteous Generals. It trains excellent officer talents, not just brave and combative soldiers. Basically, students who graduate from the Headquarters Military Academy will have certain powers in the future, so in addition to practical courses to improve combat effectiveness, various cultural courses will be arranged. These include the characteristics of the sea, military geography, tactical command, navigation, military formations, culture, and history of various countries, etc. It is a very simple truth. If an officer who graduated from the military academy takes the position of leader and controls a fleet, if he does not even understand the basic navigation and geography of various countries, he will not go far in this great waterway with unpredictable climate change. But Jun was not in a good mood when she looked at the freshmen of the military academy under the podium. She was once a member of the military academy, a student of teacher Zifa, and a schoolmate of Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino. But unlike Sakaski and the other two, she did not join the army, but chose to stay in the military academy after graduation and become an instructor of the military academy. It's not that she lacks combat power. On the contrary, she already has the combat power of a general. It's just that her naturally indifferent character makes her not value power and status. Compared to charging into battle, her way and philosophy of practicing justice were influenced by her mentor Zifa. She believed that teaching in military academies to cultivate the next generation of naval talents was more important. But the scene in front of her made her quite dissatisfied. Too lazy. These young faces were either whispering and slacking off, or sleeping behind books, or staring at the blackboard with dull and confused eyes, wandering in the sky. Perhaps this is a common problem in all worlds. No one likes to listen to boring cultural classes. After all, strength is respected on this sea. But whether you learn or not is one thing. If you don't try and work hard at all, you can't be accepted. This is an attitude problem. As a soldier, if you can't even be serious, what justice can you talk about? Jun shook his head gently, sighed in his heart, and a hint of disappointment flashed in the depths of his beautiful eyes. The content of cultural courses may not be the factor that determines a Navy's promotion, but strength is. But in Jun's view, all the knowledge he taught is very important. In this dangerous sea, in the process of conquering pirates, any unexpected factors may make you fail, so you must not be careless. It's just that these young guys don't know how to cherish. But she couldn't persuade them. She had to teach, but she couldn't force them to learn with a gun pointed at their heads. She was not teacher Zifa, and couldn't do this job. But just when she was disappointed in her heart, she suddenly saw a figure that was incompatible with the atmosphere of this classroom. She was slightly stunned. In the corner of the classroom, a face that was not handsome but had regular features was looking at the content on the blackboard seriously, and the pen in his hand kept writing and drawing on the notebook. Sometimes he frowned in deep thought, sometimes he seemed to be thinking about something, and his notebook was filled with several pages have been filled up. This little guy. Jun's eyes lit up, and she casually flipped through the freshman roster in her hand and found a name. Ron. She gently repeated the name in her heart, wrote it down, and then continued to explain. Under the podium. Ron, who was writing furiously, seemed to have noticed something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because he saw rows of numbers floating on the head of the beautiful swordsman instructor. Favorability +3. Favorability +5. Favorability +10. The progress bar of the strategy has begun. Chapter 10. There is no way out for poor students. Looking at the favorability +5 that kept floating on the head of the beautiful swordsman instructor, Ron laughed in his heart. Who said that studying hard is useless? Look, the effect is immediate. However, Ron himself did not expect that the effect created would be so good. The favorability of this beautiful instructor was rising. It can only be said that the peers set off too well. Look, in a class full of poor students, a hard-working and good student suddenly appeared, which was indeed very eye-catching. Looking at the increasing number of points on his system interface, Ron was very satisfied and smiled brightly. After last night's harvest at the old man Zifa's place and the current round of harvest, the number of points on his system interface has reached 254. If it continues to increase at this rate, he believes that it will not take long to collect 1000 points again for a primary lottery. It doesn't matter what you draw, as long as it can help you improve your combat power. It's good to have many skills. Who would dislike having too many cards on your body? While thinking, Ron put his attention back to the classroom. The military geography and meteorological knowledge taught by Lieutenant General Jun did sound very boring. Ron thought so at first. However, as he listened to the lectures carefully and understood them in depth, he gradually figured out the purpose of setting up such cultural courses in the military academy. The sea is vast and mysterious, with majesty and power that no one can resist. As a time traveler, Ron clearly remembers that illiterate people who don't study hard will end up with a tragic end even if they have great combat power. The best example is Shiki the Golden Lion. The legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, the captain of the Flying Pirates, once dominated the New World. At his peak, the Golden Lion, nicknamed Flying Admiral, commanded the largest pirate fleet in the world, and even the pirate king Roger and Whitebeard of the same period had to avoid his edge. The devil fruit he possessed, the floating fruit, could even allow him to easily float his fleet and even the island in the sky without falling all year round. But such a great hero with the ambition to roar the world was defeated by the Roger pirates in the Battle of Etowal. The Battle of Etowal caused Golden Lion to lose all his fleets, and most of his crew members died in the sea, and he lost the qualification to dominate the world. But the reason for his defeat was not because of his lack of strength. On the contrary. In that mighty war that was enough to change the world. Facing the Roger pirates, Golden Lion had the advantage from the beginning and directly forced the Roger pirates into a desperate situation. But just when he was about to wipe out the Roger pirates and gain the qualification to dominate the world, a sudden storm completely crushed his ambitions and dreams. The world's #1 pirate fleet was completely destroyed in the face of the power of nature, and even Golden Lion himself had a rudder inserted into his head, leaving a permanent trauma. This is the fate of illiterates. It's fine if you don't check the weather forecast before going out. If you don't even know a little bit of climate knowledge, you will fall in this sea sooner or later. After all, if it weren't for that storm, the position of the Pirate King would probably have to be replaced by the surname Jin. Therefore, combined with these blood-stained and profound lessons, even in the face of such boring cultural knowledge, Ron listened with relish. But to be honest, this is really brain-burning. Ron said in his heart. Although he was complaining in his heart, as he calmed down to study and buried himself in the books, he could always feel that his heart would gradually give birth to an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Is it a sense of accomplishment? Maybe, Ron didn't know. All the knowledge he learned in this class, this thick book, and his hard work. Maybe at the beginning he was just pretending to win the appreciation and recognition of the big guys, so as to get bonus points. He didn't even know whether the things he had memorized so hard would be of any help to his future path. After all, not everyone is as unlucky as Golden Lion. But who knows what will happen in the future? Ron just felt that. It seems that such a serious and hard-working state that makes him feel satisfied. Not bad. As for the future, let's deal with it later. Just do the things in front of you well and don't let yourself have any regrets, right? Every step you take counts. Time passed by minute. Half an hour later. The above is the content of our military geography class today. Students should remember it well when they go back. Remember, this will be of great importance to you in the future when you go to sea. Lieutenant General Jun on the podium put down his teaching stick and said in a deep voice. A sparse applause suddenly rang out in the classroom. The lecture was over. Those who were daydreaming came back to their senses. Those who were dozing off woke up immediately. And the whispering stopped. Jun looked at the freshman in the audience, feeling a little helpless. She couldn't help but move her eyes to the figure in the corner of the classroom, and found that the latter was still biting his fingers and thinking carefully about the contents of the notebook, with admiration flashing in his eyes. Favorability +5. Lieutenant General Jun, is this the end of our class today? At this time, someone raised his hand and asked. They couldn't wait to go out after class. Marineford, the headquarters of the Navy, is not far from the Sabayati archipelago. The prosperous island has become a backyard for military academy students to roam. Casinos, auctions, clubs, amusement parks, and all kinds of strange shops are available. Jun shook his head and said. No, the above is just the content of today's lecture. The next step is the in-class examination. Wow! A commotion suddenly broke out in the classroom. The freshmen were stunned. Exam? I've never heard of an exam. Could it be the content of the lecture just now? Wouldn't that be the end? The freshmen immediately flipped through the textbooks in panic, and hurriedly picked up their notebooks to copy the content on the blackboard. Many people whispered to each other and asked the people next to them about their notes. Looking at the chaotic classroom, Jun couldn't help rubbing his temples and sighed. Dear students, the scope of this in-class exam is not the content of the teaching just now. After the voice fell, all the military students breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that they looked like they had survived a disaster, Jun felt even more disappointed. She said lightly. This exam is very simple, that is, free expression, write a paper, and count it in your ideological and political course grades. As for the topic of the paper, she turned around and wrote the sentence, how should a person spend his life, on the blackboard. Your exam is to express your thoughts freely around this topic. There are no other requirements. At this moment, the freshmen of the military academy were immediately confused. Only Ron in the corner of the classroom had his eyes brightened, and the smile on his mouth gradually became abnormal. Political propaganda? Ideological awareness? Good guy, isn't this the time for me to show my talents? I was the propaganda committee member in college. I got full marks in the college entrance examination essay. Chapter 11. I am a top student. Please collect and give 5-star praise. Ron subconsciously raised his head and looked at the freshmen of the military academy around him. The faces of those guys were full of confusion, looking at the topic of the paper, how should a person spend his life, on the blackboard with a confused look, scratching his head and ears. They never thought that you would be asked to write a paper in this military academy. Shouldn't the military academy help you improve your combat power and teach you combat skills? To be honest, Ron himself was a little surprised. After all, in his understanding of the pirate world, the appearance of cultural courses was indeed a little strange. But on second thought, it seemed reasonable. In the past, Ron's understanding of the plot of One Piece was always from the perspective of the protagonist Luffy. The Straw Hat Pirates, rather than a pirate group, it is more appropriate to say that they are an adventure group. The organizational structure of the pirate group is very loose, with combat power as the top priority and no discipline at all. Even the 4 Emperor's pirates that roamed the New World are not much better. For example, the Whitebeard pirates led by Edward Newgate, who is known as the strongest man in the world, chose to use a family as a bond instead of a clear position and power hierarchy to command. In fact, even Whitebeard himself can only control the Whitebeard pirates, only the main ship, the Moby Dick. His control over the more than 40 pirate groups under his command is extremely fragile. This is an organizational form that relies on personal connections and relationships as a bond. The biggest drawback of this organizational form is that when the captain of a pirate group loses his prestige or dies, the pirate group will fall apart at a terrifying speed. This is why the Whitebeard pirates collapsed so quickly after the Battle of Marineford, and were even quickly swallowed up by the Blackbeard pirates. But the Navy is different from pirates. The Navy is the most powerful and organized violent law enforcement agency on this sea. The command structure is extremely strict, and there is a clear power chain from top to bottom, allowing the Navy to organize combat power efficiently and orderly. To give a very simple example, the Whitebeard pirates cannot be without Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard dies, the entire pirate group will quickly disintegrate. But even if the Marshal of the Warring States died in battle, the Navy would still have a clear and good power organization structure to maintain the stability of the entire Navy's combat power. Among them, the most important role is played by the Navy's middle and senior officers. The Military Academy is a place to cultivate outstanding military talents. The design here is not just to cultivate strong and reckless men from the beginning. So the setting of cultural courses is reasonable. Really good. Looking at the performance of all the Military Academy students around him, Ron raised an interested smile. Very good, only if you perform worse can I stand out. How else can I stand out? Thinking this way, Ron picked up the pen. The warm sunlight shone in from the window of the classroom, and the cool sea breeze blew on the young faces with frowning eyebrows. In the huge classroom, there was silence, only the rustling sound of writing. Jun observed around and walked out of the classroom slowly. Outside the corridor of the classroom, 2 old figures stood there, quietly looking at the students in the classroom through the glass window. Teacher Zifa, Sister Crane. Jun came to the 2 people and said respectfully. The burly figure on the left was naturally Zifa. And standing next to Zifa was a figure with grey hair. She crossed her arms around her chest, and her eyes with long crow's feet were full of deep wisdom. It was a kind of wisdom accumulated over the years. She is short, with a large cloak of justice draped over her shoulders. Her face is full of vicissitudes of life. The gentle temperament of an older woman is mixed with a dashing heroic spirit. Vice Admiral Tsuru, one of the Navy's senior staff officers of the same era as Zephyr, Garp, and Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru does not belong to the combat sequence of the Navy headquarters. Her position is the highest staff officer, mainly responsible for the administration, prosecution, and staff work of the entire Navy headquarters. Her other identity is the ideological and political guidance instructor of the Military Academy. Staff Officer Tsuru nodded to Jun, with a kind smile on his face. Although she is much older than Jun has grown up under her watch, and Staff Officer Tsuru has always regarded Jun as her own sister. It seems that these little guys are in trouble. Staff Officer Tsuru turned his head to look at the classroom, smiling and muttering. Jun nodded when she heard this. It's really a bit difficult for them to write such propaganda articles. She paused, as if she remembered something. What's wrong? Staff Officer Tsuru noticed her change in expression and asked. Jun smiled on her beautiful face and said. Nothing, I just found a very interesting young man. Oh. Staff Officer Tsuru was curious. Jun grew up in Marine Headquarters Marineford since she was a child. Her talent is not inferior to the three monsters like Sakazuki, and she is very smart. In addition, the older generation of the Navy doted on this well-behaved and smart girl, which made Jun feel proud. This is also the reason why Jun always maintains a sense of alienation. It is quite rare for a young man to be called interesting and recognized by Jun. Who is it? Staff Officer Tsuru asked. Jun pointed to a young figure in the corner of the classroom who was writing furiously and was out of tune with the surrounding military academy freshmen, and said with a smile. It's him. During the class just now, no one in the whole class was listening, but he was taking notes seriously and listening intently. Staff Officer Tsuru looked in the direction Jun pointed, and was slightly startled. It was a young face with sharp edges and corners. It was not very handsome, but there was a unique firmness between his eyebrows. The densely packed answer sheet was full of words, which was a bit shocking compared to the large blanks of other people. Does he know what he is writing? Is he writing randomly? The moment this thought came up, Staff Officer Tsuru shook his head. As the chief staff of the headquarters, she was in charge of intelligence work and had a unique way of judging people. Her vision was sharp, and even the warring states marshal, who was known as a wise general, was amazed. She could tell that the kid was confident about the paper he was writing. What's his name? Staff Officer Crane asked. Jun whispered. Ron. After the words fell, the expression of Zifa next to him changed slightly. Chapter 12 successfully attracted attention. Ask for a 5-point review. What's wrong, Zifa? Staff Officer Crane noticed the change in Zifa's expression and turned to look. Do you know this kid? Jun also looked at teacher Zifa curiously. Zef, who was wearing sunglasses, looked a little embarrassed, thinking that of course I knew this brat, and he was the one who gave me my panda eyes. He coughed lightly and said. Well, he is a very interesting kid. I talked to him for a while last night. He paused and continued. Last night, this kid braved the storm to train on the military academy's training ground and almost lost half his life. When these words came out, both Staff Officer he and Jun were shocked. They knew the weather last night very well. It was not the weather for normal training. The most important thing is that since Ron is a freshman in the military academy, he naturally has to accept the daily physical training of the military academy. The physical training of the military academy is extremely harsh. Ordinary people can't bear the terrifying amount of training. After daily training, other military academy students are all crying like ghosts and wolves. How can they have the remaining physical strength and mood to arrange extra training for themselves? Or in the bad weather environment last night? That kid named Ron, is he going to die? Jun and Tsuru couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They both turned their eyes to Ron at the same time. The golden sunlight, relaxed and transparent, fell on the young navy at the window in the corner of the classroom, and the whole classroom was filled with a quiet atmosphere. The young man who was writing furiously frowned and smiled from time to time, looking like a quiet and peaceful painting. The sharp-edged side face exuded brilliance. For a moment, Jun and Tsuru were both stunned. You didn't expect it? I didn't expect it either. Zifa said with a wry smile. Tsuru reluctantly withdrew his gaze and suddenly asked. What is the evaluation of this little guy? The so-called evaluation is naturally the comprehensive evaluation of the military academy's freshman files. Zifa shook his head and said. Medium, the recommended training direction is staff officer and intelligence officer. Civilian. Finally, he added 2 words, his voice a little hoarse. Hearing Zifa's words, Jun and Tsuru both fell into a long silence. The process of freshman review and evaluation is cumbersome and strict, and the probability of error is infinitely close to 0. But somehow, looking at the serious and hard-working profile of the young navy in the corner of the classroom, they couldn't help but imagine the hardship and determination of this face gritting its teeth in training in the storm. Inexplicably, waves of sadness surged into their hearts. Not everyone can become a monster. Efforts cannot change this cruel reality. Since he is more suitable for the training direction of the civilian sequence, Staff Officer Tsuru and Jun can only say it's a pity in their hearts. I will do my best to train him to become an excellent staff officer. Staff Officer Tsuru suddenly opened his eyes, and a firm look flashed in his eyes that were washed away by the vicissitudes of time, and said in a tone that no one could question. Staff Officer, you can also practice the justice in your heart. However, when the voice fell, Zifa next to him said with a smile. That won't do, Ziahe. Staff Officer he was stunned, but heard Zifa smile meaningfully. I have changed the direction of his training and decided to train him in the Navy's combat system. No. Staff Officer he retorted. Zifa, you will ruin him if you act like this. Ron is a good seedling. Since he has such an ambitious and we must take good care of his hard-working mind. Put him in the combat system for training. With his talent, the distance between him and others will only get farther and farther. At that time, the blow to him will be extremely heavy. If he is unable to recover from this and loses his confidence and hope in justice, we old bones will be sinful. Or do you, you bastard, look down on our staff? When he said the last sentence, Staff Officer he widened his eyes and stared at Zifa fiercely, looking like he was going to ask for punishment. Zifa's mouth twitched and his head was full of black lines. No, this is a matter of fact. Okay, Ziahe, can you not make it a big deal? When did I look down on your staff? Are women really unreasonable? He subconsciously cast a look of help to Jun. Jun held back his smile and shrugged to show that he had no choice. Zifa had no choice but to bite the bullet and said. Ziahe, you know I never meant to look down on the staff. It's just that it's not my own decision to put Ron in the combat system for training. He pointed at Ron from a distance. This is his decision. He is very determined. He said he is unwilling and doesn't want to regret it. Don't want to regret it? Staff he was stunned. Jun also fell silent. Unwilling? As instructors and seniors, we can't help students make decisions. We can only provide advice. The final decision still has to be made by him. Zephyr sighed and said. This is his life after all, isn't it? Although it will be very difficult. In the classroom, Ron, who was about to finish, suddenly stopped writing. In his retina, he suddenly saw the system's prompt. You have been recognized by Chief of Staff Crane, points plus 100. You have been recognized by Jun, points plus 100. Ron? I didn't do anything, and a pie fell from the sky? There is such a good thing? Chapter 13 This is the worst time. Ask for everything. But Ziahe, what's the matter with you taking this paper test this time? Zifa retracted his gaze, thought of another question. And suddenly asked Chief of Staff Crane. Zifa acknowledged the importance of cultural courses in military academies. Navigation, intelligence gathering, battlefield command, meteorology. These seemingly messy knowledge may be very boring, but in the long run, they are indeed the content that an excellent officer must master. But this ideological and political paper. Zifa is a rough man and doesn't understand it to some extent. When Staff Officer he heard Zifa's question, he did not answer it immediately. Instead, he looked at Jun next to him and asked with a smile. Jun, what do you think? Jun was stunned, then frowned and thought carefully. Sister he was obviously testing her. She thought for a while and said slowly. Sister he's intention, could it be that she wants to catch the atmosphere in the army? Staff Officer Tsuru smiled with satisfaction. Jun is indeed very smart. If it weren't for her cold personality, and if Sakaski and the other three brats were too dazzling, Jun would definitely be ranked among the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Yet. Staff Officer Tsuru narrowed his eyes and looked at the freshmen in the military academy who were thinking hard in the classroom. We are all senior officials in the military, so we can talk freely. She sighed. I believe you also know that since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the quality of students admitted by our military academy has been getting worse and worse. The military academy is obviously the cradle of generals and the future of justice, but these bastards are all not decent. They are lazy and sloppy in training classes, don't care about cultural classes, and after class they all go to the Sabayati archipelago to eat, drink and have fun. They don't have any military discipline and style. Speaking of this, Staff Officer Tsuru's tone gradually became lower, and it was heavy. Jun and Zephyr beside him also agreed with this and fell into silence. This is the truth. Roger's few words opened the Great Pirate Era, and in this chaotic world, all values are turned upside down. Nowadays, young people with a little talent are proud to go out to sea as pirates. The Navy bounty, which represents sin, has become a score that they talk about and compare with each other. The higher the bounty, the higher the prestige, the greater the fame, the more navy to catch, and the happier they are. Pirates have become politically correct, freedom, and dreams. And the navy that protects peace and the weak has become a joke that makes people laugh. Even the navy will be secretly scolded as a running dog of the world government. This phenomenon is a huge shock to the older generation of navy like Zephyr, which makes them heartbroken. This is the sadness of the times. This is the worst era. And such a trend, even in this holy land of justice, Marineford, is gradually spreading. Even the freshmen of the military academy who are considered to be the future of justice, these young people who should be positive and shoulder the expectations of justice, are so lazy and complain about the training. If such a trend continues to spread and ferment, it will take less than 10 years for the Navy to be completely rotten to the core. This is unacceptable to Zifa and others. The warring states has its mission. Sakaski and others are on the front line of the battlefield, charging and fighting pirates. This is their justice. But we can't slack off. Staff Officer Crane said in a deep voice, his old eyes flashing with wisdom, and inexplicable heaviness. The goal of our navy is to end the Great Pirate Era and bring peace back to the sea. To achieve this, it is not possible to simply kill a few great pirates. Even if the front line wins, so what? Even if our navy kills the 4 emperors of the New World, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, so what? We can't change this era at all. When the old 4 emperors fall, there will naturally be new 4 emperors standing up. Pirates from all over the world are swarming, and there are more and more so-called supernovas. Zephyr twisted his eyebrows into a Chuan character, and said carefully. So what do you mean, Zaya-he? Staff Officer he smiled bitterly. I don't have a very good solution, that is for the Navy Marshal Sengoku to think about it. What we can do here is to protect this group of young people and help them grow up and take the right path. My opinion is that we must start with the ideology. First of all, we must correct the ideology and attitude of our Navy, help them establish the correct values, and then slowly promote them to subtly influence the whole world. This may not be a short-term effort, but we must do it and work hard for this goal. Otherwise, everyone dreams of going out to sea as a pirate, plundering wealth, killing, and provoking wars. This world cannot bring true justice at all. The responsibility of the military is heavy. Without good values and discipline, they cannot shoulder the heavy responsibility of justice. Otherwise, even if they grow up, they are just monsters with powerful combat power. Starting from the baby, starting from the young, this is the way to defend the fertile soil of justice from the root. I see, Zifa let out a long breath after listening to the words of the Crane staff officer. They are the pillars of the Navy, and each of them has embarked on his own path of justice. Zhang Guo took over the position of Old Man Kong and became the Admiral of the Navy, coordinating the naval power of the whole world. Zifa stayed in the military academy to teach and cultivate the next generation of excellent and powerful navy. And Xiaohe has now found her own way. All they did was for justice. Staff officer, he turned around slowly. Her pair of eyes that could not hide her tiredness looked far away at the snow-white seagull flag flying in the sky in the distance, and whispered softly. I hope we can find a little guy who will brighten our eyes. The moment this sentence fell. Strangely, Zifa's mind suddenly flashed the figure of Ron holding an umbrella and trudging forward in the storm. Chapter 14, holding Jun's thighs tightly. Ron just put down his pen and looked at the densely written answers in front of him. Roll, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In order to write this paper well, he racked his brains and even dug out the materials from the bottom of the box for the college entrance examination essay. If this can't blind the titanium alloy dog eyes of this group of Navy bosses, then he has no other choice. He roughly checked the typos in the paper, and after finding that there were no mistakes, he immersed his mind on his system panel again. You have been recognized by the Crane staff, points plus 10. You have been recognized by Jun, points plus 10. You have been recognized by Zifa, points plus 10. Ron was stunned. It seems that the performance last night was really good. Old man Zifa is very nice. He has started to support himself? Ding dong ding dong. At this time, the bell for the end of get out of class suddenly rang. The surrounding military academy freshmen all let out a tragic wail. Many of them only wrote a few lines on their answer sheets, and their expressions were as if they couldn't poop. Some even handed in blank papers. Now everyone, hand in all your answer sheets. Time is up. Jun walked in slowly, and her high heels tapped on the ground, making a rhythmic and crisp sound. The military school students immediately felt miserable, their faces fell, and they lined up to put their answer sheets on the podium. Jun looked at the crooked and blank answer sheets, frowning frequently. But she didn't say much. After collecting all the answer sheets, she raised her head and said loudly. Today's cultural class ends here. Next is the practical training class. Students will arrive at the military school in 10 minutes. Your practical instructor is waiting there. Yes. Instructor Jun. The freshmen shouted in unison. Ron also packed up his things and walked out of the classroom. But when he walked out of the classroom door, two figures came up. Ron, please teach us cultural courses. They bent down at the same time and said in unison. Ron, who was thinking about how to get more attention and collect points, was stunned. He looked up and saw two boys in military uniforms standing in front of him, bowing deeply to him. One of them had short pink hair and goggles. He was a little timid. He was obviously a little socially anxious but still gritted his teeth and held on. The other one performed a little better, but not much better. He had short golden hair and a thin body. Isn't this Luffy's best friend, the real man? For a few seconds, Kobe and his best friend Belmeber? Both Kobe and Belmeber were born in the East China Sea. They had a conflict with Luffy. After that, they both worked as errand boys in the 153rd branch of the Navy. These two guys were spotted by Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters. They were taken back to the Navy headquarters for hard training. I didn't expect that Garp would throw me to the military academy for training. Looking at the two immature and socially anxious kids in front of him, Ron wanted to refuse directly. He didn't like Kobe at all. In the war at the top, he didn't make any contribution and was even scared to become a deserter. That's fine. But no one expected that when Whitebeard was killed and the Whitebeard pirates collapsed, the Navy was about to pursue them and leave all the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford. Kobe, this idiot, suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Let's stop here? What kind of reason is this? Isn't it natural for the Navy to wipe out pirates? If you want to get involved, you must be prepared to die in battle. This is the same for both the Navy and the pirates. But they are killing red-eyed and are about to end their success in one battle, and you suddenly run out to stop the war. Do you think you are the 4 emperors' red hair? Everyone has to give you a face? Are you worthy of the uniform you wear? Are you worthy of the training and resources invested by the Navy in you? Are you worthy of the countless Marines who died in the Battle of Marineford? During the war, a traitor suddenly appeared on our side, which was simply an act that seriously disturbed the morale of the army. If Ron was Akainu, it would not be an exaggeration to kill him on the spot. But Red Hair praised him and said, "Young Marine, your few seconds of courage changed the fate of the world." That's bullshit. So facing the requests of these 2 guys, Ron wanted to refuse directly. But just when he was about to speak, he saw Jun looking in his direction seemingly inadvertently. He immediately changed the subject, with a friendly smile on his face. "Of course, no problem, Kobe, Belmeber, we are classmates." "Really? Great. Ron, you are such a nice guy." Kobe and Belmeber were delighted and grateful. They saw the answer sheet that Ron handed in just now, a long and eloquent one. But they themselves couldn't even write 100 words. It seems that Ron is the legendary academic master. We must hold on to this thigh tightly. Ron ignored the 2 idiots in front of him. Because at the moment he agreed to Kobe's request, he saw favorability plus 50 floating on Jun's head again. Comfortable. Kobe and Belmeber treated him as a thigh. Ron also treated Jun as a thigh? And the kind that can be played for years. In his opinion, a man with a good family background and strong strength like the Navy's alternate Admiral Momotosa Jun. That is a walking ATM. A rare opportunity to save 20 years of hard work. A doctor who can only eat soft rice. This is simply an endless supply of leaks. On the podium, Jun slowly retracted his gaze, and his evaluation of Ron in his heart increased by 1 point. Not only does he work hard and have great ambitions, but he is also willing to help others. There are not many such good men. Chapter 15: The Fear of Being Dominated by Zifa. At noon, the military academy. The scorching sun burned the earth. The rolling heat wave blew the sand and dust on the school field, leaving a tornado-like trace. A group of freshmen from the military academy stood crookedly in the center of the school field. The scorching air and the scorching sun made each of them anxious and sweaty. A tall and burly figure walked in from the edge of the training ground, biting a cigar, and the wide white cape behind him fluttered in the wind. The man had a square face, a beard, and a solemn and determined expression. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Hua Shaishan. Hee, hello, students, I am Hua Shaishan, your physical training instructor. Hua Shaishan said with a smile while blowing smoke rings. His personality is exactly the opposite of his name. He is kind and persistent, and he treats people with kindness. Hello, instructor. The cadets said weakly. The temperature in the air is close to 40 degrees Celsius, and even the wind is hot. Just standing here is a torture. Hua Shaishan didn't care, just smiled and said. Okay, I know it's not easy for you, cheer up. You are students of the military academy, talents carefully selected by the Navy headquarters from all over the world. The future of justice depends on you. He casually said a few words of encouragement, and then went straight to the point. Next is the training class. In this series of training classes, I will be your instructor, teaching you basic practical skills, and will also strengthen your mastery of the 6 styles of the Navy. But before the formal training begins, we have to do physical training. The students wailed again. Physical training? And in this kind of weather? This is simply fatal. Hua Shaishan said cheerfully. Don't resist so much. Without excellent physical fitness and a strong body, how can we shoulder the heavy justice? You have a heavy responsibility. Besides, if you want to master the powerful combat skills such as the Navy 6 styles, you must pass the physical fitness test. Start now, run around the school field. Well, I won't put too much pressure on you. Just run 300 laps easily. Hundreds of freshmen were immediately confused. 300 laps are easy? But they have no other choice. They are in a military school. The instructor's words are orders and cannot be refused. The cadets took their steps one by one, and the team raised a large cloud of dust on the school field with rolling yellow sand. Hua Shaishan crossed his arms, bit a cigar in his mouth, and looked at them with a smile, a little absent-minded. Looking at this group of young guys, he couldn't help but think of himself back then. He also came through so hard in the past. If you suffer a little more now, you will bleed less on the battlefield in the future. This principle is very simple, but not everyone can understand it. But Hua Shaishan doesn't need them to understand, he just needs them to follow orders. No, Hua Shaishan, you are still as soft-hearted as ever. At this time, a low voice sounded behind him, with a dissatisfied tone. Hua Shaishan was stunned, then turned around with a bitter smile, and saluted respectfully to the purple-haired old man who was dragging a huge mechanical arm in front of him. Teacher Zifa, why are you here? Zifa ignored him and just snorted. This group of bastards is too lazy, and the speed of running in circles is simply embarrassing. Looking at the anger gradually jumping in Zifa's eyes, Hua Shaishan quietly stepped back 2 steps. He looked at the new recruits who were training breathlessly under the scorching sun with a pitying look in his eyes, thinking that he could only help them up to this point, because it was teacher Zifa who was so free today to come over to supervise the training. Sure enough. Just when Hua Shaishan had this thought in his mind, Zifa next to him suddenly gnashed his teeth and roared. The deafening voice exploded on the training ground like thunder, and even scared Hua Shaishan so much that his face turned pale, and he was filled with fear. Run for me! You bunch of bastards! You are like women! With this level, how can you say you are selected by the military academy? If you have such physical fitness, what's the point of talking about justice? Kobe! Why are you running last? If you want to eat dirt, just lie down. Don't think you can get special treatment just because you were brought in by that old guy Garp. And you, what devil fruit ability are you using? Are you arrogant? You think you are awesome? Run 20 more laps for me. Azaa, what's wrong with you being like a woman? Are you out of strength? Don't say you are my students after you graduate. It's too embarrassing. The military academy students were frightened by Zifa's thunderous scolding and turned pale. They gritted their teeth and sped up. That the girl named Xiao Zi was about to cry, thinking to herself, Teacher Zifa, I am indeed a woman. The increase in pace obviously made the cadets feel more pressure. Their breathing became disordered, and their chests rose and fell rapidly like bellows. His face was as pale as a dead person. Hua Shaishan had already hidden far away, his eyelids twitching. Looking at the ferocious appearance of teacher Zifa with bulging veins and waving a huge mechanical arm at the edge of the training ground, he took several deep puffs of cigar to calm his nerves. That day, Hua Shaishan, the real power of the Navy headquarters, once again recalled the days when he was dominated by the devil instructor teacher Zifa. Zifa's angry curses continued. This hot-tempered old man was unforgiving when he cursed people, and his foul language was varied. The cadets' steps became heavier and heavier. And the hot air cut through their dry throats like a knife, stinging them extremely. But they didn't dare to stop at all. He didn't even dare to slow down a little. Looking at the ferocious expression on teacher Zifa's face, who knows if he would be pinned to the ground and beaten if he stopped. Chapter 16 The instructor with a heavy machine gun firing. Teacher Zifa is still the same as before, this hot temper. A cold voice sounded behind Hua Shaishan on the edge of the school field. Hua Shaishan was stunned and saw a beautiful and cold face appear beside him. He smiled bitterly and said, Jun, you know teacher Zifa's character. Jun nodded. Indeed. Unlike many other Navy officers. Although the justice implemented by teacher Zifa is merciful, he is extremely strict in everything. This strictness and seriousness have been implemented throughout his life. So this is why Teacher Zifa and Borsellino don't get along so well. Teacher Zifa, who is extremely serious in everything he does, can't stand Borsellino's ambiguous justice the most. Here it comes. Hua Shaishan seemed to have discovered something, and said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Jun looked up and couldn't help but cover his face. Seeing the military academy freshman dragging his feet and moving slower and slower, Zifa cursed angrily and then walked to the armory next to him. In the stunned and horrified eyes of all the military academy freshmen, the purple-haired old man actually dragged a heavy machine gun out of the armory with one hand. Damn it! You are all weak, right? Like a waste. Speed? Up for me. Zafar blew his beard and glared, and actually raised the heavy machine gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. The muzzle of the heavy machine gun continued to spew out dense flames, and countless bullets whizzed out through the air and shot behind the ranks of the freshmen of the military academy. The military academy students were immediately frightened and ran away like crazy. This crazy instructor. Does he want to kill people? Zephyr roared while raising the heavy machine gun and shooting at the military academy students, forcing them to walk faster and faster. You bunch of weak chickens! You are simply the worst class I have ever taught. When I was your age, I was already galloping across the sea in the New World. Not to mention running laps, even if I was carrying 100 kilograms and running for dozens of kilometers, I would chase pirates from the upside-down mountain to the Sabayati archipelago without taking a breath. Zephyr became more and more angry as he scolded, and his old eyes almost spit out fire. Too weak, the physical fitness and willpower of this class of freshmen really disappointed him. With this level, let alone going to the New World to fight the 4 emperors, if it continues like this, I'm afraid I can't even defend the first half of the Grand Line. Ron in the crowd rolled his eyes when he heard Zifa's shameless bragging. You can brag all you want, but no one will believe it. But he didn't have time to complain. The hot air waves turned into breaths, burning his dry trachea. Ron already felt that his body was about to reach its limit. Is this the horror of being dominated by Zifa? This is simply hell. Are you a devil? You supervise the training, and you chase and shoot with a heavy machine gun like this? He felt that his feet were getting heavier and heavier, as if they were filled with lead. So, subconsciously, Ron began to mobilize the chakra in his meridians. Then a surprising scene appeared. With the mobilization of the chakra energy in his body, Ron could clearly feel that his fatigue and the soreness in his body seemed to have disappeared a lot. The cool chakra nourished his muscles, cells, and internal organs like a trickle, making him feel much more relaxed. It seems, it works. Ron's eyes lit up. In that case, he quickly glanced at Zifa, who was firing a heavy machine gun, and Hua Shaishan and Jun in the distance of the parade ground, and his mouth suddenly curled up. Get out of the way, I'm going to show off. He took a deep breath, and his body rushed out like an arrow, and in just a few seconds he rushed from the middle and back of the queue to the front. This kid. Zephyr paused and found Ron's figure. Not bad. An imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes, but he continued to curse. On the other side, Jun and Hua Shaishan, the two of them also noticed Ron's unusual movements. Who is that freshman? Hua Shaishan couldn't help asking. Jun said softly. His name is Ron. Oh. Hua Shaishan touched the stubble on his chin and smiled with interest. It's not a good thing to run to the front at this time. Collective running circles requires skills. The person running at the front will bear the greatest wind resistance and be responsible for leading the team's rhythm. The physical strength consumed will be more than doubled than normal. But at this moment, Ron's next move made Zifa, Jun, and Hua Shaishan's eyes light up. Come on, everyone, follow my rhythm. We will definitely be able to complete this training task. Ron, who was running at the front of the crowd, suddenly said loudly. Kobe, adjust your breathing. Bellamyber, Follow behind Kobe. Azaa, you are taking too many steps, save your energy. That's right. We will definitely succeed. Under Ron's encouragement and leadership, the originally lifeless military academy team gradually adjusted their posture and rhythm, and took the initiative to keep up with Roy's rhythm. They were all surprised to find that the pressure of running laps seemed to be much lighter. And the speed was also increased. The mighty military academy freshman team gradually quieted down. No one complained anymore. Their steps gradually unified, following the thin and resolute back at the front of the crowd, and worked hard. The dust was left behind by them, and the hot sweat was flying, reflecting colorfully under the bright sunlight, and finally evaporated. Zephyr didn't know when he had put down the heavy machine gun in his hand and came to Jun and Hua Shaishan. He lit a cigar and bit it, looking at the freshman running in circles with satisfaction. A very smart little guy. Hua Shaishan said with a smile. Zifa smiled with satisfaction. Really a good seedling. Jun and Hua Shaishan looked at each other and laughed at the same time. They all knew that what Mr. Zifa was satisfied with Ron was not his will to grit his teeth and persist even though his body was at its limit. This is indeed commendable. But what impressed people more was Ron's organizational ability. The three of them quietly looked at the group of freshmen who were raising dust all over the sky. And the focus of their sight finally focused on the young figure at the head. Unconsciously, this group of freshmen all agreed with his leadership. Chapter 17. They are all green leaks. The army is a highly centralized but highly cohesive group. Basically, there are one or two influential figures in every class of military academies. They have gained recognition from the military academy students of that year with their extraordinary talents and outstanding leadership or personal charm. And such recognition will become the most important political resource for them to enter the military career in the future. This is a very simple truth. After all Navy officers who graduate from the military academy will enter the army in the future without exception and hold certain positions, like a huge network. If you can master such a huge power network in your own hands and gain the support of these officers, it will undoubtedly be a great benefit to your military career and power promotion. The best example is Sakaski, an outstanding graduate of the first military academy. With his strong talents and shocking combat power, he carried out tasks with iron-blooded means and implemented absolute justice, winning the recognition and following of many military academy students of the same year. For example, the current Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Ghost Spider, Mole, etc. The former classmates have become their own political resources, allowing Sakaski to gradually establish his own faction in the Navy system. They are known for their tough attitude towards pirates and are the hawks of the military. At the moment, perhaps Ron is still far from being able to convince the military academy students of the same period, but there is no doubt that there is now more or less a hint of development in this direction. Zifa and other high-ranking naval officials are not afraid of such development. Every era is destined to have one or two dazzling figures. The existence of such figures will only strengthen the cohesion of the army. As long as they implement justice, it doesn't matter what kind of justice they insist on. Finished. Zifa suddenly raised his arm and shouted loudly. 300 laps, done. As his voice fell, all the military academy students immediately knelt down, lying on the ground like a bunch of limp mud, gasping for breath. They looked pale and seemed to have been breathing out more than breathing in. Finally, they finished running. The military academy students couldn't help but look at a figure in the crowd, with deep gratitude in their eyes. Ron, you are amazing. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal later. Ha ha ha, how can a meal be enough? We have to go to the Sabayati archipelago for a visit. Lively laughter rang out among the cadets, and the cadets looked at Ron with more or less recognition. Without his leadership, it would be almost impossible for them to complete the arrangement standard of teacher Zifa within a fixed time. Most importantly, Ron, who was running in the front, could they have borne the greatest pressure and physical exertion? They must accept this feeling. This is young people. This is the army. There are not so many twists and turns, nor so many messy intrigues. The relationship between people is still quite simple and honest. How does the saying go? We have been in the same class together, we have been through the same wall together. We have been hoarse together, cough cough. The 3 irons of life, now they have occupied the first 2. Ron supported his hands on his knees, panting wildly, sweat slid down his cheeks like raindrops, dripped down his chin to the ground, leaving a clear watermark on the ground. He pulled up the corners of his mouth with difficulty, smiled and said, "It's okay, we will all be partners in the same trench in the future." Everyone was slightly moved when they heard this. Ron was right. After they graduated from the military academy, they would be comrades and comrades fighting side by side. Thinking of this, their recognition of Ron became more profound. When you walk onto a chaotic battlefield with bullets and fierce and cruel enemies in front of you, at this time, you can only rely on your comrades standing beside you and the saber in your hand, nothing else. And at that most desperate moment, do you hope that your comrades are timid and a burden? Or are comrades like Ron who stand up bravely in the face of difficulties and lead everyone to success like a man? The answer is self-evident. Ron didn't notice the changes in other people's hearts, but the prompts that kept popping up in the system had let him know everything. You have gained the recognition and admiration of the Military Academy student Kabi, points plus 30. You have gained the recognition and admiration of the Military Academy student Belumbo, points plus 30. You have gained the recognition and admiration of the Military Academy student Azaa, points plus 100. It seems that something strange has mixed in at the end. Ron subconsciously looked at Zayas, and saw a face with masculine charm, and couldn't help but feel a chill. We don't like this type. Azaa lowered his head shyly when he noticed Ron's gaze, and then blinked at Ron. Ron forced a stiff smile on his face that was uglier than crying, and quickly moved his eyes away. Well, if nothing else, at least this limelight has come out. He looked at the more than 800 points on the system panel and laughed so hard that his legs couldn't close, no, his mouth. It's almost there, as long as there are more waves of such pretense, he can draw again. Thinking of this, he looked at the Military Academy students with different eyes. These are all green leaks. Chapter 18 6 Styles. May there be no iron in heaven. Okay, next is the training class. After a 10-minute break, Hua Shaishan walked over slowly with a cigar in his mouth and said loudly. The cadets lying on the ground wailed and turned pale. Is it not over yet? It has only been a short while since the physical training ended. Hua Shaishan looked at the miserable faces of the cadets and somehow understood why teacher Zifa had trained them to death. This is really too happy. He couldn't hold back his smile and tried to keep a serious face and said. After entering the battlefield, will the enemy show mercy because of your lack of physical strength? All of you stand up. The cadets were yelled at and trembled all over, and stood up rolling and crawling. Ahem. Hua Shaishan coughed twice and continued. Next is the 6 styles teaching. The power and use of the Navy 6 styles, naturally, I don't need to explain to you in detail. If you can master the physical skills that exceed the limits of the human body, it will also be a good training for you to enter the domineering in the future. Hua Shaishan, who entered the explanation state, exuded a serious and solemn temperament, which made people convinced. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard it. Although these 6 styles are called Navy 6 styles, in fact, in addition to the Navy, many CP department members under the world government are also using them. And it is said that there are many masters who are good at using the 6 styles, and even developed the legendary 6 styles. After all, the Navy 6 styles include high-speed movement skills and instant killing skills, which are quite suitable for the attributes of CP department agents who need to assassinate targets and steal intelligence. I know that last time when Mr. Zifa taught you the 6 style skills, he only gave you a rough explanation, so now I will give you a formal demonstration. Hua Shaishan casually picked up a half-man-high boulder from the side and waited for a while. The Navy 6 styles, as the name suggests, are 6 physical techniques that exceed the limits of human beings. These include 2 high-speed movement techniques, 2 defense and evasion techniques, and 2 offensive techniques. These 3 complementary combat skills, if they can be perfectly combined with the user's own characteristics and the combat environment and enemy types, will greatly enhance your combat and survival capabilities. Watch out below. Then Hua Shaishan suddenly threw the huge rock heavily into the air. This is one of the 6 offensive techniques, a long-range attack technique, which uses the legs to instantly burst out power to roll up a vacuum and create a flying slash similar to a swordsman to cut the enemy in half. He kicked hard. Swish. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and a crescent-shaped sword energy was kicked out by Hua Shaishan, and suddenly shot towards the rock that began to fall from the sky. The air burst with a sharp whistling sound, and the sharp sword energy directly cut the rock in half, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. Next is the moon step. Hua Shaishan laughed, stepped on the air with one foot, and his figure actually stepped on the air and continued to climb up. The moon step is a variation of shave, which creates a short-term hovering effect by stepping on the air many times in an instant. While he stepped on the air to rise, he jumped towards the stone that split into 2 halves in the air and fell separately. Then the finger gun. In the sky, Hua Shaishan's figure suddenly appeared in front of one of the rocks, raised his finger and stabbed it out. Gather all your strength on your index finger, and use your hardened finger to launch a strike in a flash. The fingertips have the attack power of a bullet and can easily penetrate the human body. Continuous finger guns. Boom! The rock suddenly exploded into countless fragments and fell densely towards Hua Shaishan. Faced with such an attack, one of the 6 styles of evasion, paper painting, is a very good choice. While explaining, Hua Shaishan slowly closed his eyes in the shocked eyes of the military school students. Remove all your strength, and through the changes in airflow generated by the opponent's actions, you can make your body as thin as paper, and you can easily control your body and dodge attacks directed at yourself. Facing the rebel that fell all over the sky, his burly figure actually floated like soft paper. The rebel that was like a storm kept brushing against his body, but it didn't touch him at all. At this moment, the eyes of the military academy students were shining and they were yearning. This is so cool! They even imagined in their minds the passionate scene of killing people after learning the 6 styles of the Navy. Finally, it's shave and iron block. Hua Shaishan's figure flashed by. The next moment, he appeared again at the point where the remaining half of the rock fell, and he crashed into the huge rock that fell from the sky without dodging or avoiding it. Iron block! A loud shout. Boom! The rock blew a deep pit in the ground, and smoke and dust rolled. Hua Shaishan brushed off the dust on his body and walked out of the deep pit slowly. Iron block is one of the 6 defensive techniques. It pumps strength into a well-trained body, making it as hard as iron. Even bullets and swords cannot break it. The only drawback is that you cannot move freely when using iron block. The principle behind this is to accelerate blood flow and speed up muscle movement. He relit a cigar and took a puff happily. Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, if I master the iron block, will I not be hurt in battle? At this time, Belumbo raised his hand excitedly. Ron's forehead was black and his mouth twitched. If you use iron block in actual combat, you may think you are not dying fast enough. Don't you know that the strong die from iron block? Hua Shaishan's eyelids twitched when he heard this question. He seemed to remember some dark history and said embarrassedly. Well, I don't recommend you to use iron block in actual combat. Chapter 19 Actual Combat. Fighting against Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan. Well, I don't recommend you use iron blocks in actual combat. Seeing Hua Shaishan's slightly embarrassed expression, Ron laughed in his heart. This guy must have suffered from iron blocks before. Ahem, then let's do actual combat training for the rest of the time. Hua Shaishan exhaled a puff of smoke from his mouth at this time. You can't become a strong person just by practicing hard. A truly strong person must go through difficult battles and fights. As we said just now, all combat skills, including the 6 styles of the Navy, must be based on strong physical fitness. Without a strong physique, without sufficient strength, speed, and explosive power, all the so-called combat skills are just nonsense and have no lethality at all. As your instructor, I will now give you a task that you must complete for the physical training just now. That is to complete at least the same level of training every day. After laying a solid foundation, it will play an irreplaceable role in your future practice of swordsmanship, physical training, or any other path. The military academy students listened quietly, and no one expressed dissatisfaction at this time. The 6 styles of the Navy that Hua Shaishan just showed really made them yearn for it. If strengthening the physique is a prerequisite for learning the 6 styles of the Navy, they also accept it. Hua Shaishan looked at the reactions of the military academy students and was very satisfied. Although these little guys are very young, after the training just now, Hua Shaishan can see a trace of determination on their tired faces. Every inch of time is precious. I also graduated from the military academy and went through the same way as you. The time in the military academy may be the quietest time in your future military career. Here, you have the best and most systematic teaching and inheritance in this sea. This is the time when you can safely accumulate strength and polish your foundation, so I hope you all cherish this time. Speaking of this, Hua Shaishan's eyes a look of nostalgia flickered in his deep mind. And the partners you met in the military academy will become your comrades who will share life and death with you when you step onto the battlefield in the future. When that time comes, you will find that in addition to the sabers and guns in your hands, you can rely on your comrades beside you. So, no matter what kind of sea you come from, no matter whether you are born rich or poor, no matter whether your talent is excellent or inferior. None of this matters, because the classmates standing beside you today are the comrades who will protect your life in the trenches in the future. Life and death are entrusted to each other, this is the army. When you put on that military uniform, your life and glory are no less than your own. Hearing Hua Shaishan's words, Ron fell into deep thought. But Hua Shaishan found that the other freshmen around him subconsciously focused their eyes on Ron. Hua Shaishan's mouth curled up a smile. The subconscious reaction of people is the most real. It can be seen that after what happened just now, the little guy named Ron has indeed become a trustworthy person for this batch of military academy students without knowing it. His reputation may not be enough to call on others to obey his orders, but there are undoubtedly some such trends and signs. And it seems that teacher Zifa also values him very much. Hua Shaishan seemed to remember something and said loudly. The explanation is almost here. Now let's have a one-on-one actual combat training. I will show you the application of the Navy 6 styles in actual combat. What do you think? When the freshmen heard Hua Shaishan's words, their eyes suddenly lit up. It is definitely not enough to watch the Navy 6 styles once. If they can watch and learn repeatedly, it will undoubtedly be very helpful for them to master the 6 styles. They nodded subconsciously. Hua Shaishan laughed. Well, it seems that everyone is looking forward to it, but, when I show my actual combat skills, I need someone to fight with. He immediately looked at the crowd of freshmen and glanced over. Every freshman subconsciously avoided his sight, not daring to look him in the face. What a joke! Practicing combat with the headquarters Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan, wouldn't that mean being a live target? They just want to learn, they don't want to be beaten. Hua Shaishan frowned in embarrassment, and finally had to lock his eyes on a certain figure. So, classmate Ron, you performed quite well just now, you step out of the line. As he said this, a long stream of smoke blew out of his mouth. Ron? I was caught in the crossfire for no reason? Is this okay? He looked at Hua Shaishan's interested expression, and the expressions of the surrounding military academy freshmen who said I'd rather die than die, and his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the first bird to come out of the door will be shot. There is a price for showing off. Wait. He suddenly remembered something. Isn't this my chance to show off? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a message suddenly popped up on the system panel in his mind. Mission released. Force Hwashaishin to use his domineering aura in actual combat training and gain his approval, and you will be rewarded with 1000 points. 1000 points? Ron's heart was pounding. This mission alone has 1000 points, not to mention that he can also harvest a wave of points from the surrounding military academy students. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, took a step forward, and said righteously, Lieutenant General Hwashaishin, please teach me. Chapter 20 Challenge My Limits. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin, please teach me. Ron took a step forward and took a fighting posture ready to attack. This momentum is quite good. Hwashaishin looked at Ron's firm and confident eyes, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. Favorability +5. I am the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, one of the 18 most powerful members of the Navy. Add to that the war atmosphere accumulated from years of fighting and slaughter. When faced with a full-fledged self, ordinary military academy recruits would probably start to feel weak, let alone hold their heads high like Ron. He is indeed a student valued by Teacher Zifa. With such will and courage alone, he has surpassed other timid military academy students. Come on, you can use any weapons and tricks. Note that this is a simulated combat. Treat me as your mortal enemy. Hwashaishin said in a deep voice. Try to defeat me, Ron. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron stomped hard on the ground under his feet, and the whole person jumped out like a tiger out of a cage. Crash. The solid ground of the training ground was directly stepped on by his foot, and a hole was created, and the soil splashed up. All the military school students took a deep breath. Ron's strength and explosive power are so strong. What a strong explosive power! This speed! I didn't expect Ron's physique to be so strong. It seems that we have been left behind. Ignoring the strangeness of the freshmen around him, Ron, who entered the combat state, had a faint light in his eyes. In terms of training and hard work, he is definitely not inferior to anyone here. Color. In addition, thanks to the Genin level chakra combat power obtained from the system lottery, both his physical strength and chakra volume have undergone qualitative changes. Under the hellish training, his mentality and will have been extremely well tempered. The most important thing is that he cannot retreat at all, otherwise it will be a waste of the persona he has created with great difficulty. All kinds of emotions fermented and brewed in his heart, and Ron was surprised to find that even in the face of the terrifying pressure brought by a master like Hwashaishin, he could face it with a normal face. Does he have a chance to win? It is impossible. He knows better than anyone how far he is from the core combat power of the Navy. He has no chance of winning. But this does not mean that he will retreat and be afraid. Moreover, he also wants to know. After so much hard training and system gifts, what level of real combat power has he reached now? Come on! Ha ha ha! Hwashaishin looked at Ron, who was rushing towards him with great momentum, and suddenly laughed heartily. He saw a dazzling fighting spirit in Ron's eyes, a look full of fighting spirit. This is the look that only young people have. If you are not frivolous, you are not young. Come on! I won't use any domineering power. Hwashaishin suddenly shouted and punched out. Ron also punched at the same time. There was no beauty, no tricks, just a pure burst of physical strength. A faint chakra breath flowed through his body meridians, which increased the speed and strength he burst out. Bang! The air exploded in mid-air. The two fists collided fiercely, rolling up a hurricane visible to the naked eye. The fierce wind and waves blew the cloak of justice behind Hwashaishin. The yellow sand suddenly swept up and flew all over the sky. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes, looking shocked. Ron, the freshman of the same military academy as them, faced the powerful Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, and actually decisively and bravely attacked him. This scene is destined to be deeply engraved in the memory of all of them. In the yellow sand. A navy boy with a firm look and a heroic smile on his lips. Torn apart the yellow sand like a tiger. With a firm look in his eyes. He bravely punched the backbone of the navy. Towards the existence that he could not defeat at all. This is his courage. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The bright and hot sun reflected Ron's angular and firm face. The sweat that was spilt seemed to fly, spread, and evaporate in the air. The military uniform covered with dust was jumping wantonly. The picture was frozen. The next moment. Bang! Ron's figure flew backwards like a cannonball, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily on the training ground more than 10 meters away. The military academy students looked at Ron's body with a look of toothache, and they gasped in cold air. This is too painful. It feels like pain all over the body. Hua Shaishan slowly retracted his fist, biting the cigar and exhaling smoke, and said with admiration in his eyes. Very good strength and explosive power. It can be seen that you have been through a lot of hard training, but you shouldn't use brute force to fight me. He walked towards Ron and explained to the freshman. On the battlefield, we will encounter all kinds of enemies. Some enemies are good at sneak attacks, some are good at strength, and some are proficient in weapons. We must be flexible. The physical fitness that Ron has just shown is indeed quite good, but he made an inappropriate tactic and chose to confront me head-on. I didn't choose the wrong tactic. Ron's hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the dusty pit. Chapter 21 Someone has to win. Hua Shaishan's pupils shrank slightly. He looked down at his fist. There was a clear blood mark on the black leather glove. Of course, he didn't use his full strength in the punch just now, but the impact force derived from the collision of the two fists was enough to make Ron lose his combat ability. Can he still stand up? Hua Shaishan raised his head and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Dust and yellow sand were flying there, and a thin figure stood up staggeringly from a deep pit full of cracks, looking particularly tall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A sound like water drops falling to the ground sounded. A strong wind suddenly rose, blowing away the dust. Hua Shaishan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Ron's figure slowly emerged. The cadets felt their hearts suddenly twitch, and their expressions were moved. Drops of bright red blood kept sliding down the navy boy's arm and gathered into a clear blood mark. The arm was already stained red with blood. Even the cadets could clearly see that the paleness was faintly visible in the blood and flesh on the phalanx of the navy boy. With this injury, he actually dared to stand up. Ron's punch just now, does it have such a powerful force? Enough, enough, Ron. Yes, it's enough, you are already very strong, you have proved yourself. Don't continue. You will be seriously injured. Some of the cadets couldn't help but persuade him, looking worried. Even Zaya's eyes were red. Enough. This is far from enough. Ron raised a smile with difficulty, and raised his head with a pale face. This is just the beginning. Everyone was moved. Because they saw that even if his finger bones were broken and his arm was torn, he still clenched his fists tightly. Hua Shaishan frowned. Stubbornness and seriousness are good qualities, but Ron boy, stubbornness is annoying. He reminded. But as soon as the words came out, he was stunned. He saw the young man standing in a deep pit slowly take a step forward and showed him a bright and sunny smile. Snow-white teeth, black hair. Didn't you just tell me to treat you as my mortal enemy? He said in a hoarse voice, his tone was heavy and weak, but the smile on his mouth was full of heroism. I have never seen a navy shouldering justice give up when facing evil pirates. He held his head high. Besides, I was just testing your strength just now. The real battle has just begun. Ron laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the symbol of favorability +10 constantly appearing on Hua Xiaoshen's head. And the system's data panel was constantly jumping with rising points. You have gained the admiration of the military student Kabi, points +20. You have gained the admiration of the military student Belmeber, points +20. You have gained the praise of Zifa, points +50. You have gained the praise of Jun, points +50. This series of gains made Ron's figure stand straighter, and his momentum was as sharp as an unyielding war spear. Hold on. There are so many leaks waiting for you to cut, you can't fall down so easily. Teacher Zifa and the beautiful Jun are watching over there. Don't say that the finger bones are shattered, even if he is seriously injured and unconscious in the end, I will take the limelight. Even Jesus can't hold it. I said it. The intense pain surged from his arm, making Ron's face pale. But he couldn't miss this opportunity to show off and harvest points. As he thought about it, the expression on his face became more righteous and fearless. Seeing Ron's extremely resolute expression, Hua Xiaoshen was stunned at first, and finally moved. So that's it. I understand. Such a strong will, such a firm obsession with victory and becoming stronger. No wonder Teacher Zifa attaches so much importance to him. Somehow, Hua Xiaoshen looked at Ron, whose figure was thin and seemed to be shaky, and it seemed that something hot was about to burst out of his chest. That was, the feeling of blood boiling. It's really a long-lost feeling. Ron, can you answer me a question? Hua Xiaoshen took off the cigar in his mouth and extinguished it with one hand. People who are familiar with him will know that he will only take off the cigar in his mouth when he is really serious and facing extremely important things. Ron smiled and said, Lieutenant General Hua Xiaoshen, you tell me. Hua Xiaoshen stared at Ron with his eyes and said solemnly, why do you fight, train and become stronger without caring about your life? Ron was silent for a moment, and suddenly smiled. I can train others that they can't bear. I can endure the pain that others can't endure. Even if I don't have the talent to amaze the world, I still believe that I can change my life. Lieutenant General Hua Xiaoshen. Someone has to win, why can't it be me? Chapter 22 The Fighting Style of Ninjas. Silence, deathly silence. The scorching wind blew the dust and yellow sand, and the air was dry and scorching. But everyone on the training ground felt that the blood in their bodies seemed to suddenly burn at this moment, and the whole person was boiling. They looked at the young figure who was still bleeding but still laughing with moving expressions, and their eyes gradually overflowed with admiration. Someone has to win, why can't it be me? Ron's words made everyone's eyes moist to some extent. Yes. They are elites from all over the world, carefully selected by the Navy headquarters. The Naval Academy is the cradle of righteous generals. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as they graduate from the academy, they will definitely get the rank of major in the headquarters. But is this enough? Is this their future life? Can they only stop here? You know. Most of them have better family backgrounds than Ron. Many of them have better cultivation talents than Ron, but why is it Ron who is standing in front of Hua Xiaoshen now? And not any of them? Doesn't this explain the problem? It's determination. They don't have Ron's determination to become stronger even at the risk of their lives. Looking at the favorability +10 that keeps popping up on the heads of the surrounding military academy students and Hua Xiaoshen, Ron knows that what he said is to the point. Hua Xiaoshen asked in a deep voice. You know, many things cannot be changed by hard work. Ron smiled disapprovingly. So. Monsters have their own way of fighting, and we ordinary people have our own way to go. I know very well that not everyone is a genius, and not everyone can become a hero admired by thousands of people, but this does not mean that we cannot become our own heroes. Come on, Vice Admiral Hua Xiaoshen, let me see with my own eyes how strong the core combat power of the Navy headquarters is. He slowly took out 2 black kunao from the pocket of his military uniform, holding one hand upright and the other hand backward, and posing a fighting posture that no one has ever seen on this sea. That is the fighting posture of a ninja. Full of momentum. After Ron finished speaking, another round of points appeared on the system panel. Hua Shaishan was silent. Many military school students were also silent. They had never heard such passionate and heart-touching words in their lives. Just a few words made them all excited. It was so exciting. Heroes were once teenagers. Every teenager has a heart to be a hero. Perhaps as teenagers grow up, they gradually lose their way, and are smoothed by society and reality, so that their brilliance gradually disappears. But this does not mean that their youthful hearts no longer exist. In the distance of the school field, the tall Jun's eyes were red at some point, and she felt bitter when she saw Ron's resolute figure. Shocking, isn't it? Zephyr next to him murmured hoarsely. Jun nodded and whispered. Teacher Zifa, I feel a little sad. Zifa smiled and said. I understand that the gap between ordinary people and monsters cannot be made up by hard work. You are worried that he will encounter setbacks, and finally fall into despair. But I have a kind of illusion in my heart. He looked at the figure of the Navy boy with his old and deep eyes quietly. Maybe he can create a miracle. On the training ground, there was silence. Hua Shaishan was stunned when he saw Ron's strange weapon, and shook his head and said. No, I have said it just now, I will not use domineering, this is my promise to you. Come on, attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron threw the kunao in his hand one after another. With his hand speed as fast as a phantom, the kunao turned into black shadows and shot through the air one after another. A sharp whistling sound came over him, and Hua Shaishan's figure began to become blurred. Facing such an attack, paper painting is a good countermeasure. He was not in a hurry to explain to the military academy students watching the battle next to him. Like floating catkins and soft paper, Hua Shaishan's body became light and fluttery, and he easily avoided Ron's kunao attack. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. One of the 6 styles of the Navy, shaving. Your will is commendable, but Ron, it's time for you to see the cruelty of the facts. The voice sounded in front of him, and Ron had no time to react. Hua Shaishan's figure appeared in the reflection of his pupils. A hand knife fell. Is he going to lose? Such a thought exploded in the hearts of all military academy students at the same time. They secretly sweated for Ron at the same time. However, at this time, Hua Shaishan, who was preparing to end this farce with a knife, changed his face slightly. Because he actually saw in the void around his body, under the sunlight, a crisscrossing, looming invisible silk net appeared, and he didn't know when it had blocked his movements. One end of the crisscrossing invisible silk thread was connected to the tail of the black kunao inserted into the ground, intertwined in an irregular shape, and finally gathered in Ron's hand in front of him. The sharpness of this sharp silk thread can easily cut the human body. This is the shuriken control technique from the ninja world. Chapter 23. You stinky boy actually slapped me in the face? When? Hua Shaishan was a little stunned. Ron's action was so secretive that he was caught off guard for a while. This was also because he did not use the observation haki and failed to predict Ron's action in time. But this doesn't change your defeat. A touch of admiration flashed across Hua Shaishan's eyes, and he chopped down Ron's neck with his knife. Bang! The touch of the hand suddenly became a little strange, and only a dull sound was heard. The Ron in front of him suddenly turned into a thick smoke and disappeared, replaced by a piece of wood. The pile fell to the ground. What the hell is this? Hua Shaishan was stunned. No, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan, I said the real battle is just beginning now. Ron's voice with a faint smile came from behind. Substitution technique. One of the 3 body techniques, a basic ninjutsu from the world of Naruto. Ron grabbed a sharp kunai tightly and stabbed it towards Hua Shaoshan's back. Hua Shaoshan frowned and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Shaving, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Ron's kunai stabbed into the air. 10 meters away, Hua Shaoshan's figure appeared on the ground with a gully, raising rolling dust. You are really amazing, a move I have never seen before. Hua Shaoshan looked at Ron holding the kunai with a strange look, and a favor ability +5 floated above his head. Ron smiled at this. As expected, the better he performed in this battle, the more points he could earn. It looks similar to the legendary ninja moves in Wano country. Hua Shaoshan said softly. Ron did not answer, and rushed out again. Chakra lingered under his feet, making his running speed increase in vain. As he rushed forward, he kept throwing shurikens and kunai from his ninja tool bag at Hua Shaoshan. A whistling sound came over him, and Hua Shaoshan stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked into countless cracks. Boom! His figure flew up with a bang. This was pure physical strength to the extreme. In mid-air, Hua Shaoshan suddenly drew a saber from his waist. The sharp saber reflected a loud cold light under the sunlight. Ron did not dodge or avoid, but rushed forward directly. His eyes were determined. The military academy students were all shocked and took a breath of cold air. Ding! The black kunai and the snow-white saber clashed in mid-air, making a sharp buzzing sound. With a bang, Ron's feet sank suddenly, and the force pressing down from top to bottom shattered the ground under his feet. Bloodshot suddenly filled the area around his pupils. Come on, Ron! I won't hold back! Hua Shaoshan laughed loudly, holding the knife with both hands and pressing down hard. A long string of bright sparks opened between the saber and the kunai, illuminating Ron's gritted teeth and determined face. A dazzling bloodstain overflowed from the corner of Ron's mouth, but he laughed heroically. It should be like this. Hua Shaoshan's pupils trembled, and his admiration and recognition of Ron in his heart became deeper and stronger. Favor ability +10 floated on his head several times again. He instantly understood Ron's determination. A strong fighting spirit slowly rose in his eyes when he looked at Ron. Yes, only if he went all out, Ron's determination would be worthwhile. He deserved to be looked at equally by Hua Shaoshan. At this time, the military academy students around him were all in tears. Azaa, with red eyes, suddenly shouted. Come on, Ron! Beat him! The others were stunned at first, and then they all started to shout excitedly. Come on, Ron! Yes! Come on! Beat Hua Shaoshan! Listening to the increasingly excited shouts of the crowd, Hua Shaoshan's mouth twitched, feeling helpless. How did his instructor suddenly become a villain, and Ron became a hero who challenged the villain? Kong! At this moment, Ron suddenly gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly tilted to one side, removing Hua Shaoshan's saber. He threw the kunai with one hand, and his hands turned into afterimages and quickly formed seals. Hua Shaoshan chopped off 2 kunai with his knife, but he saw Ron suddenly slap the ground with one hand and shouted. Earth escape, earth flow river! Swish! The ground under his feet suddenly changed dramatically, and Hua Shaoshan staggered and almost lost his balance. The ground within a radius of 5 meters from where he was, the originally solid ground turned into a swamp-like sludge with strong adsorption force, constantly dragging him into it. Trapped? Hua Shaoshan was stunned and wanted to perform the moon step and shave to get out, but he was shocked to find that he could not exert any force in this swampy environment. Just when he was about to swing his knife, he saw Ron suddenly pull it hard in the air. Hua Shaoshan finally changed color. Tear! That big silk net! As Ron kept throwing kunai just now, the surroundings of the training ground were densely covered with kunai deeply inserted into the ground, and each tail was connected to a transparent sharp silk thread. It's time to end, Lieutenant General Hua Shaoshan. Ron smiled. Swish! A large silk net suddenly tightened. It wrapped around Hua Shaishan, who was trapped in the ground and unable to move. Damn it! Hua Shaishan cursed and shouted. Iron block! Crash! The dense silk threads finally wrapped around him and fixed him in a swamp, with the tail tightly connected to the kunao all over the ground. Hua Shaishan's military uniform was directly torn into a rag. If it weren't for the defense of the iron block, his flesh and blood would be easily cut. Ron saw this scene and clenched his fists. What I'm waiting for is for you to use the iron block. The iron block has an extremely obvious weakness, which is that it cannot move when it is used. Then, Ron began to run wildly. The thin figure dragged a long trail in the afterglow of the setting sun. In Hua Shaishan's astonished eyes. In the shocked and worshipful eyes of the military academy students. He jumped high. He punched the Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan of the Navy headquarters heavily. Bang! The next moment. You stinky boy actually slapped me in the face. Hua Shaishan's furious voice immediately resounded throughout the school field. Chapter 24 Ron's Amazing Fighting Talent. Military Academy, the Chief Instructor's Office. Ha 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 ha. Zeph looked at the panda eye on Hua Shaishan's face, laughed so hard that he fell backwards and covered his stomach tightly. Jun next to him also covered his mouth and laughed softly. Hua Shaishan sighed speechlessly. It was a sin to have such a teacher. He really kept his promise, and even at the last moment he did not use his armament haki to defend himself. Otherwise, it would not be Hua Shaishan who was injured by Ron's punch, but his fist. Look at you, Hua Shaishan, you are already a lieutenant general, but you were hit in the eye by a military school student. It's really embarrassing. Zepha teased and lit a cigar happily. That's great, at least someone is with him with panda eyes. Hua Shaishan muttered in frustration. Teacher Zifa, didn't you also get panda eyes after being beaten by Ron? What did you say? Zif's hand holding the cigarette trembled, and suddenly he slammed the table, puffing his beard and glaring. I accidentally fell down. Hua Shaishan pouted. Yes, you are right. A dignified admiral of the Navy can fall down while walking? And he just happened to fall in the eye? No one will believe this. He looked at the exaggerated toed sunglasses that Zifa was wearing, and thought to himself that he had to wear a pair of sunglasses as well, otherwise how would he face people in the next few days? It would be so embarrassing. Zifa subconsciously raised his sunglasses and snorted. Now you have seen it, the strength of that brat Ron. Hua Shaishan and Jun looked at each other, and Jun nodded first. He is indeed very good. In the battle just now, the fighting spirit, courage, and calmness and decisiveness he showed in the face of the enemy are indeed rare for his age. Hua Shaishan agreed. I agree. Although I don't know where he learned so many strange moves, he can combine these seemingly weak moves so accurately and perfectly, and strive for a chance to win in despair. Such a combat quality and vision, even I am ashamed of myself. Hua Shaishan said very frankly, and his tone did not hide his admiration for Ron. Even if he didn't use armament haki and observation haki, the gap in combat power between Ron and him was extremely disparate. Crushing in all aspects such as physical fitness, strength, speed, and explosive power. The huge gap in combat skills such as the Navy 6 styles. Even if Hua Shaishan had some underestimation and let the enemy go in the previous battle, it was enough to show Ron's combat talent. There are two kinds of human talents, one is the talent in cultivation, and the other is the talent in combat. To put it bluntly, the talent in cultivation is easy to understand. Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino are all monsters whose cultivation talents crush anyone. The Navy 6 styles are such powerful physical skills that exceed the limits of the human body. Others have worked hard day and night to practice, and after years of hard work, they can barely master one or two of them. But for the three monsters like Sakaski, it is just a simple move that can be mastered at a glance. This is not an exaggeration. Hua-Shaishan and Kuzan are graduates of the same period and belong to the second term of the military academy. It took him a full month from contact to mastering the Navy 6 styles, and the sweat and effort he spent in it cannot be measured. His progress and talent in training have made him stand out among the military academy students of the same period, and he is one of the few who are extremely outstanding. But what about Kuzan of the same period? That lazy bastard just watched teacher Zifa demonstrate it casually once in class, and then never practiced it again. But in a later actual combat, Hua-Shaishan was shocked to find that Kuzan directly displayed the secret of the Navy 6 styles. At that time, the bastard lazily raised his finger, yawned and fired a flying finger gun. Even after so many years, Hua-Shaishan still remembers it very clearly. This is the horror of monsters. This is a genius who has reached the peak of training talent. And Ron obviously does not have such a talent. He has another kind of talent. The talent for fighting. The talent for fighting is something that cannot be quantified. To a certain extent, this is not directly related to your own combat power. Instead, it is related to your mentality, personality, and combat intuition. The talent for fighting, in short, is a talent that allows one to remain calm and composed in battle, be good at using the surrounding geographical environment, find the enemy's weaknesses, and finally seek a one-shot kill. In the previous battle on the training ground, Ron first used the kunao to distract himself, then used the sharp threads of the kunao to block his movements, and finally used that strange ninjutsu to turn the ground into a swamp to trap himself, and then closed the net. Hit and kill. Accurate and calm. Now looking back, Ron's fighting is like a magic sword, weird and incomparable. So now you all know why I put him in the sequence of the combat system for training. Zifa smiled triumphantly. Hua-Shaishan picked up a cigar from the desk in front of Zifa and said sullenly. But before this, Ron didn't have the opportunity to show his fighting talent. Zifa's expression froze. He snatched the cigar from Hua-Shaishan's hand with one hand and said angrily. What are you smoking? Smoking is not allowed here. Hua-Shaishan retracted his hand embarrassedly and muttered, Aren't you smoking too? At this time, Jun suddenly said in a deep voice. But Mr. Zifa, the ability that Ron showed is something we have never seen before. Zifa waved his hand disapprovingly and said. What's the matter? This sea is huge, there are all kinds of people, and the combat system is even more complicated. Jun shook his head, and a haze flashed in his eyes. Ninjutsu. It seems that it is an ability that only the ninjas in Wano country can master. She said something that made Zifa and Hua-Shaishan's faces change slightly. Chapter 25 Dark Fruit, 100,000 points? Ron didn't want to pay attention to the thoughts of Zifa and other Navy bosses. He was lying in the military hospital in Marineford, looking at his hand that was wrapped like a dumpling in plaster, and he wanted to cry but couldn't. It really hurts. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. There are countless extremely sensitive nerves on the fingers. Even if the fingers are bumped, they will be in pain and tears will flow, let alone the fracture of the phalanx of the fingers. However, with his physical condition and the treatment in the military hospital, he will probably be able to jump around again in 10 days or so. Lying on the hospital bed, Ron, wearing a hospital gown, quietly looked at the ceiling fan swaying on the ceiling above his head, and fell into deep thought. He was reviewing the game. The previous battle with Hua-Shaishan in the military academy was the first time he showed his full strength. As a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and a backbone of justice, Hua-Shaishan's strength is naturally extremely powerful. After this battle, Ron also clearly saw how far away he was from the high-end combat power of the sea. He is just a vice admiral of the headquarters, and he still doesn't use domineering. What if it is some powerful pirates? The 7 warlords of the sea? The captain of the 4 emperors? Even the 4 emperors of the New World? Ron is not a pessimistic person. In the past, he may have no choice but to accept his fate, but now that he has the existence of the system, his unwillingness and dissatisfaction naturally come out. Therefore, reviewing is necessary, and the experience gained from each battle is extremely valuable. He received system rewards and initially obtained the inheritance of the ninja in the Naruto world. His way of thinking and combat intuition are also different from many people in this sea. To put it bluntly, the battle of ninjas is a battle of intelligence. The more intelligence you have, the greater the probability of winning the battle and surviving. Thinking in this way, Ron began to review the process of fighting with Hua Sheishan in his mind. The substitute technique has shown great potential, and the shuriken control technique has also benefited a lot. The use of that earth escape ninjutsu is like a stroke of genius. Fighting is like playing cards. It doesn't matter whether the cards in your hand are good or bad, but how you play. But what Ron knows very well is that if Hua Sheishan uses haki, even if his card skills are amazing, it will not help. After all, haki is the king bomb. There is no need for armament haki. Even if Hua Sheishan only uses observation haki, Ron has no chance of winning. His shuriken throwing technique will be seen through. His substitution technique will be easily sensed. His earth escape ninjutsu will be avoided by Hua Sheishan, who has a sense of domineering. If that's the case. Ron frowned and immersed his thoughts in his system panel. Congratulations on successfully completing the task and gaining the recognition of Vice Admiral Hua Sheishan. Points plus 1000. Current available points, 2570. The fight Hua Sheishan task rewarded 1000 points, and in that battle Ron kept cutting leaks, plus the points accumulated before, a total of more than 2500 points remaining available. A primary lottery requires 1000 points. Ron subconsciously looked at the reward options on the primary lottery. Giant Physique, Fishman Physique, Paste Fruit, 6 Navy Styles, Fishman Karate Combat Skills, Ninjutsu, Rashomon. He thought for a while and looked at the options for shopping in the mall. The system's points can be used for lottery draws and can also be used to purchase items directly. Note that it is items, not abilities. For example, abilities like Giant Physique cannot be purchased directly. But items like Kunao can be purchased directly, 5 points apiece. He even saw all kinds of devil fruits in the mall. Spring fruit, superhuman type, can turn your body into a spring, compress potential energy, requires 2500 points. Swamp fruit, natural type, can turn your body into a natural swamp, can hold certain substances, ignore physical attacks, requires 8000 points. Silence fruit, superhuman type, can be within a certain range to create a silent area, all sounds within the range are eliminated, 10,000 points are required. In addition to these relatively cheap devil fruit abilities, Ron also saw a few things that made him drool. Dark fruit, natural system, known as the most dangerous devil fruit, cannot be elementalized, can absorb damage, the price is to endure twice the pain, can create darkness and gravity, and make the devil fruit ability user's ability invalid. Points required: 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Ron was stunned by the blood-red 100,000 points, and his mouth twitched. With so many zeros, how many leaks would he have to cut to get it? Originally, he thought that he had cut so many leaks and completed a task, and had 2500 points, which was already very brave, but he didn't expect the system to be so dark. What's the use of these mere 2500 points? He sighed, and continued to look down, and was shocked. In addition to the dark fruit, he also saw the 3 Megatama Sharingan, Orochimaru specimen, which is as high as 5000 points. There are also trembling fruit and thunder fruit, which are also luxury goods worth at least 6 figures. I didn't expect that after traveling through time, I would also worry about my poverty. Ron murmured helplessly. I used to think that money was omnipotent. After I traveled through time, I realized that it was indeed the case. If he had 100,000 points and directly exchanged for a Thunder Fruit, wouldn't he be a general level combat power? But then again, even if he got the Thunder Fruit now, it is estimated that there is still a long way to go before the general level combat power. General level combat power, to put it bluntly, is a hexagonal warrior without any shortcomings. The Thunder Fruit, no matter how strong the destructive power it explodes, will still be pressed to the ground when facing a real master. Enel is a good example. Not to mention, with Ron's current physical fitness, even if he gets the Thunder Fruit, it is estimated that he will not be able to exert much power. The use of any Devil Fruit ability requires physical strength. The more powerful the ability, the more physical strength it consumes and the more physical fitness it requires. Ah! Just as Ron shook his head, his eyes seemed to sweep over something, and the whole person froze. This is... Could it be? An uncontrollable excitement jumped in his eyes like a flame, Ron's breathing became turbulent, and his heart was pounding. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. On the panel of the system mall, he suddenly saw something. Something that almost connects the entire Naruto storyline. Book of Seals, the secret scroll of forbidden techniques of Konoha village in the Land of Fire in the Naruto world, which records the powerful forbidden techniques mastered by successive generations of Hokage, and requires points, 2,500. Chapter 26 Take a Gamble. The Book of Seals. The Book of Seals. The moment Ron saw this thing, he was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is the Book of Seals. It is said that it records the scrolls of forbidden techniques mastered by successive Hokage. There is a special storage room in Konoha and members of the Anbu are strictly monitoring and keeping it. The difficulty of getting it is unimaginable. In fact, only successive Hokage are qualified to read and learn this thing. Other ninjas can only be specially approved by the current Hokage to choose a move to learn from it under extremely special circumstances or after making great contributions. Although in the original plot, Naruto stole the Book of Seals under the instigation of Mizuki, who could have guessed that this was tacitly approved by the 3 generations of old silver coins. At least within the scope of what Ron knew, the forbidden techniques recorded in the sealed book included Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique used from the beginning to the end, the darkness technique of the second Hokage forbidden technique wholesaler Senju Tobirama, the S-level forbidden techniques of impure world reincarnation and flying thunder god technique, and the multiplication detonating talisman technique, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu that Kai almost kicked out in the end. And the corpse reincarnation that Orochimaru mastered. And this is just the ones on the surface. The forbidden techniques mastered by the successive Hokage are definitely more than these. But the sealed book that records so many powerful forbidden techniques is only sold for 2,500 points? Roy thought at first that he had read it wrong, or that there was a bug in the system. He tried to confirm with the system whether it was a bug. But in just 1 second, the system panel gave the answer. All products on the system mall are clearly marked with prices, and they are fair and just. Prices are marked according to the rarity of the items and their effects on the host. Although the item the Book of Seals records the forbidden techniques mastered by many generations of Hokage, the difficulty of mastering the forbidden techniques is extremely high. Tip: obtaining this item does not guarantee that the host can successfully learn the forbidden techniques. The content of the Book of Seals only includes the basic training methods of the forbidden techniques, and there is no experience and guidance from practitioners. Looking at the explanation given on the system panel, Ron fell silent. He understood. It turns out that this is just a basic textbook, and it does not include teaching. This is different from the Genin level Chakra combat power obtained in the previous lottery. The previous lottery reward was similar to the system's direct body infusion, giving you everything that the Genin level combat power should master perfectly. And the Seal the book is just a textbook. Whether you can learn it or not is up to you. No wonder this rare thing only costs 2,500 points. If you can't learn it after buying it, the 2,500 points you have accumulated with great effort will be wasted. Ron also knows that it is extremely difficult to master the forbidden techniques recorded in the sealing technique. He is not Naruto, who is blessed with the luck of the protagonist. He was born with half of the 9 tails sealed in his body by his father, the 4th generation, so that he can squander it unlimitedly and learn the multiple shadow clone technique. He is not a scientist like Orochimaru, who is good at scientific research and can see through the secret of immortality from the reincarnation of the corpse. He is not a genius like Minato Namikaze, whose name is known throughout the ninja world, and he cannot learn the Flying Thunder God technique. He is not a wholesaler of forbidden techniques like the 2nd generation Senju Tobirama, whose casually developed ninjutsu is written into the sealed book, and he uses ordinary water escape as if it were a sea escape. Ron's talent for cultivation has long been proven to be very weak. Is this seemingly cheap sealed book really worth the money for him? Ron sat on the hospital bed, listening to the ticking sound of the wall clock, and fell into deep thought. It would be great if these 2,500 points were used for lottery. At least he could extract twice, maybe he could extract a giant physique, thus strengthening his physique fundamentally, which would be very helpful for his future training. But he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Is he willing? Is he willing to slowly become stronger like this? The moment this thought came up, he knew he had made a decision. Excuse me, would you like to buy the mall item Book of Seals? This item will consume 2,500 points, yes/no. Ron's eyes flashed with a determination to go all out, and he chose to affirm without hesitation. Yes. Life is a gamble. Since you have lived again, live it to your heart's content. In this world where one's future is uncertain, even as a time traveler, he is always walking on the tightrope of the cliff. Since Kobe has been brought to the headquarters by Garp for training, it means that Luffy has gone to sea, the plot of pirates has officially begun, and the war at the top is imminent. The time left for Ron is really limited, I'm afraid it's less than half a year. If he continues to dawdle here and draw lots and train step by step, he will not be able to survive the world-shaking and magnificent war. What can he do in half a year? Even Luffy, the chosen son, learned Haki after 2 years of teaching from the vice-captain of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. Can he Ron do it? It's impossible. So, he must take a gamble. The most important thing is, even if he can't learn the other contents of the sealed book, there is at least one forbidden technique on it that has nothing to do with talent. That is 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. The red beast that almost kicked out the finale and pressed down Uchiha Madara's coffin tightly. Who said that only geniuses can be brilliant? The moment when ordinary people risk their lives. The infinite flames can also illuminate a youth. Chapter 27 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. No talent. Just when Ron made the decision, the cold electronic prompt of the system also sounded in his mind. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the item Book of Seals from the mall, consuming 2,500 points, and the remaining available points are 70 points. Book of Seals, the secret scroll of forbidden techniques of Konoha village in the Land of Fire in the Naruto world, which records the powerful forbidden techniques mastered by successive generations of Hokage. At the same time, a series of data streams turned into a surging tide and poured into Ron's brain. The training methods of ninjutsu such as impure world reincarnation technique, darkness walking technique, corpse reincarnation, multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, multiplication detonation talisman, are all deeply imprinted in Ron's brain with the influx of this data stream. And can never be forgotten. Well, this is quite convenient. After all, if you really give yourself a scroll, it is very troublesome whether you carry it around or hide it, and the existence of the scroll will also attract unnecessary attention. After getting the Book of Seals, Ron immediately immersed himself in learning one of the ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Imperial World Reincarnation is a powerful forbidden technique that runs through the entire plotline of the Naruto world. It was developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, improved by Orochimaru, and finally thoroughly developed by Orochi Kabuto, making the first half of the Fourth Ninja World War a harmonious and warm dream-fulfilling plot. And the good old man Mr. Kabuto has also become the dream-fulfilling master of all the characters. Ron focused on the introduction of Impure World Reincarnation. Imperial World Reincarnation Technique, an S-level forbidden technique of summoning spirits from another world developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. This technique can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the world and revive them in the form of entities. Specific operation method: extract a certain amount of the dead body, use the body of a living person as a container for the dead soul, and then summon the dead soul from the nether world to the living world, let the dead soul attach to the container, and cover the living body with dust, so as to transform into the dead person's appearance before death. Burying a kunai with a talisman engraved into the back of the dead head can wipe out the dead person's consciousness. Whether to retain emotional will is entirely up to the performer. The decision is up to the practitioner. It is impossible for Ron to say that he is not greedy for the Impure World Reincarnation technique. The power of this forbidden technique is not just to simply revive the dead, but also to give the dead the ability of immortality. No matter what kind of injury is encountered, even if the head is smashed, it can be restored within a minute. And the resurrected dead can retain most of their combat power before death. If I can master the Impure World Reincarnation technique, as long as I have a certain grave-digging ability, I may be able to revive those strong men of the old times as my own combat power. Just imagine, during the war on the top, if the Impure World Roger can stand by my side as a combat power, how interesting the scene would be. It's a pity that such a fantasy is just a fantasy after all. Even if the principle of the Impure World Reincarnation forbidden technique, the running line of chakra, the seal technique, etc. are clearly written in the sealed book, Ron is still confused. There are many profound knowledge that I can't understand. For example, if an ordinary person is given a detailed schematic diagram of the manufacturing principle of an atomic bomb and even the corresponding tools, you cannot really make an atomic bomb. Is it really a forbidden technique that only geniuses can master? Ron suddenly sighed and murmured helplessly. He felt a headache and his head seemed to be splitting. After just 1 or 2 minutes of research, the difficulty of the Impure World Reincarnation almost shut down his brain. It is really hard to imagine what the brain structure of the geniuses who developed and used the Impure World Reincarnation is like. He took out a pack of wrinkled cigarettes from his pocket, glanced cautiously at the door of the ward, and found that the doctors and nurses had gone far away, so he secretly lit the cigarette. Ron took a deep breath, leaned on the bed, and half closed his eyes. The spicy smell of tobacco stimulated his throat, and under the effect of nicotine, the pain in his head was also relieved a lot. Don't think too much. Just study the 8 gates of ninjutsu. At least it doesn't require much talent. After being thoroughly shocked by the difficulty of the Impure World Reincarnation, Ron no longer had any luck in his heart. It would be more reliable to expect that he could pick up a thunder fruit when he went out, rather than relying on his talent and chakra level to learn these powerful forbidden techniques in the sealed book. He focused his attention on the 8 gates of ninjutsu. 8 gates of ninjutsu, this is a technique that removes the body's restrictions on chakra and releases excess energy. In the meridian system where chakra flows, the places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body are the 8 gates of Kaiman, Xiaoman, Shenman, Shangman, Duman, Jingman, Jingman, and Shiman. These 8 gates will set limits on the amount of chakra in the body, but this technique can force chakra to exceed this limit, thereby bringing out its own strength that is dozens of times stronger than the original. However, while gaining power, the caster will be injured, so this technique is listed as one of the forbidden techniques. When all 8 gates are opened, it is called the 8 gates formation, which can instantly gain 10 times the power of the 5 kage, but will also die because of the burning of their own vitality. Note: everyone's body has 8 gates. As long as they are trained to be able to withstand the load of opening the 8 gates, anyone can open the 8 gates. Note, the power of the 8 gates formation depends on the caster himself, and increases exponentially with the caster's own power, so the power of different people after opening the 8 gates formation is also different. Note, the 8 gates formation is an explosion of the body's extreme ability, so the greater the ability it explodes, the greater the damage to the body. No matter how strong the body is trained, it can only reduce the degree of this damage as much as possible, but cannot completely eliminate it. Chapter 28 Jun's Heart. Jun's heart has never been so irritable. It was raining outside. The hazy drizzle drifted down, and she sat quietly in front of the window, staring at the raindrops gathering into lines on the glass window. The glass was blurred and covered with water droplets. The rain blurred everything outside the window, and only the buildings on both sides of the military school ground in the distance could be barely distinguished. She held a document tightly in her hand. The file of the new students of the military school. It was impossible to hide it. The battle between Ron and Hua Shaishan that day had attracted the attention of many people. Only one country in this sea has the ability and tricks of ninjutsu. That is the military power of the New World, Wano country. Wano country is a country full of mystery to the outside world. This powerful country with powerful samurai families and ninjas stubbornly insists on the attitude of closing the country and cuts off all contacts with the outside world. The military combat power of this country ranks among the best in the world. The terrain is difficult to attack and difficult to defend. It is not a member of the world government. Even the admirals of the navy dare not approach rashly. The most critical issue is that the person who controls the government of Wano country is one of the 4 emperors in the New World. Kaido, the beast who is known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Ron, the young man who made me admire him so much, has mastered the ability of ninjutsu, which is a fatal point. The intelligence and supervision departments of the headquarters have begun to pay attention to Ron, and Mr. Zifa has personally gone to mediate. But is it enough? The 4 emperors of the New World are such a sensitive topic. The 4 powerful pirates led their respective forces to conquer the Great. The second half of the Grand Route was completely divided up. Even a strong navy could not move forward in the New World. The term 4 emperors made the navy a frightened bird. Every time the 4 emperors pirate group made a military move, it would cause serious vigilance on the headquarters side. What's more, Ron was nothing, he was just a new recruit in a military academy. Jun knew in his heart that Ron's fate was like a huge storm brewing in this hazy and swaying drizzle. Perhaps a more severe test is waiting for the stubborn little guy ahead. Thinking of this, Jun's mood became worse and more depressed. She couldn't help but open the window. Her beautiful face slightly raised, and closed her eyes. The wind disturbed the rain and slapped her cheeks, but she didn't care. The rain was soft and gentle, and Jun liked to use it on her cheeks to experience the feeling of a mother's kiss. This feeling brought her back to her childhood, recalling the days she spent in Marineford. She remembered Sister Crane's warm hugs and kisses. She remembered the joy of running freely on the streets of the Marineford living area. She remembered riding on Sengoku's neck and pretending to fly since she was a child. She remembered Mr. Garp's laughter and the snacks that the latter always hid. She also remembered the countless love letters she received as she grew up. She remembered the joy of studying in the military academy. Yes, joy. At that time, Jun, like everyone else, thought that studying in the military academy was painful and full of torture. Until now, after seeing Ron, she suddenly woke up. Compared with Ron's struggle, how happy she was when she was in the military academy. She mastered the Navy's 6 styles in 2 days. She didn't understand it at the time, but now she understands. It turns out that not everyone has such a superior background and talent. It turns out that there are some people in this sea who struggle to become stronger. Even a simple training class can make them die and they are directly admitted to the military hospital. She has never seen such a person before. Ordinary but tenacious. Weak but determined. How could such a person be a spy from Wano country? Jun raised her white and slender fingers and gently rubbed her temples. She stretched out her hand and wanted to close the window. But the next moment, she froze. Her expression froze. What did she see? In the drizzle, a thin figure with a bandaged arm was training on the military school field. It was him. Jun suddenly felt that the irritability in her heart was getting stronger. She grew up to receive the best education and treatment since she was a child. She was talented and her life was smooth. She didn't need to worry about anything. There are countless people pursuing her, from Marineford to the New World. Shaitan Kaji, who is also a candidate for the general, even confessed to her dozens of times, but failed to stir up the slightest ripple in her heart. But at this moment, looking at the boy who was challenging his physical limits like crazy in the rain, Jun's heart was full of doubts. Why did he do this? He has obviously been targeted by the inspection department of the headquarters and may be expelled from the army at any time. Why? Jun doesn't understand, she really doesn't understand. Why is he still fighting so hard? His injuries have not healed yet. The chaotic emotions made her chest suddenly surge with an inexplicable anger. She frowned, turned around and put on a cloak of justice, and her figure disappeared on the spot. The early part is not well written. Those who can't read it can jump directly to chapter 50. The subsequent plot is guaranteed to be exciting. Chapter 29 Breaking Through My Limit. The night is getting deeper and deeper. The wind is getting stronger and the rain is getting heavier. In the heavy rain, Ron is still training hard on the training ground. Shuriken and kunao turned into deadly black light and broke through the air, hitting the human-shaped stone target without bias. Weighted push UPS. Shuriken throwing. Overloaded long-distance running. High-intensity squats. Sweat overflowed from the surface of his body as if it was free, but it merged into the rain in an instant. As time passed, Ron's body gradually began to tremble, visible to the naked eye. Even the extremely light black kunao in his hand became extremely heavy. The muscles in his arms seemed to be burning, sending out a burning pain, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. His body had reached the limit. No one could imagine what kind of pain he was going through. But on his pale face, between the wet black hair, a pair of bloodshot eyes were unusually bright. 8 Gates of Ninja, no talent required. But the difficulty of mastering the 8 Gates of Ninja is no less than learning an S-level forbidden technique like the Impure World Reincarnation. According to the principle and design of the 8 Gates of Ninja, everyone's body has 8 gates that suppress their own chakra, but very few people know how to use the 8 Gates of Ninja. Why is the internal gate that everyone has not been used by others? The key reason is that the premise of using the 8 Gates of Ninja is unconventional and overloaded. Long-term training beyond the limit. Only in this way can the various parts and organs of the body be trained to adapt to the load after opening, and the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after opening can be minimized. Forcing it to open is not possible. In other words, it is necessary to continuously and frequently put the body under a pressure close to the limit in order to break the limit of the 8 gates. How difficult is it? How painful is the process? Ron didn't know before. He only saw the Night Kai kick in the animation where Emperor Kai burned his youth and life. Like a blood-red dragon across the night sky, and like a brilliant meteor shining on the sky. Is it exciting? Very exciting. Is it handsome? Very handsome. It was exchanged for life. And now, he finally knows. Just the process of trying to open the first gate of the 8 gates. Opening the gate is so difficult and painful, so how much torture should Might Guy endure when the 8th gate, Death Gate, erupts? But he has no way. There are not many paths he can choose in the time left for him. If he can. Of course he wants to be a genius, like Minato Namikaze, who has to change clothes before going to the battlefield, and then use Flying Thunder God to instantly arrive at the battlefield, and say handsomely, "I am the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, and I am about to explode." Who doesn't want to do this? But he doesn't have such a talent. But he is not jealous or envious. Everyone has his own path to take, and he just needs to do what he should do, right? Ron looked at his arm with bandages and plaster and smiled bitterly. In theory, he is not suitable for such high-intensity training because his injury has not healed. But on second thought, isn't it the best time to challenge his limit if his injury has not healed? The essence of the 8 gates of Dunjia is a forbidden technique that controls the chakra energy in the body to impact the limit of the body. This also means that you must be on the edge of the limit of the body to better explore the opportunity for a breakthrough. Yes, this is an opportunity. If Ron before the time travel was a person who didn't care and was willing to give up opportunities, then now, what he himself didn't realize was that, after going through so many things, some changes had already begun in the deepest part of his heart. It's useless to complain. Do you think that if you cry, someone will come to save you? You still have to rely on yourself. Ron gritted his teeth. He charged forward. He immersed himself in it, trying to overcome the pain and fatigue in his body, and began to looking for the meridians and acupuncture points hidden in the body, looking for the door handle that can break the limits of the human body, let himself be reborn, and soar into the sky. The cold rain mercilessly slapped the boy's pale face. The heavy footsteps stepped on the potholes and water droplets. The wet military uniform raised the curtain in the tenacious run. From a distance, Ron's figure was like a weathered but unshakable rock, running deeply and firmly in the wind and rain. His breathing became more and more turbulent. His face became paler. The footsteps were getting slower and heavier. He was pushing the limits of his body. In the depths of a dark and chaotic brain, he gradually saw something. It was getting closer. It was getting closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At a certain moment, he finally saw it clearly. Those were 8 acupuncture points hidden in the human meridians, like 8 bright and magnificent stars, hanging above the surging sea of chakra meridians, emitting dazzling light. These were the 8 acupuncture points representing the 8 gates of Dunjia. The next step is to try to stimulate the chakra in the body to impact these acupuncture points under the extreme physical condition. Ron's eyes condensed and quickly locked on the first door opening. Then, the torrent began to boil. The water drops gathered into streams. The streams gathered into small streams. The small streams merged into rivers. The rivers were surging like the sea. Condensation, agitation, convergence, and interweaving. Magnificent. At the same time, outside, Ron's body began to tremble wildly, and the skin on the surface of his body showed signs of cracks in the heavy rain. His skin was red, his body temperature was rising, and even a thick white mist appeared on his body surface. The strange vision became more and more intense and clear. Anyone could see that at this moment, Ron was enduring some kind of torment and pain that ordinary people could not bear. A streak of blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of Ron's mouth with his eyes closed. He stopped and shook violently. But he didn't care. Inside his body, he controlled the chakra that gathered into rivers in the meridians, turned it into a roaring ocean, and slammed into the door fiercely. Pa! A stream of blood suddenly exploded on the surface of his body, and his skin actually cracked directly. The door was closed. The opening of the first door was extremely heavy. Perhaps because Ron traveled to the world of pirates, his physique was much stronger than that of the people in the world of Naruto, so the difficulty of him breaking through the limit of the human body and opening the first door of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, also increased countless times. Failed, come again. Ron roared like a beast in his heart. Pa! Another cut exploded on his chest, blood staining his uniform red. No. Continue. In the distance of the parade ground, an umbrella slowly fell to the ground. Jun, wearing a cloak of justice, stared blankly at the blood-soaked Navy boy in the center of the parade ground, with an unprecedented shock in his heart, like a surging sea. "What on earth is he doing?" she murmured. Chapter 30 Liberation. Boom! In the dark and heavy thunderclouds, the storm finally brewed to its extreme. A huge pale thunder suddenly tore open the dark night sky, reflecting an extremely tragic scene on the earth. Jun will never forget this shocking scene in his life. Under the violent storm, a boy in a military uniform, his body surface constantly exploded with blood, trembling all over, roaring like a beast, trying to break the limit of the human body. The dazzling white thunder tore through the night and illuminated the face of the young man. The sharp-edged face was not handsome, but in the interweaving of light and darkness, deep traces like reefs were reflected, as if emitting a unique and tenacious charm. His eyes were tightly closed, and his body was covered with shocking blood. Such a scene made Jun, a top master with admiral-level combat power, feel a deafening shock from the bottom of his heart. Ron, he was practicing a forbidden technique that broke through the limits of his body. Such a thought flashed through Jun's mind. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. With her combat power and peak vision standing at the top of the sea, she didn't need the breath perception of the observation haki to see Ron's physical condition at this moment very clearly. How terrible it was! His injuries were obviously not healed yet. But he was so impulsive and reckless to try to break through the limits of his body. This is simply courting death. The freezing wind and rain slapped Jun's body, but for some reason, she felt that the anger in her heart almost made her burn. And under that anger, even Jun didn't notice that another unique emotion was silently derived. That was admiration. Yes, admiration. It is unimaginable that such an emotion would appear in the peach rabbit Jun, who is arrogant, alienated, and gifted. For her, Ron's behavior at this moment is undoubtedly extremely stupid and reckless. But she had to admit that. To achieve Ron's level, all the pain he endured in order to become stronger. How terrible courage and tenacious will it take? She couldn't imagine it, and didn't dare to imagine it. She had never experienced such a thing. For Jun, the improvement of strength is a natural result, and there is no obstacle. In her past life, she had a smooth life. But Ron's existence really refreshed her worldview. It turns out that there are people on this sea who are willing to sacrifice their lives to become stronger and to break their fate of mediocrity. Such a determination is enough to make anyone admire and be moved. A hard-working genius, Jun muttered to himself. But at this moment, pa pa pa, another sound of skin and muscle tearing sounded on the surface of the Navy boy's body, and Jun's face suddenly changed. She looked up suddenly. I saw blood flowers blooming on the surface of the Navy boy's skin, sad and heroic. His body can no longer bear this kind of power. He has fallen into the edge of physical collapse. Jun subconsciously exclaimed, and his pupils suddenly shrank into fine needles. From a distance, Ron's body surface was constantly torn, blood flowers bloomed one after another, and the thick blood mist even made his body linger with a layer of blood color. Seeing this, Zywin's scalp tingled. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth, and her figure suddenly rushed out from the spot. If his body really can't bear it, even if it means forcibly interrupting his breakthrough, he must stop his suicide. The wind and rain outside have nothing to do with Ron. The unbearable pain came from every muscle, every cell, and every inch of skin in his body, causing him to twitch. But he didn't care at all. The nerves were gradually numb. In the depths of his mind, the heavy door was shaking continuously under the impact of the chakra torrent. That was the acupuncture point of the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, opening the gate. As long as he successfully breaks through this gate and opens the chakra limit of this acupuncture point, he can officially step into the threshold of practicing the 8 gates of Dungia and break through the limit of his talent. Yes. Break through the limit of talent. Talent may be a mysterious thing, which can be measured by the speed of practice, the speed of becoming stronger, and the proficiency of learning combat skills, but the most fundamental thing to measure combat power is energy. Devil fruit ability users gain more powerful combat power by eating devil fruits that contain a lot of energy. Sakasborn freaks like G, Kuzan, and Borsellino can hold an upper limit of energy that is 10 times or even more than that of Ron, so they can easily learn stronger combat skills and burst out stronger combat power. However, the decisive factor for how much combat power the human body can exert is not just the container itself that holds the energy. In addition, the output of combat power is also related to the way the human body uses energy. To give a very simple example, a 2-liter bottle of Diabeo and a 500 ml bottle of Coke, there is no doubt that under the same conditions, Diabeo can burst out a larger and stronger water volume. But as long as pressure is applied, even 500 ml of Coke can burst out amazing energy. And the 8 gates of Dungia is to pressurize the body, release the limited energy in the body in a short period of time, and thus burst out combat power several times or even dozens of times beyond the original level. And now, for Ron, what he lacks is this final kick. As long as he can successfully open the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, opening the gate, it means that he has officially broken through the original physical limit. From then on, even with the constraints and restraints of his talent, he can compete with the monsters of his generation. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of crisis rushing towards him. Who is it? At such a critical moment, want to interrupt his breakthrough? Open it for me. He suddenly let out a beast-like roar. A desperate fight. He used up all the energy in his body, pushing the chakra torrent in his body towards the life gate in the brain. Boom! A loud sound like thunder exploded. He opened his eyes. The rain curtain that blurred everything in front of him became extremely clear in his sight. Everything in the surrounding environment became so slow. No, it's not that the environment has become slow, but that his nerve reaction has become faster. This is a brand new realm. The first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Open, open. Then he saw a hand. A slender and white hand was slashing towards him at an incredibly fast speed. Subconsciously, Ron punched out directly. The hand, knife and fist collided, exploding the rain curtain. Jun took a step back in astonishment. Then, poof! Ron, who was in a daze, suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 31. If you want to die, I can help you. The warm blood slowly flowed down Jun's snow-white and smooth cheek, staining her military uniform red. She was stunned, and for a moment she didn't know how to react. Ron was also stunned. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him stained red by his own blood, he always felt a little weird. It's not my fault, you wanted to come here. However, if Jun had not created enough external pressure for himself at the last moment and pushed him, it would still be unknown whether he could break the blockade of the first gate of the 8 gates. In the wind and rain, a man and a woman looked at each other with wide eyes. Until Ron saw Jun's chest rising and falling rapidly and couldn't help clenching his fists, he suddenly woke up and shouted, "I didn't mean it." As he said this, he straightened his body and spit out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. He actually leaned back and lay on the ground. Jun couldn't help twitching at the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. She kicked Ron's butt with her high heels and said coldly, "Don't pretend, get up. It's pretty similar, but your acting is too exaggerated. The amount of blood spitting out is too large." Ron closed his eyes tightly and kept silent. Just pretend to be dead. What a joke! Who in the Navy headquarters doesn't know that Mamatsuji Jun will take revenge? Shitan Kaji, who is also a candidate for admiral, once tried to peek at her changing clothes but failed, and she broke several ribs. With her thin arms and legs, she sprayed her face. If she stood up, wouldn't she lose an arm? "Ron, new recruit, I order you to stand up." This is an order. Otherwise, I will punish you by military law. Jun said coldly. She paused and added. I won't hit you. Ron then turned over from the ground and grinned. Vice Admiral Jun, why are you here? Jun rolled his eyes. She restrained her emotions and looked quietly at the Navy boy in front of her who was covered with bruises but still smiling. Her heart softened and her eyes were dazed for a moment. He really did it. From the breath emanating from Ron's body at this moment, Jun already knew that he had indeed done it. Under a life-or-death situation, he broke through the shackles of his physical talent and surpassed the limitations of his talent. From then on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. This little guy is really admirable. Jun looked at the wound on Ron's body that was still bleeding, and sighed in her heart. At this moment, she finally understood why teacher Zifa was determined to put Ron in the sequence of military academy combat training. He is a natural warrior. That is pride, tenacity, and the high spirits from the heart. He never gave up. Even if fate was completely unfair to him, even if life was not kind to him. After enduring torture and pain that no one could imagine, he finally transformed like a miracle, transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly, and was reborn. No, this is not a miracle. This is the result of hard work and struggle. This is the youth that people look up to and are most proud of in their lives. Thinking of this, Jun's inner emotions became more and more complicated, with mixed feelings. The pale thunder illuminated the blood-soaked boy, reflecting his pair of bright eyes, making his whole body emit a light silver glow. His figure stood straight. Like a war spear that never succumbs to cruel fate. Fate always moves in a fierce and powerful direction, year after year. It is irritable and only respects and obeys one kind of people. Because it only loves those whose nature is close to its own, the nature that cannot be suppressed. But you almost died. Jun sighed again. She looked Ron up and down and whispered. The forbidden technique you just practiced is too dangerous, you know, you are likely to die. Ron smiled disapprovingly. If I die, it can only mean that I am just a man of this level. Jun's favorability plus 20. Well, it's really good. As expected, using Zoro's lines can be pretentious. Jun narrowed her eyes. I see. For this stubborn and annoying little guy in front of him, compared to the pain in his body and the fear of death, the weakness and humility of his strength are more tormenting. Looking at the relaxed smile on Ron's lips, Jun didn't know why the anger in his heart surged again. Little guy. You said it lightly, but no one knows how many times you have narrowly escaped death and gritted your teeth behind the scenes. You are high-spirited and laugh freely, but no one finds that there are scars on your body. This is the path that ordinary people have to take. It is far from being as smooth and easy as geniuses and monsters. It is full of crises, disasters, pain, and ups and downs. Only after countless desperate struggles and leaps can you find the ray of hope to catch up with the genius. And now, Ron has found it. But the process is heartbreaking. Jun sighed again in his heart. Ron found that Jun was silent, gritting his teeth, and felt a little panicked. He couldn't help but look at the latter's head. The favorability plus 5 symbol was still floating on it. Ron was relieved immediately. At least the system would not lie to me. In this case. A look of determination appeared on his face, and he said casually. Lieutenant General Jun, if there is nothing else, I will continue to train. Hey, little guy, let me show you how to cut your leeks. Enough. Snap. A crisp sound came out. Ron covered his face in confusion. Why did this woman suddenly slap me? Didn't you agree not to hit me? And you slapped me, but why is there a plus 10 favorability on your head? Is this your evil taste? If you want to die, I can help you. Jun said coldly. She slowly drew out the famous sword at her waist. The cold rain fluttered and fell, piercing people's hearts. At this moment, the world seemed to have only the sound of rain. Thunders intersected and jumped in the dark sky. The cold light of the golden sword flashed with lightning. Ron stopped talking immediately. Chapter 32 I have also experienced ordinariness. Looking at the gleaming sword and the anger flashing in the eyes of the general candidate in front of him, Ron shrank his head and stammered. That. Jun glanced at him coldly. Ron hesitated for a moment and explained. Actually, I'm not desperate. I'm also afraid of death. Jun pouted. Why didn't you think of this when you were desperately practicing forbidden techniques to break through the limits of your body? She turned her face away, not wanting to look at Ron. But didn't you look like you were looking for death just now? She said in a hoarse voice, but her tone was not so aggressive. Ron thought about it and suddenly laughed. Actually, I like ordinary days very much. He looked very serious and softly at the face of Jun in front of him, which was full of mature feminine charm, and smiled. To be honest, I also want to be like other classmates. Ron seemed to remember something, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more gentle and calmer. And his eyes gradually exuded a light of yearning and nostalgia. When I feel good, I go to class. I can skip classes. It seems that cultural classes have no effect. Just listen to them casually. Anyway, it doesn't affect graduation. After class, I just throw away the books and go to the Sabayati archipelago with my friends to see the scenery. When you meet a girl you like, you will bravely pursue and confess, even if you are rejected, it doesn't matter. Laugh wantonly, drink wantonly, it doesn't matter if you get drunk. That kind of life is indeed very comfortable and easy. But he couldn't do it. He came to this world. He didn't want to live a mediocre life like his last life. The comfort of the last life was just a salted fish, just lying flat. But the comfort of this life is likely to die. And the most important thing is that with this showy system, I can't be at ease. Comfortable, salted fish, lying flat, it is impossible to get your recognition and shock, so as to gain points to enhance my strength. But thinking of this, Ron had another thought in his mind. If I didn't have this showy system, would I really be a salted fish? Like countless mediocre people on this sea, if you are lucky, you will live a muddle-headed life, if you are unlucky, you will be killed by a stray bullet in the near-future war on the top. But is this what I want? Is it precious to be ordinary? To put it bluntly, it is just self-consolation for being mediocre. Ask yourself. Hold on to your heart and ask yourself a question. Answer this question sincerely from the bottom of your heart. If you were given another chance to live, would you really choose mediocrity again? This is a world of pirates full of dangers. Any pirate can easily take off my head, but this is also the most beautiful, magnificent stage. But this is also a great route full of dreams and passion. Here is Roger, the Pirate King. Here are the admirals of the navy. Here are the 4 emperors who roam the new world. Here is the beautiful Fishman Island, the gloomy 3-masted ship, the vast desert country, and the golden city of Sky Island. The air here is full of the smell of youth. Here, can you accept that you are willing to be mediocre? Besides, what if one day the situation becomes chaotic and dangerous? When the people around him really need him to step forward and protect those who need protection. And he is still as weak as he is now, what should he do? Although it has not been a long time since he came here, Ron now has partners, friends, and teachers that he cherishes and wants to protect. He has already formed a bond with other military school students. Teacher Zifa has been kind to him. He has helped him to enter the training sequence of combat power against all odds and has high hopes for him. Ron does not want to see that stubborn purple-haired old man end up like the original plot, being regarded as a traitor and dying in a foreign land. But my current strength. I can't do anything. I can't change anything. I can't save anyone. Thinking of this, Ron's eyes were as firm as a rock. The smile on his lips gradually became stronger, deeper, and mellower, like a pot of strong liquor that had been sealed for many years. In the depths of his mind, countless scenes from the past before the time travel broke through the gates of memory like a flood. Those were memories of life on Earth. Simple and happy student days. A little bit of vivid scenes. All night long in the bar. Playing games, scolding the national football team. Dating girls, good guy cards. Barbecue, milk tea, beer. These countless scenes became strange and began to fade away. And everything in front of me. This wind. This rain. The pain in my body. This girl whose eyes were red because she felt sorry for herself. Beginning to become incomparably clear and real. The past is the past. This is my new life. Chapter 33 Jun, do you want to learn swordsmanship? Please urge for updates and comments. At this moment, Ron truly understood that, without realizing it, the world called Earth had become so far away from him. Vice Admiral Jun, let me tell you a story. I used to come from a very, very far away place. It was a peaceful, free, prosperous, and wealthy country. Even if you don't have any strength, even if you are just an ordinary person who is weak and fragile, you can still live a good life. And what about me before? In the words of our Navy, I was a waste who just ate and waited for death. Ron laughed wantonly, even laughing to tears. Waste. Jun stared at the Navy boy in front of him, repeating the word. She didn't understand, how could such a self-reliant, hard-working, and even desperate person who wanted to become stronger be a waste? But she didn't interrupt Ron. She just thought Ron was hallucinating because of his serious injuries. Yet. Trash. Ron fell into memories, chuckled and raised his head. The cold rain slapped his face mercilessly. I would stay up all night just to finish a game. I would lie on the sofa all day without moving, and let others bring me food and drinks. I have never seen the sea in my life, and I have never even boarded a ship. I have never stood on the top of the mountain to look up at the world, and fortunately I don't have to experience too much human suffering. If there are no accidents, I will be ordinary and mediocre like this, but it will be enough to live comfortably for the rest of my life. If I'm lucky, I hope to marry a wife who doesn't care whether I have enough money to buy a house and a car. I don't need her to be beautiful, just gentle and smiling. If I can give birth to another lovely little girl and raise her safely, that would be my biggest dream. And when I die, maybe a few friends will play a few rounds of poker at my funeral, and then laugh and say this stinky boy lives so cool. That would be perfect. That's really an ordinary and happy life. As Ron spoke slowly, Jun could see that the smile on his face was gradually softening. It sounds like a good life. She whispered. Yet. Ron smiled. These are all very good, but I don't like them now. So, Vice Admiral Jun, don't persuade me. I don't want to stay where I am. Maybe I will walk slowly, but I won't retreat. He said with a firm look. Can hard work defeat talent? Ron didn't know. No one knows. But who says hard work is useless? Even if it is really useless, I want it to be useful. Even if I hit my head. Even if I break my legs. I will not regret it. I want to win. Admiral? Monster? Genius? Even a god? When I open the 8th door, these people will make way for me. The whole world will make way for me. This is Ron's confidence. Jun met Ron's hot and bright eyes, and her eyes were dazed for a moment. She understood. She could not see any retreat, fear, or hesitation in Ron's eyes. His eyes were full of confidence and determination. It was a kind of determination that no one could question or change. So you have decided. Jun did not realize that his voice was a little hoarse. Ron emphasized, yes. Even if you are covered in wounds. Even if you are covered in wounds. Even if you die. Even if you die. What's the reason? There is no reason. If you have to find the most appropriate reason. Ron showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. I want to live seriously once. Jun was silent. The two stood face to face, standing in the wind and rain, staring at each other for a long time. Live seriously, once. Jun kept repeating this sentence in his heart and stopped talking. At this time, what qualifications does she have to persuade him to give up? What reason can stop a man from shining his own light? At a certain moment, Jun's mouth slowly raised a beautiful arc. She asked a question that made Ron stunned on the spot. Do you want to learn sword? Of course I do. What did you say? Ron was stunned. What's the connection? I've spoken such a touching speech to you from the bottom of my heart, shouldn't your favorability be plus 500 plus 1000 or something? This turn of events is too sudden? Learn sword? I'm practicing the 8 gates, why should I learn sword? Could it be that I opened the 8 gates and could use a sword to slash with a night kai? This style seems to be wrong. Besides, after I have the 8 gates, I will definitely go the route of a reckless man. The combination of the 8 gates and domineering, how terrifying will the power be? Learn sword, I can't learn it with my weak training talent. Sensing Ron's hesitation, Jun frowned slightly and said in an unhappy tone. Do you think my swordsmanship is not strong enough? Ron was shocked and shook his head like a rattle. Strong? Strong enough? You put your hand on the hilt of the knife, how can I say it's not strong? Jun's tone became even more dissatisfied. Then do you think I can't teach you well? Feeling the murderous aura emanating from the girl in front of him, Ron almost cried. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. When did I say that? But at this time he could only admit defeat, he couldn't beat her, he could only be a younger brother. Of course Lieutenant General Jun can teach me well. He rolled his eyes and his brain worked quickly. Chapter 34, If you can't recite poetry and name yourself, what kind of sword should you learn? Ron was very confused. Who is Jun? The second generation of the Navy headquarters, with a good family background and boundless strength, has firmly entered the admiral level of combat power. In addition, she is also recognized as the best swordsman in the Navy system. Even Zephyr, the old man who often talks nonsense, admires Jun's swordsmanship. Although Borsellino, one of the 3 admirals of the headquarters, Yellow Monkey, can also play with swords, and can fight with Pluto Rayleigh, the right arm of the Pirate King, in the Sabaody archipelago, Borsellino's main means of fighting is still his almost bug-like ability of the pixie fruit. But Jun is different. She is a great swordsman with pure bloodline, and she is also the swordsmanship instructor of the Marineford Military Academy. If you can be led by her to practice kendo, it will naturally be a shortcut to heaven, and it is also the dream treatment of countless swordsmen on this sea. If Jun had a piece of barbecue in his hand, maybe the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat Pirates would immediately stop being pirates. The beautiful swordsman came with barbecue, that scene. And even if you put aside learning and practicing kendo, just having such a beautiful swordsman instructor take you to practice sword, the scene is very beautiful. This teaching, there is teaching and learning, and there must be physical contact. You come and go, maybe there will be a story while teaching and learning. Which coquettish boy doesn't have a dream of a beautiful teacher in his heart? So it has to be said that this proposal made by Jun is very attractive. However, the online card dealing of this beautiful swordsman instructor, oh no, online guidance looks very wonderful, but Ron knows his own business. With his terrible training talent, how long will it take for him to learn sword from Jun before he can enter the realm of a great swordsman? Sword practice requires talent. Apart from other things, the talent of naming alone requires extraordinary talent. What about Ron? Well, at least he can't name. What about the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the 3000 worlds, the blue dragon seal and flowing water, the Shura demon slash, he doesn't know any of these. If he can't recite poems and name, what qualifications does he have to use the sword? A flat attack? He's not Hawkeye. He can do a flat attack and a big move with every sword. Besides, I'm very busy, okay? Where is the time to learn sword, sister? Although, learning sword is really cool. Whether it's strong or not is a matter of one version, and whether it's cool or not is a matter of a lifetime. But Ron is in a situation now, how can he care about whether he's cool or not? He has to survive first. Just practicing the 8 gates of Dungia is enough to make him drink a pot, not to mention that he has to learn the 6 styles of the Navy and master Haki. He's not a master of time management, how can he take care of both? It's one thing to be moved, but he has to survive first, right? If it were someone else, Ron would have said it directly and rejected it neatly. But facing Jun, a hot-tempered girl who always looks like she's drawing her sword, he was embarrassed for a moment. Just as Ron was struggling with how to reject Jun tactfully, a sneaky figure hid in the shadow of the corridor in the distance of the military academy, with his fists clenched tightly and his teeth gnashing. This guy wore a brown round hat, his hands were in his pockets in a slovenly manner, he wore a righteous cloak representing the rank of lieutenant general, and had a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. The Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the candidate for Admiral, Shatun Kaji. Recently, Kaji has been in a very bad mood. The first reason was, of course, his 81st confession to Jun, which ended in failure with Jun's 81st sword drawing. Of course, Kaji had long been accustomed to Jun's cruel rejection. Girls must be reserved. He believed that as long as he persisted, he would be able to win Jun's heart in the end. Jun must be testing herself, otherwise, how could she still be single after so many young officers in the Navy pursued her for so many years? It must be like this, Jun must be waiting for him. Kaji thought so. Until not long ago. He found that Jun seemed to be very interested in a freshman in the military academy. She went to teacher Zifa many times to ask for information about the freshman named Ron. So Kaji began to panic. An unprecedented sense of crisis surrounded him. For so many years, he had never seen Jun, who was always cold, aloof, and indifferent to the world, have such concern and interest in a man. So he also began to pay attention to the freshman named Ron. Then he followed, cared, and came here. After hearing the conversation between Jun and Ron, Kaji's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Goddess Jun actually took the initiative to propose to teach Ron, that brat, swordsmanship? It seems that she is still giving him some private lessons? That's fine. After all, from the scene just now, it can be seen that Ron, that brat, is also quite resilient and actually broke through the limits of his body. But what did Kaji hear? Ron, that bastard, actually wanted to reject Jun? Kaji was angry. He was so angry that his pockmarked face turned red, and his fists in his trouser pockets were clenched tightly. If he was not afraid of being chopped by Jun, he probably couldn't suppress his anger and would have rushed out to pin the ignorant brat to the ground and beat him up. Damn brat! Who do you think you are? I've been looking forward to the opportunity to be alone with Jun for many years, and you just refused. At this moment, Kaji was thinking angrily and bitterly. Chapter 35 Jun, draw your sword. Cut him. The rain gradually subsided. Ron frowned in embarrassment. The training mechanism of the military academy is very comprehensive. Since there are even cultural courses, there are naturally arrangements for swordsmanship courses. Even for some students who have no talent for swordsmanship, the military academy will force them to take swordsmanship courses. After all, perhaps not everyone wants to major in swordsmanship, but after graduating from the military academy, they will encounter various enemies in the future. Such a swordsmanship course arrangement is to allow Ron to, when we meet a swordsman one day, we will know how to deal with him. Even if you are not proficient in swordsmanship, you have to know how to fight with a swordsman. But since Jun said so now, her meaning is naturally not the introductory teaching of the swordsmanship class in the military academy, but to teach him everything she knows and lead him on the road of kendo. But he really has no talent. Not to mention that the sealed book also records many extremely powerful forbidden techniques. He is very clear that he can't chew too much. The 8 gates of Dunjia alone is enough to keep Ron busy. As a human being, you have to be sensible. What are you hesitating about? Jun looked at Ron and asked expressionlessly. Ron's mouth curled up a bitter smile. Vice Admiral Jun, I can understand your good intentions. With your swordsmanship level that is the best in the Navy, you are more than qualified to be my teacher. It's just that I still need to learn and practice too much. I'm afraid I don't have enough energy and time to practice swordsmanship, and finally waste your expectations and teachings. He decided to be honest. Facing Jun, who has the domineering power of observation, lying is not a good choice. Jun's favorability +5. Is this okay? Although Jun's eyes have a little more appreciation for Ron, her pretty face is still like frost. She admired Ron's honesty, but she was still angry in her heart. How many people in the Navy cried and shouted to find connections to get their swordsmanship guidance, and you dared to refuse? I've been paying for it myself, and you're still wasting your time? Jun didn't know that Ron had the Book of Seals and 8 Gates in his hands, so when Ron said that he didn't have enough time and energy to learn swordsmanship from her, she subconsciously thought that Ron looked down on her. Looking at Jun's cold face, Ron felt uneasy. He didn't know why the girl's murderous aura became stronger even though her favorability was +5. Are women really unreasonable? Especially beautiful women, they are so dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to learn? Jun slowly narrowed her beautiful peach eyes, and coldness gradually flashed in her beautiful eyes. Are you sure you don't want to learn? Jun's cold voice made Kaji shudder. He couldn't help but touch his ribs, the ribs that were broken before still hurt. He suddenly came to his senses. Wait, I'm not the one who's unlucky now, why am I panicking? He has PTSD from being beaten. Kaji shrank his neck. Thinking like this, he looked at Ron with gloating. Although Kaji looked a little shabby, even wretched, he was not a bad person. Although he was a frequent visitor to Happy Street, he cared about his subordinates and civilians, and had a high reputation among the citizens. So even if there were other competitors, he would not use his strength and power to suppress his opponents. It was fair competition. But now seeing that Ron, that brat, was so arrogant that he dared to reject the goddess Jun, he had a desire to watch the show in his heart. Yes, get angry, Jun. Cut him. Draw the sword. Break his ribs. Jun, draw the sword quickly. Just like he chopped me before, he chopped this pretentious brat hard. Cut him to his knees and beg for mercy. The more he thought about it, the redder Kaji's eyes became, and his old face was extremely excited. He seemed to be able to see the scene of the brat crying for his parents after being chopped. In the middle of the training ground. Feeling the murderous aura gradually emanating from Jun, a drop of cold sweat dripped on Ron's forehead. His heart skipped a beat. What's wrong with this girl? Do you have to force her to learn if she doesn't want to? Besides, I've already explained it. Ron, although you have successfully broken through the limit of your body just now, you still have a long way to go. Jun said coldly. Ron thought to himself, of course I know. But he also knew that this was Jun's good intention. It can be seen that she is very attentive to him, otherwise she would not have offered to teach him swordsmanship. It's this arrogant queen's personality. She even speaks with a hint of gunpowder. Ron thought about it, and his expression suddenly became gloomy. He sighed deeply, and said with a lonely face. Liar General Jun, I actually lied. Jun was stunned. Lie? She looked at Ron. The latter's face dripping with blood and rain was slightly pale. Because of the blood on his military uniform, Ron looked extremely miserable. Jun's heart ached slightly. Ron sighed as if talking to himself. I once had a dream of roaming the sea with a sword. Chapter 36 Big Liar. I once had a dream of roaming the sea with a sword. Ron lowered his head, his long eyelashes were still stained with rain, and his hair was messy. A touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. Swords have always been a man's romance. Swinging a sword handsomely, cutting off the sea and tearing apart the mountains with one sword, and then retracting the sword gracefully, this is the dream of many people. I am no exception. Jun frowned, but his tone softened. Why do you want to give up such a dream? This is not like your character. Ron smiled indifferently and said lightly. Vice Admiral Jun's swordsmanship is the undisputed first in the Navy. It is my greatest honor to be appreciated and taught by Vice Admiral Jun. But, I don't think I have the talent in this area. And most importantly, I have mentioned this to Mr. Zifa about swordsmanship training, but Mr. Zifa meant that if I want to increase my combat power as soon as possible and have a place in the Navy or even on this sea, I can't be too ambitious. Physical skills and close combat are the path that suits me better. Well, Mr. Zifa, you have to take the blame for this. Who made you my teacher? After hearing what Ron said, Jun fell into a long silence. She saw through the battle between Ron and Hua Shaishan that day. The fighting style, bravery in close combat and strong psychological quality of the Navy boy in front of him are indeed more suitable for the physical training route. And this is Mr. Zifa's judgment. Jun respects Mr. Zifa very much, and with the old man's vicious eyes, he will definitely not be wrong. Since it is Mr. Zifa's intention, I won't force you. It seems that I have wronged you. She paused and added. Ron was stunned. The arrogant queen actually apologized? The tea-pig Kaji in the distance looked even more confused, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he was wailing wildly in his heart. No. Jun, he lied to you. This is not right. He is a big liar. Draw your sword quickly and cut him. Usually you draw your sword when you disagree with something. When have you ever listened to other people's explanations? Kaji was mad and wanted to cry but had no tears. Feeling the murderous aura of the strong-willed girl, Jun slowly dissipated, and Ron quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It's too difficult, women are indeed dangerous creatures. But Jun changed the subject, and Ron's heart suddenly rose to his throat. But you should know that women's but is never good. For example, you are a good person, but Jun said lightly. Since you want to go the way of physical skills, you need a lot of practical training to deal with various opponents you may encounter in the future. You may not have a good talent for swordsmanship, but you must also improve your cold weapon combat ability. She looked at the black kunao in Ron's hand with disdain. I saw your fight with Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan in the actual combat class. Your cold weapon combat ability and skills are simply terrible. Ron's mouth twitched. You are talking nonsense. His inheritance all comes from the Naruto world, and the skills of using shuriken and kunao are just the bonus of the system's genin level combat power. The cold weapon combat ability of the Naruto world is not strong. That world is more adept at fancy ninjutsu, a wide variety of pupil techniques and rolling balls. As far as cold weapon combat is concerned, the only strong man that the ninja world can show off is the Konoha White Fang, who was known as the father of the three ninjas who were evenly matched with Hatake and committed suicide under pressure from public opinion. As for other ninja masters, they either went to engage in technology, or were reincarnated in various ways, or played with beauty contact lenses and tattoos. In the Naruto world, the fight between cold weapons and physical skills is already in an extremely weak and embarrassing position. After all, the ninja world does not have such an inheritance as domineering. So what does Vice Admiral Jun mean? Ron glanced at Jun cautiously. Jun raised his head, revealing his fair and slender neck, and said lightly. Take time out of class in the future, and I will be your opponent to help you improve your cold weapon combat ability and hone your practical experience." Ron was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. "This girl means to be my sparring partner? The alternate admiral is a sparring partner for me. This benefit is simply too good to be true. Is Vice Admiral Jun serious?" Ron was a little bit unbelievable. After all, he had heard of the cold personality of the girl in front of him. Jun glanced at the injuries on Ron's body and said lightly, "If you continue to mess with your body like this, it won't be long before you become a useless person." Ron felt warm in his heart and said seriously, "Thank you Vice Admiral Jun for your concern." Jun immediately turned around and snorted, "I don't care about you, I just can't bear to see Mr. Zifa disappointed. He has high expectations of you. If you torment yourself for no reason, he will be very sad." Ron looked at Jun's tall back and the swaying high ponytail, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his tense nerves also relaxed. He is really a person with a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Just when he was about to speak, a strong feeling of dizziness surged into his brain. Ron's face turned pale, his body shook, and he fell to the ground and fainted. The injuries caused by breaking the limit of the body, coupled with the fatigue caused by overdrawing the body, finally came like a tidal wave at the moment when the nerves relaxed. Jun, who had turned away, heard a dull sound of falling to the ground behind him and turned around abruptly. She put one hand on Ron's neck, confirming that the latter was not in danger of life, but had fainted due to physical exhaustion and massive blood loss, and her heart slowly relaxed. "The rain, I don't know when it stopped." Jun looked at the navy boy lying on the muddy ground, sleeping uneasily with his eyebrows tightly knitted, and sighed in his heart. Chapter 37 Do you like Jun? The grey-white walls slowly spread in front of her eyes. A ceiling fan hung on the ceiling and turned slowly, raising a cool breeze. The air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant. "This is the ward." Ron slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fatigue and pain surging from his body like a tidal wave, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Lying in bed again. However, compared with the last time, this time the bandage was not only on the arm. He looked down and saw that his whole body was wrapped in bloody bandages, like a dumpling. This painting was tragic. But the reward was also great. A hearty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He succeeded. Really succeeded. He successfully broke through his human body limit and opened the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, Open Gate. The location of the open gate is in the brain. After opening the restraint of this chakra appointment, the brain area restrictions can be removed to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the body's ability, overloading the body's energy to increase attack power and speed. That is a mysterious state. It can move its body freely and unimpeded, and amplify the body's touch and perception. Normal humans, even those who have undergone rigorous training, can only exert 30% to 50% of their body functions at most. But by removing the restrictions on the brain area, Ron can activate 100% of the body's functions. This is also the reason why he was able to resist the knife shot by the Navy's alternate Admiral Jun at the moment of the breakthrough. Although Jun was far from using his full strength, it was enough to be proud of. And most importantly, being able to successfully open the first gate Open Gate means that Ron has officially stepped into the practice of the 8 gates of Dungia. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Being able to open the first gate, Ron has enough confidence. As long as he trains hard enough, he can open the second, third, and fourth gates. In addition, the natural physique of people in the pirate world is much stronger than that of people in the Naruto world, which means that Ron can burst out with stronger combat power. The essential principle of the 8 gates of Dungia is to stimulate the body to burst out several times or even dozens of times the original combat power beyond the limit through chakra. In other words, the stronger Ron's own strength is, the stronger he will be after opening the 8 gates of Dungia. If he can master the powerful domineering on this basis, he is confident that he can compete with those legendary monsters. After finally suppressing the urge to burst out again, Ron suddenly saw a newspaper next to the bed. The front page headline of the newspaper is a photo. To be more accurate, it is a wanted order. Wanted. Dead or alive? Monkey D. Luffy? $300000000? The photo on the bounty order shows a smiling face wearing a straw hat. Monkey D. Luffy. Bounty of 30 million Baileys. When Ron saw the bounty order, his heart suddenly sank, and the joy and excitement of opening the first gate of the 8 gates of Dungia just now disappeared in an instant. The bounty of 30 million Baileys for Straw Hat Boy Luffy means that the Straw Hat Pirates have killed Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates. Adding the time required for the issuance of the bounty order and the transmission of the news, the Straw Hat Pirates are likely to have already entered the Grand Line. According to Ron's understanding of the original plot, after entering the Grand Line, the Straw Hat Pirates will soon arrive in Alabasta and fight against Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In other words, in less than 2 months, the world-shaking war will break out. A strong sense of urgency and crisis suddenly surged into Ron's heart, making him clench his fists involuntarily. Too slow. Compared to the progress of the plot, the speed at which he improves his strength is too slow. What other methods can help him improve his training speed? Thinking of this question, Ron subconsciously looked at his system panel. Remaining available points, 500 points. 500 points? There are so many? He was slightly stunned when he saw this number. He didn't do anything. Last time, there were 70 points left, and he cut more than 400 points so quickly? He began to look through the system panel details. He found that his extra 400 points, in addition to apart from Jun, also came from Cake. Cake. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Admiral Candidate, Navy code name T-Pig. Could that guy also see the scene of him breaking through the limit of his body? At the moment when this doubt came to his mind, a shabby face with pockmarks suddenly appeared in front of Ron. Fuck. He was startled, he almost cursed. Do you like Jun? Ron heard this hostile remark. He stepped back and finally saw the figure in front of him. He was wearing a brown hat, his hands in his pockets, short stature, biting a toothpick in the corner of his mouth, staring at him with dissatisfaction. Shaitan Kaji. Speak of the devil and he will appear? Chapter 38 Shaitan, follow me. This wretched-looking guy holding a toothpick in his mouth is a candidate for the Admiral of the Navy like Jun, and has the combat power of an admiral. When did he provoke this guy? Ron looked at Shaitan Kaji and did not speak immediately. He was thinking quickly in his mind. Don't talk? If you don't talk, I'll take it as your consent. Kaji looked Ron up and down with a suspicious look, and suddenly sighed. It doesn't make sense. You're not that handsome, just like me. Why would Jun care about you so much? The ward suddenly became extremely quiet. Ron even felt as if there were crows flying over his head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Brother, even if I'm not the handsome type, not Peng Yuan or Daniel Wu, I don't look like you, right? Have you ever looked in the mirror? Your face is definitely in the style of cursive calligraphy. However, he didn't dare to say this, but his expression was very tense, which looked very strange. It seems you don't agree. I'm very handsome. You don't know how to appreciate my charm. Kaji suddenly jumped up on the spot, furious. Ron had no choice but to say, yes, yes, Vice Admiral Kaji is really handsome. Kaji seemed not to hear the perfunctory tone in Ron's voice, and snorted, you are smart. Wait. He suddenly seemed to realize something. You know me. Ron said calmly, Vice Admiral Kaji is the backbone of our Navy and one of the candidates for the Admiral of the Headquarters. If it weren't for the problem of qualifications, Vice Admiral Kaji would have been promoted to the Admiral of the Headquarters. Such a hero, I am naturally familiar with it. Kaji was stunned, and then he slapped Ron's shoulder heavily, laughing triumphantly, "That's right. It seems that you have a promising future. Do you want to hang out with me? I don't care about your love for Jun. Anyway, Jun and I are a match made in heaven. It's destiny and inevitable that we are together. There are so many people who like or even pursue Jun. You are not the only one left. She is just testing me now. When I confess to her 100 times, she will agree to be my girlfriend." He has never heard anyone use the word hero to describe him. Hero. What a handsome term. It is very suitable to describe the unrestrained and uninhibited self. This kid is very good. He found the advantages in me that others could not find. But when Ron heard what Kaji said, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. She has clearly rejected you dozens of times. How can this be a test? You are just being shameless. But then again, it is not bad to be able to be as confident as Kaji. At least he was happy. And with all these compliments, Ron also gained hundreds of points of favorability from Kaji. Although he was not used to seeing Kaji's shabby, pock-marked face showing favorability towards him. But at this moment, boom! A sharp blade flashed across the door of the ward, and then it exploded into pieces. "Kaji, what did you say just now? It's fate that I'm with you." A cold voice came from behind the broken door of the ward. Kaji, who was originally full of boasting, heard this voice, and his laughter stopped abruptly like a rooster being strangled by the neck. He shuddered all over, turned around tremblingly, and gave a flattering smile to the tall, expressionless, and charming figure. "He, that Jun is here." No, I was just joking." He saw that Jun had put his slender white hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, and looked at the broken door of the ward on the ground, and his eyelids twitched. "I won't disturb you to visit the patient. I have military affairs, I'll leave first." The moment the voice fell, Kaji's figure disappeared from the spot like a puff of smoke. The speed was so fast that he almost wanted to use all the shaving and moon steps. Ron was speechless by this scene. He looked at the door of the ward that was chopped by Jun's sword, and suddenly felt a little cold on his back. This girl, it's true that she draws her sword as soon as she disagrees with something. It seems that he was lucky not to be beaten by her on the training ground before. He said awkwardly. Lieutenant General Jun, why are you here?" Jun glanced at him indifferently and walked slowly into the ward. She casually placed a bunch of fresh yellow chrysanthemums on the table beside the bed and said indifferently. "I came to see your injuries." She paused, as if he remembered something, and added. "Kaji's personality is like this, careless, but actually he is very reliable and has a good reputation among the citizens. Don't take what I said just now to heart, he won't do anything to you, he has good intentions." Ron nodded and said. "I know." He looked at Jun's profile, which could be described as perfect, and suddenly gossiped. "Lieutenant General Jun, did Lieutenant General Kaji really confess to you dozens of times?" Jun slowly turned around and squinted at Ron. "Do you want to know?" Feeling the faint murderous aura emanating from Jun, Ron shrank his neck and smiled. No, I'm not curious, just asking." Jun then released his hand holding the hilt of the knife and said slowly. "Take good care of your injuries." He turned around and walked away. Ron looked at the back of the high ponytail swaying gently and exhaled gently. Chapter 39, Cheat. Shadow Clone Technique. The air before dawn was icy cold. In the dormitory of the military academy, Ron closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the cold floor. He was refining chakra. It has been half a month since the breakthrough that day. During this half-month, under the treatment of the military hospital, his injuries have been completely healed. During this time, he did not relax his practice. In every training session, he was the highlight of the crowd. Although his talent was not outstanding, because he broke through the limit of his body by practicing the 8 gates. He was able to persist in more and more rigorous training than other military academy students. In addition, Ron himself had the idea of showing off and harvesting points, so he would fight for his life every time he trained, walking on the tightrope of his physical limit. The principle of practicing the 8 gates is very simple. It is to let your body constantly break through the original limit during the practice, so as to push the chakra to impact the next appointment. In other words, the harder you work, the faster you can practice the 8 gates. After half a month of continuous hellish training, Ron has been able to open the 3rd gate of the 8 gates. Now, his chakra has been condensed enough. The moonlight outside the window is cold and dim, and the stars seem to disappear in the trembling night sky. Ron, who is motionless, has a turbulent undercurrent in his body. He is trying to break through to the chakra combat power of the Chunin level. In the Naruto world, the symbol of becoming a genin and wearing a ninja forehead is to master the basic 3-body technique and graduate from the ninja school. And Chunin needs to pass the Chunin exam. The boundary between genin and Chunin is actually quite vague. But in general, the standard for measuring the difference between genin and Chunin, and the symbol of the combat power from genin to Chunin, is the amount of chakra. Chakra is the foundation of the ninja training system. Although the amount of chakra cannot completely determine the outcome of a battle. But there is no doubt that the more chakra that can be stored in the body, the stronger the combat power that a ninja can burst out. Ron is not a child of destiny like Naruto, who was born with half of the 9 tails with infinite chakra sealed in his body as a source of chakra. Every drop of his chakra must be condensed by himself. Extracted from every cell in the body and soul energy to condense chakra. However, because people in the pirate world are born with stronger physiques, Ron's speed of extracting and condensing chakra is not slow. And now, feeling the chakra surging like a river in the body's meridians, he tried to impact the realm of Chunin. Time passed by minute by minute. The world was eerily quiet. Dense beads of sweat gradually began to seep out of Ron's forehead and back. Until a certain moment. As if a thunder exploded in his body, a strong breath suddenly burst out from Ron's body. A turbulent blue chakra airflow like a stream of water filled his whole body and surrounded him. Ron suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp and bright light flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a long breath, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Success! He could clearly feel that his current chakra amount had officially stepped into the threshold of the Chunin combat power, and some powerful ninjutsu could also be practiced. In this case, he began to make hand seals. His hands turned into afterimages in the air, and the chakra in his body poured out along with the technique. The next moment, bang! There were suddenly 2 more Ron in the dormitory. Shadow clone technique. That's right, Ron tried so hard to break through to the combat power of the Chunin just to be able to perform the shadow clone technique. At this time, he also saw a message on the system interface. Do you want to spend 1000 points to buy the B-level ninjutsu shadow clone technique directly in the mall? Yes/no. Yes. Ding. Purchase successful, you have successfully mastered shadow clone technique. Remaining points, 125 points. These more than 1000 points are the previous 500 points, plus the points earned from cutting leaks from other people in the past half month, which is not easy to save. But Ron doesn't feel bad at all. Because he knows better than anyone else that shadow clone technique is a very important part of the ninjutsu. The power of the clone technique. The shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu developed by the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, and is widely circulated in the ninja world. Using chakra to create a physical clone, it has a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist attacks. After the clone is released, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, this clone is physical, has the body's consciousness and can attack the enemy. Feeling that the chakra in his body was evenly divided into 3 parts, Ron nodded gently. He looked at the two exactly the same selves in front of him with a slightly strange expression. It must be said that it is still quite strange to have two clones that look the same standing in front of him. So, thank you for your hard work. Ron tried to say. One of the Ron smiled and said. What do you need us to do? Ron said in a deep voice. Practice, the 6 Navy styles, and various fighting skills. Everything that can help me improve my strength must be practiced until the chakra left in your body is exhausted. That's right. The biggest role of the shadow clone technique is not to fight. Only a prodigal like Naruto who has the 9 tails in his body can use the shadow clone technique to fight luxuriously. But in fact, the biggest role of the shadow clone technique is to spy on intelligence and practice. Because the shadow clone is a physical clone, it has a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist attacks. After the clone is released, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. This also means that when entering some dangerous places or searching for enemies and spying on intelligence on the battlefield, the shadow clone will be an excellent means. Even if it is discovered and killed by the enemy, it will not pose any threat to the caster himself, it just consumes part of the chakra. At the moment when the shadow clone is cracked, the experience and memory from the shadow clone will immediately return to the caster, thus achieving the purpose of spying on intelligence. This point is also suitable for cultivation. Not talented enough? Then I will use time and quantity to accumulate. The difficulty of mastering the Navy 6 styles seems extremely high, but to put it bluntly, it can be slowly mastered through repeated training. It's just that not everyone can endure such a boring and time-consuming cultivation process. But now with the shadow clone technique, Ron can speed up his cultivation speed. 1 shadow clone is 1 times the cultivation speed, and 10 shadow clones are 10 times the cultivation speed. Of course, with Ron's current chakra amount, he can only barely split 2 shadow clones, otherwise, if the chakra amount of each shadow clone is too low, they will easily dissipate. Although 2 shadow clones don't seem to be much, Ron is already quite satisfied. After all, plus himself, it is equivalent to having 3 times the original cultivation speed. This is equivalent to cheating. This is just the beginning. Ron believes that when he can accumulate more chakra through practice, he will be able to split more shadow clones. 5 times the practice speed. 10 times the practice speed. Cheating is not a dream at all. No problem, leave it to us. One of the shadow clones, Ron, said lightly. Ron put on a military uniform and reminded. Of course, there is a principle, that is, you must keep a low profile and never let others discover your existence. The shadow clone is his trump card. The 2 Rons nodded at the same time, and then they entered the practice state. Looking at this scene, Ron felt that the pressure in his heart was relieved a lot. He did not intend to take the route of ninjutsu. That is the path that only geniuses can take. The 8 gates of Dunjia is his foundation, and his strong physical fitness and combat skills are his means. When he masters domineering in the future, he is confident that he will not lose to anyone. As for the training of chakra and ninjutsu, they are just tools to help him become stronger in physical skills. If you want to survive and become stronger in this dangerous sea, you must clearly understand your position. Choosing a road that is doomed to fail recklessly, naively, and stubbornly is tantamount to self-destruction. Thinking in this way, Ron gathered his mood and strode out. Running all the way. A moment later, he had arrived at the military academy's training ground. At this time, the night was very deep, and the cold crescent moon hung above the sea in the distance. A tall figure had already been waiting on the training ground. Under the moonlight, the beautiful Jun stood in the center of the training ground, with a large cloak of justice draped over his seemingly thin shoulders. The white swaying justice fluttered behind him. The whole person was as beautiful as a flower blooming on the battlefield. She looked at Ron, who was late, and said lightly, "You are late." Chapter 40 Beautiful Instructor, Online Teaching. You are late. In the deep night, Zywin said lightly. Ron replied, something delayed my practice. Oh. Zywin frowned, then looked at Ron with a little surprise and asked. Your aura has become stronger, have you broken through? Ron smiled and said, just luck. He saw a +10 favorability floating on Zywin's head. But Zywin said seriously. If someone else said it was a fluke, I might believe it, but if it was you, I would take it for granted. In the past half-month, Jun and Ron would meet at this time every day for actual combat training. Only Jun knew clearly how hard this young man, who was only 20 years old, worked. When other military school students were still sleeping, he had already gotten up to train. When others were comfortable and enjoying themselves, he never missed any opportunity to improve his strength. For Ron, nothing was a fluke. To describe him as lucky is tantamount to insulting him. Genius, monster, or maybe people will envy you because of your terrifying talent. But down-to-earth hard workers won't. They will only be admired. Thinking like this, Ron saw dozens of points of favorability floating above Jun's head again. Well, imagine as much as you want. The more you imagine, the more I will cut. Ron's mouth curled up a smile. Jun didn't notice Ron's inner thoughts. If she knew, she might immediately draw her sword and kill this bastard who cut leaks on the spot. Then, let me see how much your strength has improved. Without too much courtesy, Jun decided to speak with a knife. As soon as the voice fell, her figure disappeared from the spot. The golden sword on her waist was like a bright moonlight, clanging out of the sheath. Swish! Ron's figure was cut into half, and then turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. Is this trick again? Jun said softly, turning around and raising her knife. Kang! Bright sparks flew up, her long knife firmly blocked a black kunao, and the sharp sound of metal clashing exploded. The sparks fell, illuminating Ron's face with a firm smile. As long as it can play a role and help you defeat your opponent, it doesn't matter how despicable the means are. Jun snorted coldly, but did not refute. Everyone has a fighting style that suits him. For example, Mr. Zifa is unstoppable in the battlefield. For example, she herself takes the upright swordsmanship route and is famous for her sharp and agile swordsmanship. It is extremely stupid to pedantically require everyone to learn fixed tactics and fighting styles. Swing the sword. Ding ding ding. Jun suddenly speeded up, and the long sword in her hand swept through the air, launching a violent attack on Ron. She did not use any domineering power, but relied entirely on combat skills and experience to suppress Ron. Ron felt the pressure immediately. One sword after another. Under Jun's overwhelming under the attack. He dodged and blocked again and again. This was not the first time he had sparred and practiced with Jun. He still remembered that at the beginning, he could not even last 5 seconds in the hands of this sexy lady. Now, he can barely hold on for half a minute. Although Jun did not use the armament haki and observation haki, she was a real admiral-level combat force. No one would believe that Ron could hold on for so long under her attack. Ho ho ho! The breathing gradually became turbulent, and Ron's panting became more and more obvious. He could feel that his movements were slowing down. 36 seconds, you refreshed the record, so it's time to end. At this time, Jun said coldly, and when Ron's movements were delayed, the golden knife in his hand suddenly chopped down. Hearing Jun's indifferent tone, Ron felt a nameless fire in his heart. A strong and bright will ignited from his eyes. He raised his head suddenly and grinned. That's not necessarily true. The first gate of the 8 gates, open, open. The second gate of the 8 gates, the rest gate, open. The chakra in the body broke through the gate of the acupuncture point, and Ron's body surface began to emit a strange red color, and his black hair fluttered in the fierce wind. In his sight, the extremely sharp golden longsword was falling towards his forehead. See it clearly. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Boom! The long sword fell, leaving a 10-meter-long crack on the ground, and rolling dust washed up in the crack, like a yellow sand curtain. Jun was slightly startled. "I won't give up so easily, Lieutenant General Jun." A voice sounded from behind. Jun's mouth curled up in an extremely beautiful arc. "Shave? It seems to be getting interesting." Chapter 41 Time Management Master Ron. Shave, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. After Ron opened the second gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Xiamen, he was finally able to perform it. After the first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, Kaiman, was opened, the restrictions on the brain area could be lifted to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the body's energy to increase attack and speed. The second gate is to remove the restrictions on physical fatigue, overloading the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the gate. Ron, who opened 2 gates in succession, had all the fatigue restrictions on his body swept away at this moment. With the brain area liberated 100%, he was able to mastering the 6 styles of the Navy is no longer a problem. As his figure flew in the air, Ron kicked Jun's back heavily. Whoosh! Jun's figure also disappeared like a ghost. Swish! A crescent-shaped sword light suddenly flew out from Ron's kick, tearing the ground apart. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, Ron's eyes suddenly condensed, and the kunao in his hand was thrown fiercely into the rolling dust in front of him. With a clang, sparks flashed in the dust, and then a golden longsword was the first to reach out. The golden longsword reflecting the cold moonlight brought out Jun's figure, and the blade hummed and slashed towards Ron. Ron's pupils suddenly shrank. Fast! Too fast! At this distance, there was no room for escape. A hint of helplessness flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he suddenly shouted. "Iron block!" With his arms crossed across his chest, his muscles were firm and bulging like rocks. A crisp sound was heard, and the next moment Ron was thrown backwards like a cannonball, sinking heavily into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Dust fell in a mess, and the area within a radius of 10 meters around the landing point collapsed. Jun's figure appeared steadily a few meters away, and he slowly sheathed the golden sword in his hand. "You are really cruel." In the rolling dust, Ron's body stood up shakily, with a bitter smile on his face. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and coughed a few times. Although he successfully blocked Jun's sword with an iron block, the tremendous power contained in the sword still caused Ron to suffer minor injuries. "You have made great progress, Ron. But you have not been able to apply the 6 styles of the Navy to actual combat. For example, the storm kick just now, at this distance, the silent finger gun is actually a better choice." Ron smiled bitterly and nodded, but his expression became serious. "Being able to have a general-level combat force to teach you moves, and even explain it to you after actual combat training, this is a treatment that even the protagonist does not have. And Ron is a person who knows how to cherish opportunities. As a candidate general, Jun may have killed more pirates than Ron has ever seen in his life. Her experience sharing and guidance are undoubtedly extremely precious. This is something that is priceless. Well, let's stop here today. Ron, your strength is now firmly ranked first among the freshmen of this period of military academy. Prepare well. In 10 days, your class will go out to sea to perform actual combat missions." After a few minutes of review and explanation, Jun mentioned this question. "Actual combat missions?" Ron's eyes lit up. "This is a real fight. Although there is sufficient training in the military academy, and there are sparring with instructor Jun, this is still different from real fighting and fighting." "I understand, Vice Admiral Jun, I will prepare well." Ron bowed slightly. Jun nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but his steps paused. "Don't die," she suddenly said in a low voice. "Ron? Isn't there someone as bad-mouthed as you?" But he could also understand what Jun meant. About 6 years ago. Teacher Zifa personally led the military academy students at that time to go out to sea to perform internship tasks. But it was during that mission that the training ship led by Zifa was attacked by pirates. Except for 2 of his beloved students who survived by chance, all the others were killed. And teacher Zifa's right arm was also seriously injured, and he has since replaced it with a huge mechanical arm. That was the pain of Zifa's life. Even though so many years have passed, this tragedy is still a shadow that cannot be crossed by Zifa and the military academy. I understand, Vice Admiral Jun. Ron bowed. No one answered. When he looked up, Jun had disappeared, and only a faint fragrance was still floating in the wind. What a proud person! Ron muttered in his heart, then looked at the time, his face changed slightly, and he hurried to another training ground in Marineford. When he rushed to the training ground panting, he saw a figure sitting under the street light with his legs crossed, with more than a dozen barbecue skewers placed next to him, picking his teeth with toothpicks, looking at Ron impatiently. "You are too slow, aren't you?" Shatun said unhappily. Ron thought to himself that you are just eating skewers, and you are not in a hurry. However, he still said sincerely, "I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Cake, let's start." Ron took a deep breath and took a fighting stance. "This is the second game." "That's right." After Shatun said follow me that day, he actually pulled Ron along and gave Ron a special lesson at a fixed time every day. Looking at Shatun in front of him, an idea popped up in Ron's mind. "It seems I'm also a master of time management." Chapter 42 I'll give you an admiral. On the training ground, dust was flying, and 2 figures were fighting at a fierce speed. The cold wind lifted the snow-white cloak, and Shatun laughed and swept heavily with a kick. "Too slow, too slow. Ron, you little brat, at your speed, you'll die on the battlefield." Ron leaned back, his upper body almost parallel to the ground, and Shatun's the foot just brushed his nose. The wind made his cheek hurt, and the ground behind him made a tearing sound that made his scalp numb. Ron's mouth twitched, and a layer of fine cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. This madman! No one could have imagined that Shatun Kaji, a guy who was usually lazy and unruly, would show such a crazy side after entering the combat state. "You want to kill me with this storm kick?" Compared to Jun, who is good at using swords, Shatun is a real close combat master, and his fighting level is extremely strong. The Navy 6 styles were performed in his hands, as if turning decay into magic, and every move made Ron feel deadly threatening. If he hadn't let him off and didn't use domineering, Ron probably wouldn't be able to hold on in front of him for 20 seconds. Using the force on his waist, Ron quickly adjusted his posture and punched back. Shatun laughed and punched as well. Bang! The 2 fists collided heavily in mid-air, emitting a terrifying wave of air. After a brief pause, Ron flew out horizontally, his feet plowing 2 long grooves on the ground. "Ha ha ha ha, forget it, you're injured, right?" Shatun put his hands in his pockets, biting a toothpick and smiling. Ron shrugged his hands and rolled his eyes. "Didn't you know this a long time ago?" His hands were completely exhausted and hung loosely on his shoulders. Ron didn't even have the strength to clench his fists. But Jun's attack was really heavy. Shatun walked over and said with a gloating look. Ron shook his head. Shatun didn't say much, but suddenly sighed. "You are such a bad boy, you don't have much talent, but you work harder than anyone else. Aren't you tired like this?" Ron sat on the ground, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep breath, then replied weakly. "What's the problem with being tired? Not everyone can master the 6 styles of the Navy in 3 days like you, Vice Admiral Shatun." Shatun smiled, patted Ron on the shoulder, and comforted him. "But you are not slow. You started to get started in more than half a month." He grabbed the pack of cigarettes from Ron's hand and lit one for himself. The 2 sat on the bumpy training ground, looking at the moon that was about to disappear above their heads and puffing out smoke. "By the way, what are you going to do after graduation?" Shatun asked for something to say. Ron shook his head and said, "Who knows, wait for the arrangement." Shatun blew out a smoke ring from his mouth, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "As a person who has been through it, I'll give you a suggestion. If possible, go to the 4 Seas and get a position as an admiral to accumulate connections and resources. It's better than staying here at the headquarters." 4 Seas Admiral? Ron fell into deep thought after hearing this. Generally speaking, after graduating from the military academy students have a rank of major or above at the headquarters as soon as they graduate, and their starting point is much higher than most people on this sea. After graduation, military academy students generally have 3 employment directions. The first is to be transferred to the naval branch of the 4 Seas to serve as the principal or deputy position of the base. Graduates with outstanding performance can directly serve as the admiral of one of the 4 Seas. The so-called admiral, to put it bluntly, is the head of the military department of one of the 4 Seas. This is a position arranged by the naval system in the 4 major seas, and it only exists in the 4 Seas outside the Grand Line. The Red Earth continent and the Calm Belt separated the Grand Line from the 4 Seas. The 4 Seas of the southeast, northwest, and northeast operated independently because of their geographical location far from the Navy headquarters. There are a total of 4 admirals in the East Sea, South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea. They hold the command power of the Army in their respective seas and are directly responsible to the Navy headquarters. They are the most powerful military figures in the 4 Seas and the highest commander of the Navy's military affairs in the seas. He can understand what Shatun means. Now the Navy headquarters is already in a full state. As the largest violent law enforcement agency in this sea, the Navy also has the drawbacks of complex power institutions, cumbersome interest relations, and bloated organizations. Unless a serious war breaks out, the staff of the headquarters are basically filled up one by one. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to get promoted and can only slowly accumulate qualifications. In comparison, going to one of the 4 Seas to serve as an admiral can use the power of this position to accumulate connections, attract resources, and stay away from the political turmoil of the headquarters. I have to say that this is an excellent suggestion. It can be seen that Shatun did not let himself down and can deal with it. If there is no war on the top. Chapter 43 I Must Fight on the Top. In addition to serving in the 4 Seas, military academy graduates have 2 choices. One is to stay in the headquarters of the Navy, such as Jun, who stays in the military academy to teach, or like other middle-level generals, stationed in the military headquarters. The second is to go to other branches of the Grand Line. With Ron's combat power and theoretical level, it is impossible for him to stay in the military academy as an instructor, so for him, there are only 2 choices after graduation. Either stay in the headquarters and slowly gain experience, and then stand in the faction-filled Marineford and slowly get promoted. And other branches in the Grand Line are even more difficult to get along with. All branches set up by the Navy in the Grand Line with G as the code name, there are 9 branches in total. From G1 to G9, except for G1 and G5, which are located in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, the rest are all distributed in the Paradise in the first half of the Grand Line. The base chief of each branch is equipped with the rank of Lieutenant General. Let's not talk about the 2 branches in the New World, G1 and G5. The G1 branch is located at the entrance of the New World and the bottom of the Red Earth continent. It is used to protect the authority of the world government. Its symbolic significance is greater than its actual strategic significance. Generally, those who go to the G1 branch to serve are basically Navy men who have no hope of promotion and want to live a lazy life. After all, with the support of the world government, no pirates or forces dare to attack the G1 branch. And what about the G5 branch? It is an extremely unique branch, located in the core hinterland of the New World, facing the 4 emperors. But it is precisely because of the geographical location and the harsh environment of the New World that the military style and military discipline of the G5 branch are extremely poor. G5 is an alien navy, not like a navy but more like pirates. They do not follow the orders of the Navy headquarters, and they also have very bad behaviors, such as killing pirates. In the eyes of the outside world and the Navy headquarters, the G5 branch is simply a den of thieves composed of gangsters, rogues, and scum. If Ron goes there, his reputation will be damaged, which will be harmful to his future political prospects. As for other Grand Line branches, they also stand on different factions, and the power struggle is serious. For example, Vice Admiral Gumier, the base commander of the G2 branch, firmly believes in absolute justice and belongs to the radical hawks of Sakaski. For people like Ron who insist on their own and are unwilling to stand on the side, staying in the Grand Line branch is not actually very beneficial, but will be constrained everywhere. So in summary, the best destination for Ron after graduation is of course to go to the 4 Seas to serve. If he can operate again, it is not difficult to get a recommendation letter from Jun Shaitan or even Zifa teacher and get a position as an admiral of the 4 Seas. As long as he goes to the 4 Seas and serves as the 4 Seas admiral for 1 or 2 years, and does not make any major principled mistakes during this period, he will be able to be transferred back to the headquarters soon. By then, with a golden resume like the 4 Seas admiral, he will at least be a major general or even a lieutenant general when he returns to the headquarters. It can be seen that Shaitan is well-intentioned. Ron felt warm in his heart. He knew that the seemingly unreliable guy in front of him did not pit him. You know, Smoker in the original plot also took this route. After graduating from the military academy, he went to Rogue Town in the East China Sea to serve as the top leader. What did he do after that? Nothing. He followed the Straw Hat Boy Luffy all the way around the sea. He didn't catch many pirates, but picked up a lot of bargains. After the end of the war on the top, he relied on his resume of guarding Rogue Town to be directly promoted to the headquarters lieutenant general and took charge of the military power of the New World G5 branch. This promotion speed is like riding a rocket. The most crucial point is that Smoker really did nothing. The Straw Hat pirates escaped from his hands many times. They failed to arrest Ace when they met him. The 7 warlords of the Sea Sand Crocodile who was a scourge to Alabasta was not killed by him, but he took advantage of him. The war on the top was even more cowardly, and he did not play any role at all. Such a guy who has not made any contribution and cannot be defeated by anyone, but he finally became the real power Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, no doubt because he took an excellent political route. But Ron knew that this would not work. At least he didn't want to do this. Because the war on the top would come in about a month. He was originally afraid and terrified of the war on the top. Even as strong as the Navy, there were countless casualties in that magnificent war. This strong threat to life and sense of crisis are the biggest motivation for Ron to work so hard all the time. But now his mentality has gradually changed. The war on the top is indeed very dangerous. But that was the war on the top. That was the war on the top. That was the stage where the strongest forces of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates gathered on this sea. The 7 warlords of the sea. The 3 admirals. The Blackbeard pirates. The strongest man in the world. The Whitebeard pirates. The center of the world where the stars shine and the heroes compete for supremacy. If he runs away and goes to the 4 Seas to serve, and misses this war, I'm afraid he will never reconcile himself for the rest of his life. And he also needs a public stage like the war on the top as a channel for him to harvest points. Just think about it, in such a war that is broadcast live to the whole world and everyone is watching, even if Ron only makes a little achievement, he can harvest a large wave of astronomical points. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but clench his fists. What do you think? You don't want to go to the 4 Seas. This is the easiest way to go. Shaitan seemed to have noticed the changes in Ron's heart, and his expression became strange, and he said with a smile. Ron took a deep puff of cigarette and shook his head. The easiest way to go is often the least worthwhile way to go. When Shaitan heard this, a +10 favorability appeared on his head, and a subtle admiration flashed in his eyes, but his mouth was he persuaded her patiently. Don't regret it. You know, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is not something that everyone can have. Sakaski went to the North Sea for half a year, and after half a year, he was promoted 3 levels and became a major general in the headquarters. Kuzan went to the South Sea for a year, and came back directly as a lieutenant general. You may not have any benefits if you stay in the headquarters. After saying that, he stared at Ron with his eyes, as if trying to capture any slight change in the latter's expression. Ron suddenly smiled. What if I say I want to go to the New World? Shaitan was stunned. His first reaction was that this brat was bragging. But he was surprised to find that Ron was not joking. He saw the persistence and seriousness in Ron's eyes. Ron rarely saw Shaitan's confused look, and couldn't help laughing. Just kidding, let's settle it after I graduate. He said mischievously. Lieutenant General Shaitan, I always feel that you want me to leave the headquarters on purpose. Shaitan's face changed slightly, and suddenly he said seriously. What did you say? How could I do that? I'm just suggesting it to you. This has nothing to do with my wanting you to stay away from Jun and keep a distance from her. He said righteously. A few black lines appeared on Ron's forehead. Please, just say what's in your heart. Chapter 44 Life is Fighting. Punch. After the training, Shaitan left without hesitation, holding a toothpick in his mouth. In his words, he had to go back to take a nap, otherwise if he didn't get enough sleep, his skin would get worse and he wouldn't be handsome anymore. Ron lay quietly on the ground of the training ground, looking at the stars disappearing one after another in the night sky above his head, as if he was in a daze. Counting the days, it has been more than a month since he traveled to the pirate world. It can be said without hesitation that in the past month, he has lived a harder and more painful life than in the past 20 years. But at the same time, in just this month, he has gained more than in the past 20 years. If it was for show-off, for the limelight, and to win the recognition and appreciation of the Navy bosses and others at the beginning. Then now, for some reason, Ron actually found that he seemed to have begun to like this feeling of self-discipline, hard work and fulfillment. The body is changing bit by bit, and every muscle is gradually getting stronger and tougher under his own polishing and training. Although his training speed is still so lagging, and his talent is only an average person, far from being as amazing as those so-called geniuses and monsters, he can feel that he is improving and progressing every day. The practice of the 8 gates of Dungia also gradually came to fruition after he successfully opened the first gate, opening the gate. The secret of the practice of the 8 gates is to constantly try to break through the limits of the body. The principles of the world are often very simple. Everyone knows the old-fashioned principles that water drips through stones and ropes saw through wood, but not everyone can do it. Ron doesn't know how others live, and doesn't want to know. He just wants to know how he should live. Everything is changed silently and unconsciously. He doesn't need to make rapid progress. He doesn't need to make rapid progress. He just needs to make a little progress every day. Maybe just a little bit. A little bit adds up to a lot, and a pile of sand makes a tower. That's enough. Wait until one day, when he is on the stage, the accumulation of knowledge will lead to a burst of success. He may walk slowly, but he never retreats. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but smile warmly on his face. He stood up from the ground, feeling the pain in his body, and he smiled more satisfied. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then took a step and started running. The speed of running gradually increased, and the environment and things around him kept moving away. Sweat splashed in the air, sliding down his body and face. The crescent moon in the distance was about to sink below the horizon. A ray of golden light pierced the darkness of the dawn, like the light of truth shining on the world. He ran forward hard. The steps became faster and faster. The steps became bigger and bigger. The smile on his face became more and more rich, free, and easy, and enjoyable. Just rush forward, no need to look back. Such an idea emerged in Ron's mind. He would not look back. Not in this life. A snow-white seagull soared across the gradually brightening sky, making a pleasant cry. Ron smiled and greeted the seagull. A kind of enlightenment came into his mind. A person's life can actually be very simple. Run as hard as you can, work hard, and never look back. The only time you look back in your life is for one reason: you want to see how far you have come. He ran. Passed by a series of heavily guarded armories. Traveled through a series of streets. Past countless buildings. The familiar cobblestone road. The familiar street lights. The breath condensed into frost in the cold air. He stopped at the gate of the military academy. In front of the gate stood a huge stone slab. A sentence was engraved on the stone slab. All glory in life belong to justice. The signature was Zifa. Ron's mouth curled up a smile. He gasped for breath, with his hands on his knees. At this time, the street lights beside him suddenly went out, and the morning sun completely drove away the darkness of the world. Strands of warm sunlight fell from the sky and fell on Ron's face. At this time, everything was silent, and no one had gotten up yet. Ron looked at the sunlight in the sky in the distance. Looking at the endless waves in the distance. Feeling the feeling of his body gradually getting stronger after breaking through the limit. He suddenly punched hard in the air. The eyes were firm. Like a lonely but unyielding tiger. Life can be very simple, monotonous, unchanging, and despairing. But there are also some people who can live a wonderful life in the dull and boring daily life. Their lives can be like war, full of heroism and glory. Why can't ordinary people's lives be brilliant and exciting? Challenge life, punch the fate of mediocrity. Every day is a battle. What Ron didn't realize at this time was that in a distant building, a burly figure with purple hair stood in front of the window, looking at him from afar. There was an intoxicating smile on his lips. Chapter 45 The sun rises as usual. Seeking 5-star review. Military Academy. Chief Instructor's Office. Zifa stood alone in front of the window, looking at the Navy boy in front of the gate of the military academy in the distance, punching the sky with a middle school syndrome. A gentle smile appeared on his old face. What a good young man! He murmured softly. His eyes were already wrinkled, but his eyes were dazed. That figure reminded him of his youth. Zifa used to be like Ron now, positive, sunny, and confident. Even if he fell or got hurt, he would bite his teeth and endure it, smiling at life. It is the best stage of life if you are not frivolous. Confidence on the face. Kindness in the heart. Knowledge in the brain. Bone and dignity flowing in the blood. Strength in the bones. The sunny smile at the corner of the mouth. And the dream hidden in the heart. Zafar looked at the face full of vicissitudes reflected on the glass window and sighed. He lit a cigar. The smoke enveloped Zafar's face, making the mottled wrinkles on his face look deeper. That night, he still didn't sleep well. When did it start? Every night was a silent torture for him. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at his desk. On the desk, there was an extremely old photo frame. As if because of the shadow in the room, the figures in the photo have become blurred, and only 3 vague shadows can be seen. One of them is tall and strong, with his head held high and his chest puffed out. His square face, which is always serious, has a stiff and restrained smile. He is wearing a snow-white admiral cloak, and his short purple hair is blooming like waves. Standing next to him is a woman with a gentle and weak temperament. She is wearing a white dress, and her face cannot be seen clearly, but her eyes are full of love looking at her husband's back. She is holding a baby in her arms. The photo frame is old. The memory is always new. Zeph's eyes are red. Fuck, the smoke has smoked my eyes. He said hoarsely. How many years has it been? He can't remember. Since they were killed by pirates, Zifa has never returned to that home. He hasn't slept well for many years. It was okay during the day, Noisy and Jiyuan would often come to visit him. But when it was late at night, the emotions that I thought I had forgotten and buried well would come flooding back like a tidal wave. The book says that those who have never cried all night are not qualified to talk about life. But sometimes Zifa felt that this life is really fucking shit. He took a deep puff of the cigar and coughed straight up. Are there any regrets? Are there any regrets? He didn't know, he couldn't give an answer. Becoming a hero was his dream since he was a child. He succeeded. A Navy admiral, high position and power. A happy family, a happy wife and children. He should have been full of vigor and vitality. Then, the pirates killed his wife and children. He was disappointed, desperate, and in pain, and he retired from the position of admiral from then on. He was alone again. Is this the fate of a hero? Is this the fate of a soldier? Zephyr asked himself that he had never made any mistakes. He had pity on the world, he faced everything bravely, he adhered to the justice in his heart and never backed down, he was full of kindness to everyone. Even when facing the most evil pirates and cunning criminals, he never killed them. Zengoku scolded him for being old-fashioned many times. Garp laughed at him for being stubborn many times. But Zephyr insisted on doing it his own way. Why? He always believed that everyone had a side of truth, goodness, and beauty in their hearts. Isn't it? The most important point is that if killing is used to execute justice, then what is the meaning of justice? What is the meaning of the navy and the army of ordinary countries? Can killing end this great pirate era? No. But I didn't expect that. In the end, a Navy admiral who claimed to not kill failed to protect his wife and children. What a fucked up world. Even after so many years, he can still remember the scene clearly. The kind and gentle wife fell in a pool of blood, her pupils dilated. She lost her vitality, but still hugged her son tightly. Zephyr suddenly staggered, holding the desk tightly with one hand, gasping for breath. Unconsciously, he stared blankly at the old yellowed photo, tears streaming down his face. Ding dong! Ding dong! At this time, a long bell rang from outside the window. The bell for the military academy. Zephyr took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. A minute later, he raised his hand to wipe his tears and casually put the cloak of justice hanging beside him behind him. He dragged his heavy mechanical arm to the mirror and adjusted his black tie and military uniform expressionlessly. The sunlight outside the window slowly shone in, moved to Zifa's body, and reflected his figure in a golden color. He put on a pair of sunglasses and strode out of the door. If it was the same as the countless dark nights of crying in the past. Every time the sun rises as usual the next day. The bell of the military academy echoes. This old man who can't fall asleep in the middle of the night will still put on his military uniform again. Walk out with his head held high. Regrets, yes. Pains, countless. But he is a soldier. This world still needs him to protect it. In the distance, the bright sunshine pierces the clouds, dispels the cold fog, and illuminates the world. The fierce sea breeze roared and rolled unimpeded on the land of Marineford, which was lined with military fortresses, blowing the snow-white seagull flags all over the sky. Zephyr strode towards the distant training ground with firm steps. Behind him, on the snow-white and thick cloak, the two big words justice, dancing like a flying dragon. Chapter 46, Internship Mission at Sea. The hot sun completely dispelled the morning mist, and dozens of freshmen arrived at the training ground of the military academy one after another. Ron, who returned to the dormitory and changed into a brand new military uniform, also came to the training ground. From time to time, military academy students greeted him enthusiastically on the way. "Ron! You are late today. Brother Ron!" Ron nodded and smiled at them. In the past half-month of military academy training life, he has established a good relationship with the freshmen of this year. "Brother Ron! Thank you!" A short pink-haired figure suddenly rushed over and bowed to Ron with an excited look. It was Kobe. Bellamab followed him and bowed to Ron with a flushed face. "Thank you so much, Brother Ron. If it weren't for you tutoring us, we would definitely not pass the cultural courses." Ron smiled and waved his hand. "It's all the result of your hard work. I just summarized the key points for you." To be honest, Kobe and Bellamab have good talents in cultivation. At least much better than Ron. It's just that their cultural course results are not so good, which may affect graduation. In the past half-month, Ron would take out half an hour from time to time to tutor them and explain some key knowledge content in cultural courses. But unexpectedly, as soon as this was said, the other military academy students said one after another, "Don't be modest, Ron. Your notes have helped us a lot." "Yes, if it weren't for you organizing the knowledge points, I would never have passed the military geography course." "Yes, yes." Immediately, they all had more or less favorable impressions. A trace of doubt flashed across Ron's face. At this time, Kobe whispered awkwardly, that, "Other students saw me using your notes to review, and asked me to lend them some. I'm sorry I didn't have time to tell you, Brother Ron." He lowered his head even deeper, looking very guilty. Ron smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Kobe is a soft-hearted guy, a good old man." After getting along with him for this period of time, he gradually understood this guy's character. To be honest, he is not an excellent soldier, but he is a man with a strong sense of justice and is very good to his partners. Besides, that note is nothing. As a time traveler, Ron is a top student in cultural subjects in this C. Summarizing knowledge points and highlighting key points are easy for a test taker like him. It's just a note. It doesn't affect his first place in the same period with full marks, and he can also make a good relationship. It doesn't matter. We are comrades in arms. It's naturally a good thing to be able to help everyone." A sunny and cheerful smile appeared on Ron's face. Immediately, another wave of goodwill floated from the military academy students. This adds up to nearly 200 points. After the division, Ron looked at the system panel and thought that good people really get good rewards. Kirby is sometimes quite good. Line up. At this time, a slightly hoarse female voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned, and out of military discipline, they quickly formed a square on the military academy grounds, holding their heads high. The owner of the voice was a sexy figure that made everyone's eyes light up. A cool pink middle-parted long hair, with a pair of purple lens sunglasses on her hair. Wearing a rose-red suit, gloves, and a snow-white fluttering cloak of justice. It's her. Colonel Tina. Black Tina. One of the outstanding graduates of the last military academy. There was a commotion among the military academy students. A beautiful woman is eye-catching no matter where she is, especially in the military, where male hormones are exploding. There are very few female officers. Tina, on the other hand, is not a traditional female character. She looks like a cool queen. She stands there with her arms crossed over her chest. She doesn't even look at the cadets in front of her. Instead, she lights a long, thin lady's cigarette for herself. Colonel Tina. Why are you here? I heard that you have the ability of the Kankan fruit, which can imprison the enemy with iron bars. Well, can you show it to us? How about trying it on me? A guy who doesn't know how to live or die asked with a blushing face, and smoke came out of his nostrils. Ron's mouth twitched when he heard it. Good fellow, you lecher. You actually said what I was thinking? Shut up. Tina suddenly raised her eyebrows and scolded coldly. Tina doesn't like to make noise. A strong and cold breath emanated from her body, and the aura of a domineering queen rolled out, scaring all the cadets into silence. They were all new recruits who had never been to the battlefield. Perhaps after this period of training, their strength had become much stronger, but their mentality and courage still lacked the baptism of war. How could they resist Tina's murderous aura? Seeing this group of young people huddled together, Tina snorted, but suddenly found a unique figure in the crowd. Everyone else was frightened, only the young guy looked at her with a normal expression. Ron? Tina had read his file and found that he was the most outstanding member of this class of military academy students. Is he the recruit that teacher Zifa almost had a falling out with Marshal Zhangguo? Tina narrowed her eyes and glanced at Ron. Just then, a burly and imposing figure appeared in front of everyone from a distance. Teacher Zifa. All the military academy students immediately raised their hands to salute, with respectful expressions. Tina, with a cold expression, also turned around and saluted, whispering. Teacher Zifa. Zafar dragged a heavy huge mechanical arm, his cape swaying behind him, and smiled. Tina, I haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been recently? Tina said lightly. Tina is very angry. The quality of this year's military academy students is too poor. After the voice fell, a group of military academy students, including Ron, were stunned, and several black lines floated on their foreheads. If you can talk, say more. What nonsense! Zafar laughed and said. You can't say that. Maybe the future of justice will depend on them to shoulder it. Tina crossed her arms and shook her head. Tina doesn't think so. Zafar was stunned. Even his old man couldn't understand this conversation. He simply left the topic aside and turned to the military academy students. The expression on his face gradually became serious. New recruits, from today on, you will go out to sea for internship missions. He said loudly, announcing a news that made the freshmen change their faces and look nervous. Chapter 47 Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. Let's not talk too much, let's assign tasks next. Before the cadets could react, Zifa went straight to the point. This internship mission at sea is a personal mission. The military will equip each of you with a small warship and send you to the vicinity of the mission location. Your goal is to defeat the mission target with your own strength. For your mission, the headquarters will not provide any help. The information you have in your hands is only a name. In addition to the name, all other information about the mission target must be obtained by your own ability. At this point, Zifa's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, staring at the young-looking military academy students in front of him with a serious look, and said in a deep voice. Remember, your mission targets and opponents may be weaker or stronger than you, but there is no doubt that they are all extremely cunning and treacherous pirates. You must learn to protect yourself, use all the knowledge and abilities you have learned in the military academy, and treat them with caution. After the mission is completed, return to the designated gathering point. And the headquarters warships will escort you back. After the voice fell, a group of military academy students started to discuss, with different expressions. Personal mission? None of them expected that this internship mission at sea would be in such a form. Without any intelligence, not knowing the ability of the opponent and the size of the pirate group. In an unfamiliar place. Launching a crusade against the mission target. This difficulty is too high. The military academy students all looked embarrassed. Teacher Zifa, are you sure we can complete the mission? What if the mission fails? What if we are not the opponent of the mission target? Why can't the headquarters provide support? We have never been to the battlefield, and this mission is a personal mission. We don't even have the most basic intelligence. Yes, how can this be completed? Some of the military academy students couldn't help asking questions. Someone was the first to question, and naturally others followed suit. Zeph suddenly stopped talking. He glanced around the field with a cold and resolute look, and the coldness in his old eyes made everyone feel cold in their hearts. "Do you think you came to the military academy in Marineford for fun?" His tone was cold and frosty, and he was obviously suppressing his anger. "This is the holy land of justice. This is Marineford. The military academy spends so much resources to train you. Is it so that you can graduate comfortably and then wear a military uniform to become an officer? The military academy is the cradle of righteous generals, not the nest of termites. This time, everyone's mission target, each bounty will not exceed 20 million baileys. As for intelligence, don't you have hands and feet? Why do you need the headquarters to provide you with intelligence? This is a mission, this is an assessment. The assessment is not just your combat power. Intelligence search, navigation, climate, enemy, and friend analysis. These knowledge contents are not in your culture. Are they all in class? Remember, old man, no, the Navy headquarters expectations for each of you are not just your combat power. You will become leaders and officers after graduation. For a qualified naval officer, combat power may be important, but it is not the only determining factor. Intelligence collection, intelligence analysis, judgment of the strength of the enemy and ourselves, choice of combat environment, how to evacuate innocent people, what kind of combat methods should be adopted, whether to set up an ambush, and how to choose the route of retreat. Zephyr suddenly smashed the huge mechanical arm to the ground with a bang, and the terrifying force instantly made the ground under his feet wail under the heavy load and broke into pieces. The cadets immediately turned pale and silent. All of the above contents are important factors in determining whether you can become an excellent naval officer. Zephyr said angrily, his face full of an expression of regret. A reckless man who only knows how to fight head-on will only increase the casualties of innocent people. It is even likely to cause large-scale casualties among civilians. What the military academy wants to cultivate is not a group of combatants with only combat power, but talents with excellent leadership and ruling power. Not everyone can have the unreasonable monster-level combat power of Sakaski, Kuzan, and Borsellino, and this is not something that the military academy can cultivate. Opportunity, talent, hard work, and luck are all indispensable. But what Zifa said above can only be cultivated by the military academy. Although this personal task seems extremely dangerous, it is also an opportunity to test the comprehensive abilities that each of them has learned in the military academy. If you think you can't complete it, then bring it up now. Zifa pointed to the direction of the military academy gate without hesitation. I can approve you to withdraw from the military academy's training and go home with your quilt. Silence. Dead silence. Silence. No one dared to speak. From the heavy tone of Teacher Zifa, they all thoroughly realized the importance and seriousness of this task assessment. The military academy is not only a school, but also an army. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. The duty of a soldier is to obey orders. If they have not realized the significance of this identity, they can just roll up their quilts and leave. Tina next to them looked at the furious Teacher Zifa and smoked quietly. Teacher Zifa is famous for protecting his shortcomings. He loves his students very much, and will not hesitate to protect his students even at the cost of his life. But Teacher Zifa is also famous for his strictness. Caring does not mean unconditional pampering. The young eagle will eventually leave the nest and spread its tender wings towards the cliff and fly into the blue sky. If this group of military academy students do not even have this courage and will only complain and retreat when encountering things, then perhaps they will not have the chance to wear this military uniform. Chapter 48 Looking forward to your triumphant return. The military academy students are the elite selected by the Navy headquarters Marineford from all over the sea after many selections, in order to cultivate future naval officers. Most of them have good talents and come from clean families, so they are very good seedlings. However, due to their age and experience, even though they have received strict training in the military academy, they still have a strong student spirit. They have not officially entered the army, and have never officially fought on the battlefield. The evil pirates. In addition, the previous military school life was a collective activity. For various reasons, it was really difficult for them to go out to sea and perform individual tasks to defeat pirates alone. But this cannot be a reason to retreat. Because they are soldiers. They enjoy the most superior military training and cultivation on this sea. Master the best educational resources in the world. Admiral-level combat power personally teaches them to improve combat power. Various cultural courses are added. While enjoying all these advantages and the privilege of being a reserve of future officers, they must shoulder heavier responsibilities than other navies. Blindly protecting and holding together will not cultivate officers who can stand on their own. Only by bravely letting go and letting them face the cruelty and real difficulties of this sea can the young eagles continuously strengthen their wings in the tempering and finally fly high. Although Zifa loves every one of his students, it is precisely because he loves his students that he must let them grow. The saplings growing in the greenhouse cannot withstand the storm of the great pirate era. So, is there anyone willing to leave now? Zeph's slightly hoarse voice slowly echoed in the dead silence of the military academy. Everyone was silent. If they wanted to leave, they would have left long ago. After more than half a month of hellish training, each of them is much more mature and experienced than when they entered the military academy, and they will soon understand the good intentions of teacher Zifa. This is their graduation assessment. Everything they have learned in the past month. Personal combat power, intelligence search, military deployment, navigation climate, are all included in the assessment. Seeing that no one chose to retreat at the last minute, Zifa's cold face gradually relaxed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Very good. Your tasks will be issued to you later. 3 hours later, the warships responsible for your departure will set sail from the headquarters naval port. He raised his head, and his tiger eyes swept over the faces of everyone on the field. Looking at the young and tender faces in front of him, Zifa seemed to remember something and sighed in his heart. He said loudly, "All the freshmen of the 15th term of the military academy, listen to my orders." Crash! Zafal's voice exploded in everyone's ears like thunder, making them tremble all over, straighten their backs, and raise their hands to salute. "Here!" they shouted deafeningly. Zafal's mouth gradually outlined a heroic smile. "Your future is in your own hands. I can only teach you this much. Remember, when you are confused, vulnerable, timid and fearful, think carefully about what you want to protect. Think carefully about the purpose of wearing this military uniform. Think carefully about what justice is in your heart. I am in Marineford, looking forward to your triumphant return." He raised his arm and saluted the cadets solemnly. 1 hour later. Military Academy, the Chief Instructor's office. Jun knocked gently on the door. "Come in." A slightly tired and low voice came from the door. Jun frowned and pushed the door open. Wine bottles were scattered all over the floor. Teacher Zifa was sitting in front of a huge French window, holding a bottle of beer in his hand, looking at the direction of the naval port of Marineford in a trance. "Teacher Zifa, you shouldn't drink so much." Jun looked at Zifa's burly and broad back, which looked a little old and hunched in the sunset. His nose was a little sour, and he couldn't help sighing. Zifa shook his head and chuckled. "Jun, look, they are about to set sail." His voice was hoarse, as if he was suppressing something. Jun was silent. Yes, the new batch of students set out to perform personal assessment tasks. This is the last batch of students that teacher Zifa has brought as the chief instructor of the military academy. After they complete the assessment tasks and return to the ship, they will graduate from the military academy. At that time, they will set sail. Set sail on the road of life. But what about teacher Zifa? This old man who has been tough all his life, when his mission is completed, will there be a ship in this sea that can carry him? They will come back safely. Jun whispered. Zifa smiled. Everyone has his own way to go, no mission is bound to be completed, there are too many unexpected factors. He subconsciously raised his hand and pressed his huge mechanical arm. Even the old man is no exception. Jun was silent again. She knew what teacher Zifa meant. A few years ago, the graduation assessment of the military academy was not like now, where each student went out to sea to perform individual tasks. Instead, teacher Zifa, the chief instructor, personally led the team to go out to sea and collectively perform a large-scale mission. But that incident that year completely changed everything. Almost all the students on the training ship were killed. Teacher Zifa also lost an arm. Since then, the graduation assessment of the military academy has changed. In order to avoid the tragedy of that year from happening again, if this happens, the military academy students will go out to sea in batches to perform tasks, reduce exposure, and keep a low profile. Each batch of military academy students has devoted countless resources and efforts of teacher Zifa, the military academy, and even the Navy headquarters. If they are all wiped out, the loss will be too great. But even though so many years have passed, Jun knows clearly that the tragedy of that year is still an eternal pain in teacher Zifa's heart. Now watching this batch of freshmen go out to sea for internship, teacher Zifa seems to be tough, but in fact, he is very worried in his heart. Teacher Zifa, I'll have a drink with you. Jun suddenly opened a bottle of beer, came to Zifa's side, and smiled. Zifa was stunned, and then laughed. Bang! The beer clinked, and the snow-white bubbles jumped up. The two of them just talked and laughed, watching the warships in the distant naval port set sail one after another. You must come back alive, for justice. Looking at the seagull flags sailing away, the master and apprentice had the same thought in their minds. Chapter 49. Who is Zifa crying for? The sea breeze was as sharp as a knife. The white seagull flag on the towering mast was fluttering. Ron stood on the bow of the warship, quietly blowing the sea breeze, letting his hair be messed up by the wind. Before him was the endless sea, the magnificent stage, and the road ahead where life and death were uncertain. This personal mission was undoubtedly full of danger. There was only one name, and even the abilities and personality characteristics of the mission target, the climate of the mission location, and the political situation of nearby countries were not provided, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of completing the crusade mission countless times. The military academy was serious this time, and this was not a joke. Because from the moment Ron boarded the warship, he found the clue. The warship is the smallest light warship of the Navy headquarters, and is mainly used to transport military supplies on weekdays. Except for a symbolic main gun, the ship was not equipped with any hot weapons, let alone other heavy artillery. Fighting on the sea is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. This point of view has been discussed more than once in the cultural courses of the military academy. The reason why the Navy can become the world's military hegemon and have the upper hand and advantage in the confrontation with large pirate groups is that in addition to the strict discipline and clear command of the Navy itself, it is largely because the Navy has an absolute advantage in firepower suppression. In general, the main combat strategy of the Navy in naval battles is to use the firepower advantage of strong ships and powerful guns to directly suppress the enemy, and then advance at full speed to disrupt the camp of local pirate groups after gaining the advantage of the battle situation, and then launch a string battle. The morale surge brought about by the firepower advantage suppression, coupled with the pirates' military spirit being disrupted by the fierce firepower. The Navy has always been successful in adopting such military tactics. But it is obvious that Ron cannot rely on the firepower support of the military for this mission. If he wanted to put his life on this warship without heavy artillery, he would undoubtedly be courting his own destruction. Although the helmsman and the sailor were ready, it can be seen from their actions that they were all veterans of the headquarters. But each of them was very reserved and stiff in their attitude towards Ron, revealing a sense of indifference and distance. Ron tried to talk to them and ask for some information about this mission, but they were ignored by them. These people are all members of the headquarters inspection team. belonging to the intelligence and administrative departments controlled by the Crane staff, independent of the normal combat system of the headquarters, and are specially responsible for assessing the level and rank promotion of the headquarters personnel. In other words, in this mission, they will only exist as bystanders and will not interfere with the mission process of every military academy student. They will take an official attitude throughout the process, record all of Ron's performance in this mission, and finally organize it into a document, and submit it to the headquarters for assessment after the mission is completed. The above rules and settings are undoubtedly intended to completely block the opportunistic behavior of military academy students to complete tasks with the help of external forces. Of course, Ron doesn't care about this. He didn't intend to use external forces from the beginning. Since this task is his graduation assessment, he will naturally do his best. Otherwise, what is the meaning of all the efforts and hard work he has made in the past? He looks forward to challenges, battles, and the future. He wants to know what level his strength has reached after training day and night for this period of time. Jun said that he is a hard-working genius, and Ron likes this evaluation. Now that he has the shadow clone technique as the basis for cheating, he believes that as long as he is given enough time, plus all the resources provided by the system as a backing, his growth rate will shock the whole world. Nervous. A low voice sounded behind him, and Ron turned around, and Hua Shaishan's square-faced honest face came into view. Each cadet's mission is accompanied by a general officer to ensure the safety of the cadets on the voyage and return. Like the members of the inspection team, they accepted the orders of the headquarters and would never take action during the mission to avoid affecting the fairness of the assessment mission. Ron shook his head and smiled. Not really, I'm just a little curious, with Mr. Zifa's personality, why would he let we are a group of young and inexperienced people who are carrying out the mission alone? Hua Shaishan took out 2 cigars from his pocket, handed one to Ron, and then lit one and bit it in his mouth. Hearing Ron's question, Hua Shaishan smoked a cigar while pondering, and after a moment, he slowly said, "You should know about the training ship incident a few years ago, right?" Ron nodded. In addition to the information he knew as a time traveler, he had heard about the tragic and heroic training ship incident in the military academy more than once. Hua Shaishan exhaled a long stream of smoke. Teacher Zifa is a teacher who loves his students very much. For his students, in order to cultivate the next generation of the Navy, he has exhausted his life's efforts. Therefore, even if he sacrifices his life, he will protect his students. But the training ship incident that year was too much of a blow to him. So since then, the content of the internship assessment tasks for freshmen in the military academy has changed. Teacher Zifa knows that he can't protect every student, so he can only take such measures to ensure that you recruits can avoid the sight of some big pirates. Disperse the target? Ron asked. Hua Shaishan nodded. Yes, I guess Teacher Zifa must be very uncomfortable watching you go out to sea. He was silent for a while. When the internship ship incident happened, I rushed over as soon as I received the news. Do you know? I will never forget that scene. I have never seen Teacher Zifa cry. Even if his wife and children were brutally killed by pirates, I didn't see Teacher Zifa shed a tear at the funeral. Because he knows that he can't fall, he can't be weak. He is Zifa, he is the teacher of us young people, he must be strong. But that time, when I boarded that training ship covered in blood and corpses. Hua Shaishan's eyes had turned red without him knowing when. He clenched his fists. I saw that tough, stubborn, and straight-backed Teacher Zifa kneeling on the ground crying like a child. Some people say that Zifa cried because his arm was cut off by that pirate, and his combat power was greatly damaged. What bullshit! What kind of person is Zifa? Not to mention an arm, even if he lost his life, he wouldn't shed a tear. Only we students know that the old man's crying has nothing to do with losing an arm. He cried desperately because of self-blame, guilt, and regret. Hua Shaishan raised his head and sighed. He was crying for not being able to protect his students. Chapter 50 Jun is nice, consider it. Ron was silent. He couldn't help but pick up the cigar and took several puffs in succession. The wind was getting colder at this time, and the whistling sound was full of desolation. The wind blew the smoke of the cigar away, and he seemed to remember the purple-haired figure in the haze. In his cognition and impression, the stubborn old man who liked to brag and show off always stood straight. The way he dragged the huge mechanical arm, holding a heavy machine gun in one hand and cursing at the military academy students on the military academy grounds was so vivid. His wrinkled face always had a chic smile. What kind of pain would make a man who was always tough, strong, and always had a heroic smile on his face kneel on the ground and cry like a mess? Ron couldn't imagine it, nor did he dare to imagine it. That night, he never rested, buried in the papers and documents under the lights of the chief instructor's office. What kind of heavy justice did he carry? What kind of pain did his hearty smile carry? He didn't dare to think about it, and could only smoke silently. Teacher Zifa's health has been getting worse in recent years, and his asthma attacks have become more and more frequent. Hua Shaishan said slowly, with a haze in his eyes that no one could understand. Ron, Teacher Zifa thinks highly of you. You know, with your talent, you were not originally within the scope of the military academy's combat system training. Ron nodded. I know. It was the old man who changed my fate. Hua Shaishan shook his head. No, you don't know. Besides this, you don't know what kind of pressure Mr. Zifa has taken on for you. Ron looked up in astonishment. Hua Shaishan squinted his eyes and looked at the undulating sea in the distance, and his low voice penetrated the fog. In that training session, you showed your unique ability. Ninjutsu. Ron frowned. Hua Shaishan said, yes. Ninjutsu, in this sea, there is only one country that has mastered the ability of ninjutsu. Ron's mind was like a thunderclap. Wano country. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Hua Shaishan smiled bitterly. Yes, Wano country. I believe you have also learned about this closed-door country from the military academy. It is a military power that even the admirals of the navy dare not approach at will. Now it is the territory of Kaido, the 4 emperors of the new century. So, do you understand? Ron gritted his teeth. He understood. The situation in the New World was turbulent. The so-called 4 emperors who dominated the New World divided up the dangerous sea area. Even the member states of the world government, such as Fishman Island, were included in the protection of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. The large forces of the navy could not intervene in the situation in the New World at all. In the second half of the huge Grand Line, only a rogue G5 branch was struggling to support the so-called justice. In the past many years, many radical generals of the younger generation in the navy had proposed the strategy of counterattack on the New World, but in the end they could not be realized for various reasons. Precisely because the situation in the New World was so tense and sensitive, when he showed the ninjutsu ability that only the ninjas of Wano country could master, vigilance and hostility would naturally follow. The headquarters once secretly wanted to kick you out of the military academy, but it was blocked by Teacher Zifa. Hua Shaishan sighed. He said he saw hope and future in you. Of course, in this way, Teacher Zifa also took on a lot of political pressure. Ron couldn't speak and could only remain silent. A warmth slowly flowed in his chest, making him feel extremely complicated. Hua Shaishan patted Ron on the shoulder. There are some things that Zifa teacher is not convenient to say, but we students have to say it. Zifa teacher doesn't want to put too much pressure on you. In his eyes, you are just a kid. A seedling that has not yet grown up needs sunshine and warmth to irrigate, so Zifa teacher is willing to shelter you, no, all of you from the wind and rain. Why you can master ninjutsu, we will not ask, this is your business, but I personally hope that you will not disappoint Zifa teacher's expectations. Ron clenched his fists, raised his head suddenly, and asked calmly. So what do I need to do? Hua Shaishan smiled with satisfaction. It really deserves to be a student that Zifa teacher values, it's so smart. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. As I said, you just need to do your job well. Teacher Zifa is always someone we can trust and rely on. As your senior, although I can't help you do anything in this mission, if you have any problems in cultivation, you can always find me. This is your mission. He handed a sealed document to Ron. Ron took it, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he stared at Hwashaishan in front of him and said solemnly, Lieutenant General Hwashaishan, I will never let Teacher Zifa down. Hwashaishan smiled. Don't make it so bitter and vengeful, just take it step by step. His eyes suddenly turned. I heard that you are very close to Jun. Ron was stunned. Why did he suddenly gossip? This turn is too sudden. He looked at Hwashaishan with a strange look and asked. Does Lieutenant General Hwashaishan like Lieutenant General Jun? Hwashaishan suddenly slapped Ron on the head and said angrily. Of course not. What nonsense are you talking about? I have been married for several years, and the little boy at home is already a bystander. He paused. Looked at Ron who was holding his head and grinning, and said unhappily. Jun grew up in Marineford since she was a child. We all treat her as our sister. We haven't seen her have any contact with other men in these years. She is obsessed with military affairs. We, the bystanders, are all shocked. It's not hard to see that she seems to be very interested in you, so I'm curious to ask. Although Jun is a little older than you, she has a good temper, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although you are not handsome enough, you look pretty good anyway. Don't you want to consider it? Ron smiled bitterly. Lieutenant General Hwashaishan, please don't laugh at me. I'm just a military school student. Besides, Lieutenant General Jun just thinks that my talent is too poor and helps me make up for it. It's not the kind of relationship you think. If Ron says that he is not interested in Jun, that's bullshit. Who doesn't like a good-looking girl with a good family background, strong strength, explosive body, and beautiful appearance? The people who pursue Jun can line up from Marineford to Raftel. But Ron knows his own business. The distance between him and Lieutenant General Jun is really too far. Family background, talent, strength, power, status. There is nothing that can match her. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I just don't dare to think about it. It's not very practical. I believe Vice Admiral Jun thinks the same way. She probably just wants to help me, a junior, for the sake of Teacher Zifa. Ron said. Hwashaishan looked at him meaningfully and suddenly grinned. That's not necessarily true.